Good morning.
Good morning, Snigdha. You ready?
Yeah.
All right. Bruschetta, also bruschetta.
Bruschetta. May I please have all the information?
Sure. Bruschetta, also bruschetta. Bruschetta is a noun. Bruschetta is from Italian, which may have taken it from a Latin word. It means thick slices of bread grilled, rubbed with garlic, drizzled with oil, often topped with tomatoes and herbs, and usually served as an appetizer. Fabio likes to roast the tomatoes before adding them to the bruschetta.
Bruschetta. B-R-U-S-C-H-E-T-T-A. Bruschetta.
That is correct.
Snigdha, your round 2 vocabulary word is opulent. Something described as opulent refers to A, health or fitness, B, wealth or affluence, C, popular opinion.
Something described as opulent refers to B, wealth or affluence.
That is correct.
So a perfect 2 for 2 for Snigdha, 10-year-old from Birmingham, Alabama. Up next, it's Maria Hernandez Zamora from Anchorage.
Ostium.
Ostium. Can I have all the information, please?
Sure. Ostium is a noun. It came from Latin. An ostium is one of the lateral slits in the heart of an arthropod by which the blood enters from the pericardium. The ostium allows blood to re-enter the insect's heart from its singular blood vessel, which runs dorsally the length of its body. Ostium.
Ostium. O-S-T-I-U-M. Ostium.
That's correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is focaccia. Focaccia is a type of A, bread, B, paint, C, poem.
Focaccia is a type of A, bread.
That is correct.
So Maria is moving on. Now Eldon Weir from Fairbanks,
Morning,
Alaska.
Eldon.
Hi.
Ready?
Sure.
Your word is mozo.
Mozo. Could I please have all the information?
Sure. Mozo is a noun. It's from Spanish. A mozo is a waiter in a restaurant or other dining room, chiefly used in the Southwest. Felipe saved up for a new car by working as a mozo in the evenings. Mozo.
Mozo. M-O-Z-O. Mozo.
Correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is conundrum. A conundrum is A, a hard puzzle or a difficult problem, B, a person enjoying a socially active life, C, a first performance or exhibition of a play.
A conundrum is A, a hard puzzle or difficult problem.
That is correct.
Conundrum, no conundrum for Eldon. Next, we're going to have Isha Marapudi from Phoenix, Arizona, 7th grader.
Good morning.
Good morning, Isha. Frabjous.
Frabjous. May I have any alternate pronunciations, please?
I have just the one, frabjous.
Frabjous. May I have the definition, please?
Frabjous means extraordinary or wonderful. Frabjous.
Frabjous. May I have the part of speech, please?
It's an adjective.
Frabjous. May I have the language of origin, please?
Frabjous is perhaps from another English word that is of Latin origin.
May I have the word again, please?
Frabjous.
Frabjous. Frabjous. F-R-A-B-J-O-U-S. Frabjous.
Correct.
Thank you.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is Prerogative. What is a prerogative? A Polish dish of dumplings stuffed with potatoes. B, an interview to determine a suspect's involvement. C, a special right or privilege.
A prerogative is C, a special right or privilege.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Next, a 6th grader also from Phoenix, Salman Rashid.
Good morning, Salman.
Morning.
Your word is cynocephaly.
Can you give me all the information, please?
Cynocephaly, also cynocephaly. It's a plural noun. It's a plural noun. This word is from a Greek-derived Latin word. It means people of a fabled race of dog-headed people. Marco Polo wrote about cynocephaly of the Andaman Islands who grew spices but behaved cruelly. Cynocephaly, cynocephaly. It's a plural noun.
Cynocephaly. CYNOCEPHALI. Cynocephaly.
That is correct. Salman, you don't need to hold the microphone. Thank you.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is dilly-dally. To dilly-dally means A, move slowly or delay, B, tell tales or secrets, C, alter something so that it fits.
To dilly-dally means to A, move slowly or delay.
That is correct.
Quite a round so far. We've got another sponsored by the Arizona Educational Foundation, 4th grader, Sumuk Tiramalasetti.
Rastafarian.
Rastafarian. Can I have all of the information?
Sure, I have a few pronunciations. Rastafarian, Rastafarian, Rastafarian. This is a noun and it means an adherent of a religious ideology that arose in Jamaica and venerates Haile Selassie as a god. It's formed from an Ethiopian place name plus an Ethiopian name plus an English element. The Rastafarian explained that his religion requires that he eat only natural and lightly cooked food. Rastafarian, Rastafarian, Rastafarian.
Rastafarian. Rastafarian. R-A-S-T-A-F-A-R-I-A-N. Rastafarian.
Correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is virulence. What is virulence? A, an instance of inconsistency between otherwise like things. B, showy florid fullness as of musical style. Or C, the characteristic of being able to defeat a host's defenses.
Virulence. Virulence is C, the characteristic of being able to defeat a host's defenses.
Correct.
And one more speller from our Arizona contingent from the Navajo Nation, Christopher
Morning,
Warito.
Christopher. Huerta.
Can I have all the information, please?
Huerta is a noun. It's from Spanish, which formed it from Latin. Huerta is a piece of highly cultivated land, as for an orchard, in Spain. For their 5th anniversary, Pablo and Claudia had an evening picnic on the family's huerta.
Any alternate pronunciations?
I have just the one, huerta. Can you say it for us?
Huerta.
Huerta.
Huerta. W-E-R-E-T-A-H.
Huerta is spelled H-U-E-R-T-A. Great try.
The anglicization of that word made it tough. Where he's from, you might hear it more authentically in the original language. Sarah
Morning,
Chen is
Sarah.
next.
20.
Torii.
Could I have the definition?
Torii is a noun. It's from Japanese, and it means a Japanese gateway of light, post and lintel construction, designed usually with delicately curved lines and commonly built at the approach to a Shinto shrine. Torii.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just the one. Torii.
Torii. T-O-R-I-I. Torii.
That is correct.
Sarah, your round 2 vocabulary word is probative. If something is described as probative, it is A, restraining from a desired course or action, B, relating to the act of seizing or grasping, C, serving to provide, establish, or contribute toward proof.
If something is described as probative, it is C, serving to provide, establish, or contribute toward proof.
Correct.
So Arkansas' Sarah Chen moves on, and now we have Arav Balani from the Bahamas.
Good morning.
Good morning, Arav. Ready?
Yes.
Kentledge, also Kentledge.
May I have all the information, please?
Kentledge is a noun. It means pig iron or scrap metal used as ballast. It's of unknown origin. After delivering its cargo, the clipper ship was loaded with Kentledge for the return voyage.
Kentledge. K-E-N-T-L-E-D-G-E. Kentledge.
Correct.
Thank you.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is ubiquity. Something possessing ubiquity, A, is totally one of a kind, B, is present everywhere or in many places at once, C, can be understood in more than one way.
Something possessing ubiquity is B, is present everywhere or in many places at once.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Indeed it is, Arav, and now we have another speller from the Bahamas, Bria Curry.
Morning, Bria.
Morning.
En arrière.
May I have all the information?
En arrière is an adverb, and it means toward the back, backward. It's used of a movement or the execution of a step in ballet. It's from Latin-derived French. In ballet class, performing a perfect pirouette en arrière was the test of skill every dancer aspired to master. En arrière.
There's no alternate pronunciations, correct?
I have just the one.
May I have the definition again, please?
Toward the back, backward, used of a movement or of the execution of a step in ballet. Could you say it for us?
En arrière. En arrière. Yeah. O-U-N-R-E-E-R-E. En arrière.
En arrière is E-N-A-R-R-I-E-R-E.
Thank you.
Great try.
We're going to begin our group of California spellers.
Hi,
now.
Enzo.
Hello.
You ready?
Kind of.
You got this. Take a deep breath. Your word is WAF. WAF is a noun. It means a member of the women's component of the U.S. Air Force formed after World War II.
WAF. W-A-F. WAF.
Correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is impetus. What is impetus? A, an impelling or driving force. B, a small demonic being which spreads animosity. C, a rash or impulsive decision.
A, an impelling or driving force.
That is correct.
Also, ginglemus.
Norris Middle School in Bakersfield, California, cheering for Enzo
May I have all the
Pilak.
information, please?
Good to see you.
Ginglemus,
Also,
Aaron Lee.
ginglemus. This is a noun, and it means
Also,
a hinge joint
ginglemus.
admitting of motion in one plane
Ginglemus.
only. Ginglemus
May I
went
have
from
all the
Greek to
information,
Latin.
please?
In anatomy
Jinglemus,
class, Matthias
also
learned that there is a jinglemus. This is a noun, and it means a hinge joint admitting of motion in one plane only. Ginglemus. Ginglemus went from Greek to Latin. In anatomy class, Matthias learned that there is a ginglemus connecting the humerus and the ulna in the human arm. Ginglemus, ginglemus.
S. Ginglemus.
Correct.
G-I-N-G-L-Y.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is facile.
Ginglemus.
Correct.
Something described as facile is A, easily achieved, B, not mandatory, C, liquefied by heat. Your round 2 vocabulary word is
Something described
facile.
as facile is
Something described as
easily
facile
achieved.
is
Correct.
A, easily achieved,
Aaron's
B,
here for
not
the second
mandatory,
year. Keep your eye on
C,
him. And
liquefied
now,
by heat.
Aiden Mung, also sponsored by
Something
the San
described
Ramon
as
Valley
facile
Rotary Club,
is
California's East
A.
Bay.
Easily achieved.
Correct.
Also good to see you again.
Yeah, me too.
Aaron's here for the second year. Keep your eye on
Dragé.
him. And now,
Dragé.
Aiden Mung,
Can I have
also
the
sponsored by the
definition,
San Ramon Valley Rotary
Dragé
Club,
is a
California's
sweetmeat
East
in the
Bay.
form of a sugar-coated
Also good to see
nut.
you again.
Yeah, okay. Does this word come from French?
It does.
Dragé.
It's from French, which probably took it from a
Dragé.
word that went from
Can I
Greek
have the
to Latin.
definition, please? Okay.
Dragé is a
Dragé.
sweetmeat in the form of a sugar-coated nut.
D-R-A. Okay. Does this word come from French? Dragé.
It does.
Correct.
It's from French, which probably took it from a word that went from Greek to Latin.
Okay. Dragé.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is
D-R-A-G-E-E.
vendetta.
Dragé.
What is a vendetta? A large open porch. B, a poisonous bite from an animal. C, a Your round 2
feud.
vocabulary word is vendetta.
A vendetta
What is a
C,
vendetta?
a prolonged
A,
feud.
a large
Correct.
open porch. B, a poisonous bite from an animal.
Well done.
C,
Now
a
another
prolonged
from
feud.
the same area, Rithvibology.
A vendetta is C,
Morning,
a
Ritvy.
prolonged feud.
Correct.
Edamame.
Well done.
Can I have all the
now
information,
another
please?
from the same area,
Edamame,
Rithvibology.
it's a noun. It came from Japanese.
Morning, Ritvy.
Edamame is immature green soybeans usually in the pod. Thea
Can I have
loves
all
to
the
eat
information,
edamame
please?
topped with a sprinkling of sea salt, which she insists on calling beans in the shell. Edamame is immature green
Edamame.
soybeans usually in the pod. Thea loves to eat edamame topped with a sprinkling of sea salt, which she insists on calling beans in the shell.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Edamame.
Edamame. E-D-A-M.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is charcuterie.
That is correct.
Charcuterie is A, the carriage body of an automobile or other vehicle. B, the cold cuts and meat dishes sold in a delicatessen. Is C, the spirit of goodwill that exists between comrades. A, the carriage body of an automobile or other vehicle. B, the cold cuts and meat dishes sold in a delicatessen.
You can always
C,
tell when the
the
word
spirit
panel
of
was
goodwill
hungry. Up
that
next, we
exists
have
between
Madison Gray
comrades.
from the Southern
Charcuterie
California
is
Desert,
B,
Imperial
the
County
cold
in
cuts and meat
California.
dishes sold in a delicatessen.
Correct.
Thank you.
You
Hippolyta.
can always tell when the word panel was hungry. Up next,
Could
we
I
have
have all the
Madison
information,
Gray
please?
from the Southern California Desert, Imperial
Hippolyta
County
is a
in
noun.
California.
It means a queen of the Amazons given in marriage to Theseus by Hercules. Hippolyta went
Could I have all
to
the
Latin from a
information,
Greek
please?
name. Sure. In DC Comics, Hippolyta is the mother of Wonder Woman. Queen of the Amazons given in marriage to
Is there
Theseus
any
by
alternate
Hercules.
pronunciations?
Hippolyta went to Latin from a Greek name. Hippolyta. In DC Comics, Hippolyta is the mother of Wonder Woman. Hippolyta. Hippolyta.
Is there any alternate pronunciations?
It went to Latin. I have just the one from a Greek name. Hippolyta. Greek to Latin. Greek name to Latin.
Could you say it for us?
Hippolyta.
Okay,
Hippolyta.
H-Y.
Could you say the origin again?
P-O-L-A-T-A.
It went to Latin from a Greek name. Greek to
Hippolyta.
Latin. Greek name to Latin.
Okay.
Hippolyta is H-I-P-P-O-L-Y-T-A. Great job.
Hippolyta.
Now we're going
Hippolyta
to go to the
is
opposite end of California. Eureka is Ike Sperling's hometown. She's a fourth grader.
L-Y-T-A. Great job. You ready?
Yep.
We're going
Kohinoor.
to go to the opposite end of
I
California.
have all the
Eureka is
information?
Ike Sperling's
Sure.
hometown. She's a fourth grader.
Kohinoor is a noun, and it means a
You ready?
usually large
Yep.
and valuable diamond. This word is from Persian.
Kohinoor.
The queen's crown was made of
May I have all
gold with a
the
kohinoor
information?
in the center. Sure. Kohinoor
Kohinoor.
is a noun, and it means a
C-
usually large and valuable diamond. This word is from
A-
Persian. The queen's
N-
crown was made of
E-
gold with a kohinoor
U-
in the center.
R.
Kohinoor.
C
Kohinoor.
O-A.
Kohinoor is spelled
E
K-O-H-I-N-O-O-R. Great try.
Kohinoor.
You never know how they pronounced it when they studied it. Caroline Von
Kohinoor
Garcia is from
is
Fresno,
spelled
California.
K-O-H-I-N-O-O-R. Ready? Great try. Fracas.
You never know how they
Also
pronounced it when they
fracas.
studied it.
This means
Caroline
a noisy
Von Garcia
quarrel,
is from
brawl,
Fresno,
fight,
California.
altercation. Morning, Caroline.
Can I have all the information, please?
Sure. Ready? Fracas, also fracas. Fracas. Fracas is a noun. Also, it means a noisy this means a noisy quarrel, fight, altercation. Fight, altercation. It's from a Latin word
Can I
that
have all the
became
information,
Italian
please?
and then French. Fracas. Mr. McNally alerted the police when he saw is a noun. It means a noisy from his quarrel, shop. Brawl, fight,
Fracas.
altercation. Fracas. It's from a Latin word that became Italian and then French. Mr. McNally alerted the police when he saw a fracas breaking out down the street from his shop. Fracas is spelled F-R-A-C-A-S.
Fracas.
Great try.
F-R-A-C-U-S.
We're still proud of her at Alta Sierra Intermediate School in Clovis. Here comes
Fracas
Sydney
is
Tran
spelled
from Irvine, Orange County.
F-R-A-C-A-S. Mirac. Great try. Also, Mirac. It's a noun, and it means a blue star of the second magnitude that is seen in the constellation Ursa Major and forms part of the base of the Big Dipper. Mirac. Also, Merak. It's a noun, and it means a blue star of the second magnitude that is seen in the constellation Ursa Major. It's a noun and forms part of the base. The origin of this word is not given in our dictionary. Merak is a blue star of the second magnitude that is seen in the constellation Ursa Major and forms part of the base of the Big Dipper. It's a noun. Melissa and her mother enjoyed pointing out Merak every time they saw the Big Dipper. Merak is a blue star of the second magnitude that is seen in the constellation Ursa Major and forms part of the base of the Big Dipper. Melissa and her mother enjoyed pointing out Merak every time they saw the Big Dipper. Sydney, your round two vocabulary word is awry.
That is correct.
If a plan goes awry, it A, is publicized widely, B, has a successful outcome, Sydney, your round two vocabulary word is
If a plan goes
awry.
awry, it C
If a
goes
plan
wrong.
goes awry, it A, is publicized
those rounds
widely,
did not go awry
B,
for
has a
Sydney.
successful
Next we have
outcome,
Kamya Balaji
C, goes
from Los
wrong.
Angeles.
If
Morning,
a plan
Kamya.
goes awry, it C goes wrong.
Correct.
Thank you.
Contretemps.
And those rounds did not go
Also,
awry for Sydney.
contretemps.
Next we have Kamya
Can I have all the
Balaji
information, please?
from Los Angeles.
Contretemps.
Morning, Kamya.
Good morning.
Contretemps is a noun. It means an
Contretemps.
inopportune, embarrassing occurrence,
contretemps.
mischance.
Can I have all the information,
It's
please?
from a French word made up of Latin-derived elements. Also, Jeremy moves steadily is a noun. Blunder to contretemps. It means an inopportune, embarrassing occurrence, a mishap,
Contretemps.
mischance.
Am I pronouncing the word correctly?
It's from a French word made up of Latin-derived
and also
elements. Contretemps. Jeremy moves
Contretemps.
steadily from blunder to contretemps to embarrassment to disaster.
T. Contretemps. Am I pronouncing the word correctly?
There's contretemps and also contretemps.
P. Contretemps. Contretemps.
That is
C.
correct.
Thank you. O-N-T-R-E.
Your round two vocabulary word is truncate.
S.
What does it mean to
That is
truncate?
correct.
Thank you.
A, make something shorter by cutting. B, move freely in public. C, your round two
store
vocabulary
something
in a
word
secure
is
box. Truncate.
To truncate means
What does it
to
mean
A,
to
make
truncate?
something shorter by cutting.
A,
That
make
is
something
correct.
shorter by
Thank you.
cutting. B, move freely in public.
And the Los Angeles
C,
County Office of
store
Education
something
sent us
in a
two
secure
spellers this year.
box.
Oliver
To
Halkett,
truncate means
Good
to
morning.
A, make something shorter by cutting.
That is correct.
Becquerel. Becquerel.
And the Los Angeles County Office of Education sent us two spellers this year. Oliver Halkett, seventh grader.
This word is from a French name.
Thank you. Could I please have the definition?
Becquerel. Becquerel is a unit of radioactivity equal to 1 disintegration per second.
please?
This word is from a French name. Becquerel.
Thank you. Could I please have the definition?
Becquerel and Becquerel are the two pronunciations,
Becquerel
right?
is a unit of radioactivity
Becquerel.
equal to 1 disintegration per second.
Becquerel,
Becquerel.
B-E-C-Q-U-E-R-E-L. Becquerel and Becquerel are the two pronunciations, right?
correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Becquerel,
Your round two vocabulary word is toilsome.
Becquerel.
Something
correct.
described as
Thank you.
toilsome is A, pleasing to the taste, B, marked by a flowery pattern, C, your round two
Characterized by
vocabulary
tiring
word
work.
is
Something
Toilsome.
described as toilsome
Something
is
described
C,
as
characterized
toilsome
by
is
tiring
A,
work.
pleasing
Correct.
to the
Thank
taste,
you.
B,
It sure is.
marked
Well
by a
done,
flowery
Oliver.
pattern, C,
Next, an eighth grader from the
characterized
San
by
Joaquin
tiring
Valley in
work.
California, Mercedes
Something described
Lawrence
as toilsome is C,
Morning,
characterized by tiring work.
Correct.
Thank you.
It sure
Eulo.
is. Well done, Oliver. Next, an
Eulo.
eighth grader from the San Joaquin Valley in California, Mercedes Lawrence
Y-U-L-O-H. Eulo.
Morning,
Correct.
Lawrence.
Why mess around?
Eulo.
Eulo.
Lawrence, your round 2 vocabulary word is nepotism.
Y-U-L-O-H. Eulo.
Nepotism is A, a system of government
mess
in which
around?
the ruler has unlimited power. B, favoritism
Lawrence,
shown to
your
nephews
round
and other
two
relatives.
vocabulary word
C,
is
an excessive
nepotism.
love or admiration
Nepotism
of oneself.
is
A system
Nepotism
of government
is
in which the
B,
ruler has unlimited
favoritism
power.
shown to
B,
nephews and other
favoritism
relatives.
shown
That is
to
correct.
nephews and other relatives. C, an
Herbert
excessive
Hoover
love
Middle
or
School in
admiration
Merced,
of
they cheer for
oneself.
Lawrence if they're up this early.
Nepotism
Here's Victoria
is
Lee.
B. Favoritism
Victoria.
shown to nephews and other relatives.
That is correct.
Morion.
So at Herbert
Morion.
Hoover Middle School in
Can I
Merced, they
have
cheer
all
for
the
Lawrence if they're up this
information,
early. Here's Victoria
Morion
Lee.
is a noun. It means
Riverside.
a visorless,
Morning.
high-crested helmet of Spanish origin Morion. worn by foot soldiers in the 16th and
Morion.
17th
Can I
centuries.
have all the information,
Morion
please?
is from a French word. Morion is
The
a noun.
morion
It
worn by
means
the Spanish
a visorless,
conquistador in the
high-crested
painting
helmet of
had a
Spanish
brim with
origin
high peaks at
worn
the
by
front
foot
and back.
soldiers in the 16th
Morion.
and 17th centuries.
Morion.
Morion is from a French word.
O
The morion worn by
R
the Spanish conquistador in the painting had a brim with high
Morion.
peaks at the
Correct.
front and back. Morion.
Morion. M-O-R.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is
Morion.
cadence.
Correct.
What is cadence? A, vocal rhythm. B, metal rings linked together. C, an oily skin lotion. Your round 2 vocabulary word
Cadence
is
A,
cadence.
vocal rhythm.
What is
That is
cadence? A, vocal rhythm. B, metal
Victoria
rings linked
displayed a very
together.
consistent
C, an
version
oily
of.
skin
Here's
lotion.
Shruti Srinivasan.
Cadence
From
is
Sacramento.
A,
Ready,
vocal
Shruti?
rhythm.
That is correct.
Mandragora.
Victoria
Mandragora.
displayed a very consistent version
Mandragora.
of. Here's
Could I have the
Shruti
definition,
Srinivasan.
please?
Mandragora or
Sacramento.
mandragora
Ready, Shruti?
is an
Yeah.
herb of southern Europe and northern Africa that has
Mandragora,
ovate leaves, whitish or
mandragora.
purplish flowers, and a large forked
Mandragora.
root which
Could I
has
have
been
the
credited
definition,
with
please?
human attributes
Mandragora
and
or
made the subject of many
mandragora
superstitions.
is an herb of southern
called
Europe and
also
northern Africa
mandrake that has ovate leaves,
Mandragora.
whitish or
Could I have
purplish
the language of
flowers,
origin,
and a
please?
large forked
It's
root
from an
which has been
originally Greek
credited
word
with
that
human
passed through
attributes
Latin and
and
into
made the
English.
subject of many superstitions.
Mandragora.
Called also mandrake.
A. Mandragora.
N-
Could I have the language of
D-
origin, please?
R.
It's from an
A,
originally Greek word that
G,
passed through Latin and into English.
A. Mandragora.
That is correct.
M-A-N-D-R-A.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is clover.
A.
Clover is a type
That is
of
correct.
A, plant, B, saying, C, bird.
Clover is a type of
Your
a
round 2
plant.
vocabulary
Correct.
word is
you.
clover.
Shruti
Clover
was here
is a
with us
type
last
of
year as
A,
well, tied for
plant,
60th.
B, saying,
Ryan Sakara,
C,
also from the
bird.
Sacramento area.
Clover is a type
You ready?
of a plant.
Correct.
Jahalia.
Shruti was here with us
Jahalia.
last year as
Can I have
well,
all the
tied for
information,
60th.
Jahalia
Ryan
is a
Sakara,
noun.
also from
It
the
means
Sacramento
the
area.
pre-Islamic period
You ready?
in Arabia. Jahalia is from
Jahalia.
Arabic. Poems of the
Jahalia.
Jahalia are
Can I have all
esteemed
the
for the
information,
precise
please?
and rich vocabulary
Jahalia
and
is a noun.
sophisticated
It
metrical
means the
structures.
pre-Islamic period
Jahalia.
in Arabia.
Jahalia is
Are
from
there any
Arabic.
alternate pronunciations?
Poems of the Jahalia
just the
are
one.
esteemed for their
Jahalia.
precise and rich vocabulary
Jahalia.
and sophisticated
J-
metrical structures.
A. H.
Jahalia.
Jahalia. Are there any
L-
alternate
I-
pronunciations?
I have just the one.
Y-A.
Jahalia.
Jahalia.
That is correct.
Jahalia. J-A-H-I-L-I.
Your round 2 vocabulary word
Y-A.
is
Jahalia.
resilience.
That is correct.
Resilience is A, the ability to recover from or adjust easily to misfortune or change. B,
Your round
an
2
opposing
vocabulary
force
word
or a force
is
tending to prevent
resilience.
motion or other action.
Resilience
C
is
a point of
the
likeness
ability to
between
recover
two
from
things.
or
adjust easily to
Resilience
misfortune or
is
change.
A, the
B,
ability to
an opposing
recover
force or a force
from or
tending to
adjust
prevent
easily to
motion or
misfortune
other
or change.
action.
Correct.
C, a point of likeness between two things.
Resilience is A, the ability to recover from or adjust
Morning,
easily
Saren.
to misfortune or change.
Correct.
Au jus. Au jus is an adjective and it means served in the meat juice obtained from roasting. Morning, Saren.
Can I get the language of origin?
This is from French. Au jus. Au jus. Au jus also, is an adjective and it means served in the meat juice obtained from roasting. Au jus.
Can I get the language of origin?
This is from French.
Au
jus. Also, au jus.
Au jus.
Au jus. Au jus.
Au jus.
Your round two vocabulary word is agility. Agility is A, period of instability, B, the position of a fault plane, C, quickness and your dexterity.
Your round two vocabulary
word is agility.
Agility
is A, period of instability, B, the position of a fault plane,
So 6th grader
C,
Saren Kim
quickness
from
and
Salinas,
dexterity
California,
of
is
movement.
on to the round 3 test. We've had
Agility
25
is
competitors
C,
take the stage.
quickness
So far,
and
20 of them
dexterity
have
of
made it
movement.
through.
That is
5
correct.
have been eliminated.
We're
So
going to be back
6th
with
grader
more
Saren Kim
competition
from
when the
Salinas,
2025
California, is
Scripps
on to the
National
round 3
Spelling Bee
test. We've had
return.
25 competitors take the stage. So far, 20 of them have made it through. Get an opportunity, you never know where they're going to take it. We're going to go back to the stage now.
The enrollment
and
cost of
our
one
next
school
speller.
for the entire year in the Scripps National Spelling Bee. Pretty good, right, Paul?
That's Hannah
awesome.
Quo
And you
from
give a
San
kid an
Bernardino,
opportunity, you never
California.
know
Dr.
where they're
Kevin
gonna take
Mock
it.
We're going to go back
Announcer
to the
for now.
stage now.
You ready for your
and
word?
Our next speller.
Saccharide.
This is Hannah Quo
Saccharide.
from
May I have
San
the
Bernardino,
definition?
California.
A
Dr. Kevin
saccharide
Mock
is
is
a
our
simple
pronouncer for
sugar,
now.
combination of
Yes.
sugars
Yes.
or polymerized sugar. Saccharide. Saccharid.
Saccharide. May I have the definition?
It's a saccharide is a simple sugar,
I have the etymology.
combination of sugars or polymerized sugar. Is formed from an originally Sanskrit element that went from Pali to
May I
Greek
have the
to
part of
Latin,
speech?
plus a French-derived element.
May I have the etymology?
Saccharide is formed from an originally Sanskrit element that went from Pali to Greek to Latin, plus a French-derived element.
C saccharide. A-R-I-D-E saccharide.
That is
Saccharide.
correct.
S-A-C-H-A-R.
Your round two vocabulary word is revenant.
That is correct.
Something described as revenant is A, compact, B, shy, C, recurring. Your round two vocabulary word is revenant. Something described as revenant is A, compact, B, shy, C, recurring.
Something described as revenant is C, recurring.
Correct.
We also have a 5th grader from San Bernardino, Angeline Wang.
Morning,
C,
Angeline.
recurring.
Correct.
Good morning.
Sangamon.
We also have a 5th
Can
grader
I
from
have
San
all the
Bernardino,
information,
Angeline
please?
Wang.
Sure, morning. Sangamon is an adjective. It means belonging to the third interval during the glacial epoch in North America.
Can I have all the
Sangamon is from a geographical name. Sangamon is an adjective through means belonging to the third interval during the glacial epoch in North America. Sangamon is from a U.S. geographical name. Maurice sifted through Sangamon's sources and took a sample back to the lab. Sangamon. Your round vocabulary is atonement. Correct. What is atonement? A, the act of making amends for offense. B, strenuous exercise. Your round vocabulary word is tuning of atonement with a single note. What is atonement? A, the act of making amends for offense. B, a strenuous exercise regimen. C, the tuning of an orchestra to a single note.
I'm not surprised that was a breeze for her.
Atonement is the act
Dua
of making
Uznali
amends
is
for
from
an
San
offense.
Diego, an 8th grader.
Telenosis. Also, telegnosis.
Dua Uznali is from San Diego, an 8th grader.
Telegnosis is knowledge of distant happenings obtained by occult or unknown means. Telegnosis. Clairvoyance.
Telegnosis.
We'll let you know if we hear anything off. Is knowledge of distant happenings obtained by occult or unknown means.
Telegnosis.
Telegnosis, is that right?
We'll let you know if we hear anything off.
Telegnosis.
Can you say it towards the
That's
judges?
correct.
Telegnosis.
Telegnosis.
Telegnosis. T-E-L-E.
Your round two vocabulary word is malfeasance.
That's correct.
Malfeasance is A, the legal invalidation of a document. B, a gastrointestinal disorder. Your round two vocabulary word is C, an act of wrongdoing. Malfeasance is A, the legal invalidation of a document. B, a gastrointestinal disorder caused by bacteria.
Okay.
C, an act of wrongdoing.
Malfeasance is C. Okay, an act of wrongdoing.
That's correct.
Malfeasance
Love
is
seeing that look of surprise on their faces.
Never gets old. Charlie
See?
Kwan, 5th grader.
Morning,
an
Charlie.
act of wrongdoing.
That's correct.
Your word is
Love
pitanga.
seeing that look of surprise
Can I please
on
have all
their
of
faces.
the
Never gets
information?
old. Charlie Kwan, 5th grader.
Pitanga is Morning, a noun. Charlie. It means the fruit of a Brazilian tree often
Your word
cultivated
is
in California and
pitanga.
Florida for its
Can I
spicy
please
red
have all
fruit
of
that
the
resembles a cherry.
information?
Sure. Pitanga from
is a
to
noun.
P to Portuguese.
It means
the fruit of
Elizabeth
a Brazilian
bit
tree
into a dark
often
red
cultivated in
pitanga
California
and let
and
the sweet
Florida
juice dribble
for its
down her
spicy
chin.
red fruit that resembles
Pitanga.
a cherry.
Can you please say the word one more
Pitanga
time?
passed from to P to
Pitanga.
Portuguese. Elizabeth
Can you
bit
say it
into a
towards
dark
the
red
judges?
pitanga
One
and
more
let
time.
the sweet juice
Pitanga.
dribble down her chin. Pitanga.
Can you please say the word one more time?
Pitanga.
I
Can you say
P,
it towards the judges?
Pitanga.
One more time.
N Pitanga. G A Pitanga.
Correct.
P I T A N G.
Your round two
A,
vocabulary word
pitanga.
is
Correct.
calypso. Calypso is a style of A, handwriting, B, music, C, martial arts. Your round two vocabulary
Calypso is a
word
style of
is
B, music.
calypso.
Correct.
Calypso is a style of A, handwriting,
There's a competitor
B,
who's been here before,
music,
8th grader from
C,
Visalia,
martial
California,
arts.
Sorvadnya, Kata.
Calypso is a style
Morning.
of B music.
Correct.
Sarvadnya, your word is
There's a competitor who's been here
crokinole.
before, 8th grader
Also,
from Visalia,
crokinole.
California, Sorvadnya, Kata.
Morning. Crokinole.
Hi.
Crokinole. This is a
Sarvadnya,
noun and it means
your word
a method
is
used in waving the hair by
crokinole.
winding it on curlers from
Also,
the end of the hair towards the
crokinole.
scalp.
All info.
Crokinole is from a French
Crokinole.
word.
Crokinole.
Jessica asked her
This is a noun
hairstylist
and
to
it
wave her
means
hair
a
method
using
used in waving the
crokinole.
hair by winding it on
Crokinole.
curlers from the end of the hair
Crokinole.
towards the scalp.
Could you repeat all pronunciations?
Crokinole is from a French
Crokinole.
word.
Crokinole.
Jessica asked her
Crokinole.
hairstylist to wave her hair
Crokinole.
using
Crokinole.
crokinole.
And this is a noun?
It's a noun.
Crokinole.
Could you repeat the definition?
Crokinole. A method
could you
used
repeat
in
all
waving the
pronunciations?
hair by winding it on
Crokinole.
curlers from the end of the
Crokinole.
hair towards the
Crokinole.
scalp.
Crokinole.
And this is French.
Crokinole.
And
It's
this
from
is a noun?
French.
Could you repeat
It's
the
a
word?
noun.
Could you repeat the definition,
Crokinole.
please?
A method
Crokinole.
used in waving the
Crokinole.
hair by winding it on curlers from the end of the hair towards the scalp.
Crokinole. Crokinole.
C.
And this is French.
It's from French.
Could you repeat the word?
Crokinole. Crokinole.
Crokinole. O-L-E. Crokinole.
That's correct.
Crokinole. C-R-O-Q-U-I-G.
Your round two vocabulary word is
N-O-L-E.
nocturnal.
That's correct.
Something described as nocturnal, A, is active at night, B, occurs 3 times a day. Your round
C
two vocabulary
has been
word
postponed.
is nocturnal. Something
you repeat the
described
word?
as nocturnal,
Nocturnal.
A, is active at night, B, occurs 3 times a day,
Something described
C,
as nocturnal
has been postponed.
is active at night.
That's correct.
Could you repeat the word?
Doesn't
Nocturnal.
currently apply to Sarvadnya. His friends are up at 5:45 a.m. back home in
Something
California
described
if
as
they're watching.
nocturnal
That's amazing.
is
So sweet of them.
is active
There's
at night.
David Wayne.
That's correct.
Nova Scotia doesn't
Ready?
currently apply to Sarvadnya. His friends are up at 5:45 a.m.
Acrogeria.
back home in California if
Also,
they're watching.
That's
acrogeria.
amazing. So sweet of them.
Morning.
There's
May I
David Wayne.
have all of the definition?
Nova Scotia.
I mean,
Ready?
all the information.
Sure. Acrogeria. Also acrogeria. It means a rare congenital disorder that is
May I
chiefly
have all of
characterized
the
by thinning
definition?
and wrinkling of the
all the
skin of the
information,
hands,
please.
feet, and often face,
Acrogeria,
giving the appearance
also
of premature
acrogeria,
aging, and that results from the loss of rare congenital disorder that is chiefly characterized by
Acrogeria is a
thinning and
noun.
wrinkling of the
It was
skin of
formed
the
in German
hands,
from originally
feet, and
Greek
often
parts.
face, giving the appearance of premature aging, and that results from the loss of subcutaneous fat and collagen. The definitive cause of the condition is a noun unknown. It was formed in German from originally Greek parts.
Am I pronouncing it
And
correctly?
in a sentence, we'll let you know if we hear anything have been associated with acrogeria. The definitive cause of the condition is still unknown.
C. Acrogeria. Am I pronouncing it correctly?
We'll let you know if we hear anything that's off.
Can I start over?
Yeah.
Acrogeria. A-C-C-O-R-G-O-E-R-I-A. Acrogeria.
That's correct.
Can I start over? A-C-R-O-G.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is reciprocity.
That's correct.
What does reciprocity refer to? A. Development before the usual time. B. Your round 2 vocabulary word is give and take. Reciprocity. What does reciprocity refer to? A. Development before the usual time. B. Savage wildness.
Reciprocity
C. Give and
refers
take.
to A. Development before the usual time.
Reciprocity refers to C. Give and take.
Reciprocity
Great try.
refers to A. Development before the usual
Three
time.
spellers from Canada this year, and I know that he's making his country
Reciprocity
so proud.
refers to
You can come back 2 more
C.
times.
Give
Eleanor
and take.
Sean.
Great try.
Good morning.
David,
Great.
it's great. He's one of 3 spellers from
Windsor.
Canada this year, and I know
You
that
got
he's
this.
making his country so proud.
Your
You
word
can come back
is
2 more times.
Good morning, Marshawn.
Good morning.
Arshawn. Windsor.
Correct.
You got this.
Straight to it. No questions needed
Your word
at all.
is Ryland.
Ryland.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is
R-Y-E-L-A-N-D,
meridian.
Correct.
What is a
Straight
meridian?
to it. No questions
A.
needed
A
at
great
all.
circle of the celestial sphere passing through its poles and the zenith. Your round 2 vocabulary word Dominican and Haitian meridian dance with a limping step. What is a meridian? C. A short sofa a great circle of the celestial sphere having one arm higher than the other. B. A popular Dominican and Haitian ballroom dance with a limping step. C. A short sofa of the French
That is
Empire
correct.
period
Thank you.
having one arm higher than the
See
other.
the increased confidence in Arshawn.
Meridian
who was here
is
last year.
A
Here's
great circle
Kavya
of the
Vasudeva.
celestial sphere passing
Hello,
through
good
its
morning.
poles and zenith.
Good morning,
That is
Kavya.
correct.
Thank you.
You can see the increased
Bagwin.
confidence in Arshawn, who was here last
May I have
year.
the definition,
Here's
please?
Kavya
Bagwin
Vasudeva.
is a fabulous beast
Hello,
like
good
an
morning.
antelope, but having a goat's horns and a horse's tail. Bagwin.
May I have all the
Bagwin.
information, please?
Sure.
May I have the definition,
Bagwin
please?
is a noun. Bagwin means a fabulous beast like an antelope, but having a goat's horns and a horse's tail. This word is of unknown origin.
May I have all the
As
information,
in,
please?
sure. Jawan won the creative contest. It means a fabulous beast like an antelope, but having a goat's horns and a horse's tail. This word is of unknown origin.
Bagwin.
As in,
B.
Jawan
A,
won the creative contest in his
G,
art class with his charcoal drawing of a
W,
bagwin.
Y. N. Bagwin. Bagwin. Thank you. B. A. G. W.
Your round 2
Y,
vocabulary
N,
word is
bagwin.
Correct.
anachronism.
Thank you.
What is an anachronism? A. An act of rebellion against a government. B. Your round 2 vocabulary word is C. Anachronism. A misplacing of persons or things in time. What is an anachronism? A. An act of rebellion against a government. B. Any wingless carnivorous insect. C. A misplacing of persons or things in time.
Can you repeat the word, please?
Watch the time, Kavya.
Anachronism. C. A misplacing of persons or things in time.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Just beat the buzzer, but amazing.
Can you repeat the word, please?
Watch the
Remember
time,
the
Kavya.
nerves being tougher at the start of the
Anachronism.
competition.
A misplacing
Let's
persons
get
or
Blanche's
things in
word
time.
and
That
think
is
about it.
correct.
Thank you.
Inuk.
Just beat the buzzer,
Inuk, can I have all the
but
information,
amazing.
please?
Sure. Inuk is a
Remember the
noun. It
nerves
means a
being
member
tougher
of the
at the start
Inuit
of the
people.
competition.
Morning,
Later,
Blanche.
let's get
Inuk is
Blanche's
from
word and
Inuit.
think about it.
The Inuk spoke to the school about
Inuk,
the
can I have all
impact
the
of climate
information, please?
change Sure. on indigenous populations. Inuk is a noun. It means a member of the Inuit people. Inuk is from Inuit.
Inuk.
The
That
Inuk
is
spoke
correct.
to the school about the impact of climate change on indigenous populations. Inuk.
Inuk.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is
Inuk.
scrounge.
That is correct.
What does it mean to scrounge? A. To make dirty. B, to remove by rubbing hard and washing. Your round 2 vocabulary word to find or round up. Scrounge. What does it mean to
C,
scrounge?
to find or round
A,
up.
to make
Correct.
dirty. B, to remove by rubbing hard and washing.
Flying through.
C,
And to answer your
to
question,
find or
Boris,
round
really
up.
throughout the competition, the nerves are high.
C,
These kids are
to
doing a great
find or
job
round up.
managing it.
Correct.
Faipule.
Faipule, may I have the
Flying through.
definition,
And
please?
to answer your question, Boris,
Faipule
really
is
throughout the
a
competition,
Samoan
the nerves
indigenous
are high.
counselor
But these
heading a
kids are doing
political
a great job
district and
managing
belonging
it.
to a council that forms the central political structure of a
Faipule,
village,
may I have the
district, or
definition, please?
island.
Faipule,
Faipule
are
is
there any
a
alternate
Samoan
pronunciations?
indigenous counselor I have just the heading one. a political district Faipule. and belonging to a
Faipule.
council that forms the central political structure of a village, district, or island.
Faipule, are there
That
any
is
alternate
correct.
pronunciations?
I have just the one. Faipule.
Faipule. F-A-I-P-U-L-E.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is
Faipule.
That is
pathogen.
correct.
What is a pathogen? A trap made by the frequent use of people or animals. B, an element round that 2 appears vocabulary on the word periodic table.
is
C,
pathogen.
a specific cause
What
of
is a
disease.
pathogen?
C,
A trap
cause of
made by the
disease.
frequent
Correct.
use of
Thank
people
you.
or animals.
Hey, Rod, you had
B,
an older
an
sibling in
element
this
that appears on the
competition. You know anything
periodic
about that,
table.
Vanya?
Yeah, he was
C,
a runner-up
a
back in
specific cause of
2022.
disease. Morning,
C,
Nathan.
a specific
Following
cause
in
of
his
disease.
big brother's
Correct.
footsteps.
Thank you.
Hey, Rod, you had
Take
an older sibling in
Dularu.
this competition. You know anything about that, Vanya?
Yeah, he was
Like
a
you and your
runner-up
sister.
back in
Can I have all the information
2022.
to the sentence,
Morning,
please?
Nathan.
Following
Sure.
in his big brother's
Take Dularu.
footsteps.
I also have a few alternate
Dularu.
pronunciations. Take Dalaroo.
Like you and your sister, huh?
Can I have all the information to the
Dularu.
sentence, please?
It's a
Sure.
noun. Take Dularu means neuralgia,
I also have a
involving
few
one
alternate
or more
pronunciations.
branches of the trigeminal
Take
nerve,
Dularu.
being often extremely severe
Dularu.
and occurring in paroxysms.
Take Dularu.
And Take Dularu is
It's a
from
noun.
French. Take Dularu means neuralgia involving one or
Take
more branches
Dularu.
of the trigeminal nerve, being often extremely severe and occurring in paroxysms. And Take Dularu is from French.
T-I-C-D-O-U-R-E-U-X. Take Dularu. Take Dularu.
That is correct.
T-I-C-D-O-U-L-O-U.
What isn't, really?
Nathan, your round 2 vocabulary
That is
word
correct.
is catalyst. What is a catalyst? A, any of various large wild felines.
What isn't, really?
B,
Right.
a loud cry
Nathan,
expressing
your round 2
disapproval.
vocabulary word
C,
is
something
catalyst.
that starts a process or
What is a
change.
catalyst?
A, any of
catalyst
various
is
large wild felines.
C, something that
B,
starts a process
a
or
loud
change.
cry expressing
Correct.
disapproval.
Thank
C, something that
Nathan
starts a
sitting
process
to me,
or
Looking
change.
sharp, spelling great.
A catalyst
Might be our
is
first champ from
C,
Connecticut.
something
Paul.
that starts a process or change.
Good morning,
Correct.
Ciara.
Thank you.
Nathan sitting to me,
Your word is
looking sharp, spelling great.
Tristeza.
He might be our first champ
Can
from
you give me all the
Connecticut, Paul.
information?
Sure.
Good morning,
Tristeza.
Ciara.
Also, tristeza. Tristeza
Your
is a
word
noun.
is
It means a highly
Tristeza.
infectious disease of grafted citrus trees
Can you give me all the
attributed to a
information?
virus
Sure.
and characterized by
Tristeza.
rotting of the rootlets
Also,
and consequent
Tristeza.
wilting and death of the
Tristeza
trees.
is a noun. It
Tristeza
means a highly
went from
infectious
Latin to
disease
Portuguese
of
to
grafted
English.
citrus
trees.
Attributed to a
Tristeza has
virus
killed
and
more than 80
characterized
million
by
citrus
rotting of the
trees
rootlets
worldwide
and
to
consequent
date. wilting and death of the trees.
Tristeza
went from Latin to
Tristeza.
Portuguese to English.
Tristeza.
Tristeza has killed more than 80 million citrus trees worldwide to date.
T-R-I-S-T-E-Z-A. Tristeza.
That is correct.
Tristeza. Tristeza.
Tristeza. T-R-I-S-T-E-Z-A.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is martial.
Tristeza.
That is correct.
Something described as martial relates to A, army or military life, B, marriage. Your round 2 vocabulary
C, a
word
pouch-bearing
is
animal.
martial. Something described as martial relates to A, army or military life, B, marriage, C, a pouch-bearing animal.
Abigail Adegbate.
Something described
From
as
here in
martial
Washington,
relates
D.C.
to
Hi,
A,
Abigail.
army or military life.
Correct.
Genet.
So Ciara advances. Next we have
Could you give me all the
Abigail
information, please?
Adegbate.
Sure.
From here in Washington,
Genet
D.C.
is a noun. It means a yellow-flowered Eurasian shrub, common as a weed in
Genet.
England, imperfectly naturalized in North America,
Could you give me
and
all the
sometimes
information,
cultivated
please?
for ornament.
Sure.
Genet is from
is a noun.
Latin-derived French. It means a yellow-flowered
Genet
Eurasian
is also
shrub,
sometimes
common
called
as a
dyer's
weed in
broom
England
because of the
imperfectly
useful yellow
naturalized
dye
in North
it
America,
produces.
and sometimes cultivated
Genet.
for ornament. Genet is from Latin-derived French.
Could you give me the sentence
Genet
again?
is also sometimes called
Sure.
dyer's broom because of the
Genet
useful
is
yellow
also
dye it
sometimes
produces. Is also
Genet.
sometimes called dyer's broom because of the useful yellow dye it produces.
Could you give me the sentence again?
Can you say it for us? Sure.
Genet.
Genet is also sometimes called dyer's broom because of the useful yellow dye it produces. Can you say it for us?
Genet.
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 Genet is spelled G-E-N-E-T. Good try.
N-A-I-E. Genet.
Those words are so tough, but I'm sure her 4 siblings are cheering her on.
Genet
and
is
I'm sure we'll
spelled
see her next year.
G-E-N-E-T. Morning. Great try. Zoe, your word is buñuelo.
Definition?
Buñuelo is a flat, semi-sweet, deep-fried cake, usually served with sugar and cinnamon or cane syrup.
Yes.
Your word is buñuelo. It's a noun.
Definition?
Buñuelo is from Spanish. Semi-sweet, deep-fried cake, usually served with sugar and cinnamon or cane syrup. Buñuelo.
Part of speech.
It's a noun.
Language of origin in
Buñuelo is from Spanish.
Are there alternative pronunciations?
Just the one. Buñuelo.
Buñuelo. Say the word, please. Buñuelo. That is correct. U-E-L-O.
Confidence from Zway Space
Say
Time.
the word, please.
Sway.
Buñuelo. That is correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is vainglorious. Someone described as vainglorious is A, elegant, B, boastful, C, your round 2 vocabulary word is vainglorious.
As vainglorious.
Someone described as vainglorious is A,
boastful.
elegant,
That is
B,
correct.
boastful, C, healthy.
Someone described
smile.
as
He's on to the next round.
vainglorious
He'll be taking the round
is
3 test
B,
tonight.
boastful.
Morning.
That is correct.
Good morning.
Ready for your word, Ibrahim?
Indubitably.
Perfect.
Big smile. He's on to
that
the
one.
next round. He'll be taking the round 3
Zippophilus.
test tonight.
Morning.
Zippophilus. Good morning.
Zippophilus. Ready for your word, having sword-shaped leaves. Perfect.
Is the origin
that
Greek?
Zippophilus. It is. This word consists of originally Greek parts.
Zippophilus.
Zippophilus. It
Zippophilus.
means having sword-shaped
X.
leaves.
Is the origin Greek? P.
It is.
H.
This word consists of
O.
originally Greek parts.
P. Zippophilus. H. Y. X. L. L. I. O. U. S. P. Zippophilus.
That is
H.
correct.
O. P. H. Y. L. L. O. U.
Ibrahim,
S.
your
Zippophilus.
round 2
That is
vocabulary word is shrapnel. Shrapnel is A, fragments from a bomb, mine, or shells. B, fallen tree branches. Your round 2 vocabulary word is dessert. Shrapnel.
Shrapnel is A.
Shrapnel
fragments
is
from
A,
a bomb,
fragments
mine,
from
or
a
shells.
bomb, mine, or shells. B, fallen tree
Came
branches.
all the way from
C,
Germany.
a donut-like
Sponsored by
dessert.
European
Shrapnel
PTSA
is
as part of
A.
the
Fragments
Defense
from
and
a
State
bomb,
Department schools
mine,
in
or
Europe
shells.
competition.
Correct.
Came all the way
Pathika.
from Germany. Sponsored by European PTSA as part of the
Can you give me all
Defense
the
and
info,
State Department
please?
schools in Europe competition.
Pathika is a noun. It means the scaly covering of the foot of a bird or reptile. Pathika was formed in Latin
Can you give
from
me all the
Greek
info,
parts.
please?
Sure can. On examining the injured bird, the veterinarian noticed cuts in the right, the scaly covering of the foot of a bird or reptile. Pathika was formed in Latin from Greek parts. On examining the injured bird, the veterinarian noticed cuts in the right pathika.
T. H. E. Pathika. P. C. O. A. D. Pathika.
That is correct.
Great job, guys. He remembered that root for cage at the end there, which helped him get that C.
Elias, your round 2 vocabulary word is chastise. What does it mean to chastise someone? A, to scold them. B, to marry them. Your round 2 vocabulary word is chastise. What does it mean to chastise someone?
To chastise
A,
someone
to scold
means
them.
to A,
B,
scold them.
to marry
That is
them.
correct.
C, to pamper
No need
them.
for that. Elias Jabalona from Florida. Long history in this
To
competition.
chastise someone means to
For that state,
scold them.
That is
Here's
correct.
Nicasio.
Morning, Nicasio.
No need for that. Elias Jabalona from Florida.
Tintinnabulary.
Long history in this competition. For that state. And here's
This means
Nicasio.
like, like a tinkling sound.
Yeah, it means of, relating to, or characterized by bells or their sounds.
Tintinnabulary. Tintinnabulary.
This means like having like a tinkling sound. T-I-N.
Yeah, it means of, relating to, or characterized by bells or their sounds.
Okay. And A. Tintinabulary. L-A-R-Y. Tintinabulary. T-I-N. T-I-N-N-A-B-U.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is escapade. What is an escapade? A large and powerful waterfall. B, a number of shots. Your round 2 vocabulary word is C, a daring adventure or experience. What is an escapade? A large and powerful waterfall. B, a number of shots fired in quick succession.
An escapade is
C, a daring adventure or experience.
Correct. Oh, I love seeing spellers do their Latin and Greek roots to tell the pronouncers the information themselves.
An escapade is C,
Good morning,
a daring adventure or
Srividya.
experience.
Correct. Ready?
Yeah. Oh, I love seeing spellers do their Latin and Greek roots to tell the pronouncers the information themselves.
Fibromyalgia.
Good
Can I have
morning,
the definition,
Srividya.
please?
Fibromyalgia
Ready?
is a
Yeah.
chronic disorder characterized by widespread pain, tenderness, and stiffness of muscles and connective tissue structures that is typically
Fibromyalgia. Can I
accompanied by
have the definition,
fatigue,
please?
headache, and sleep disturbances. A chronic disorder characterized by
Fibromyalgia, is this
widespread
word from
pain,
Greek?
tenderness,
It's
and
formed
stiffness
from
of
Latin and
muscles
Greek
and connective
elements.
tissue structures
Fibromyalgia. Can you
that is
please repeat the
typically
word?
accompanied by
Fibromyalgia,
fatigue, headache, and sleep disturbances.
Fibromyalgia. Is this word from Greek?
It's formed
repeat the
from
alternate
Latin and Greek
pronunciations.
elements.
Fibromyalgia. Can you please repeat the word?
Fibromyalgia.
Fibromyalgia. Can you please repeat the definition?
A chronic disorder characterized by
repeat the
widespread
alternate
pain,
pronunciations.
tenderness, and stiffness of muscles and connective tissue structures that is typically accompanied by
Fibromyalgia. Can you
fatigue,
please repeat
headache,
the
and sleep
definition?
disturbances. A chronic disorder characterized by widespread pain, tenderness, and stiffness of muscles and connective tissue structures that is typically accompanied by fatigue, headache, and sleep disturbances.
Fibromyalgia.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Fibromyalgia.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is
Fibromyalgia.
suffrage.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Suffrage is A, the endurance of or submission to pain. B, the right to take part in electing vocabulary word is C, suffrage. An area of relatively unvarying
Suffrage
climate.
is
A, the endurance of or
Suffrage.
submission to pain.
Suffrage is B, the right to take part in electing public officials.
That is correct.
Thank
C,
you.
an area of relatively unvarying climate.
Confidence shining for Srividya.
Suffrage.
Hatia Basi from
Suffrage
Miami,
is B,
sixth
the right to
grader.
take part in electing public officials.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Powder
Sure
B.
is. Confidence
Also,
shining for
Poudre B.
Srividya. Here's Hatia
May I
Basi
please
from
have the
Miami,
definition?
sixth grader.
Hello.
Morning.
Powder B is a smokeless French rifle powder consisting
Powder B.
essentially of about 2/3
Also,
gun
Poudre
cotton
B.
and 1/3 pyroxylin.
May I please have the definition? May I please have the language of origin?
Powder B
This word
is
was formed
a
in
smokeless
French from an
originally
rifle
Latin
powder
word consisting
and a part
essentially
derived
of
from a
about
French name.
2/3 gun cotton
Poudre
and
B.
1/3 pyroxylin.
P. May I please have the language of origin? D.
This word was formed in French from an originally
B.
Latin word and a
Poudre
part
B.
derived
That
from
is
a French
correct.
name.
Poudre B.
Don't you think the word should
P.
be tougher and to reach your call?
U. D.
Your
R.
round 2 vocabulary word
B.
is
Poudre B.
adjudicate.
That is correct.
What does it mean to adjudicate?
Don't you think the
A,
word
to
should be
flatter
tougher and
someone.
to reach your
B,
call?
to join or attach physically. Your round 2
C,
vocabulary
to judge
word
or
is
decide on.
adjudicate.
To adjudicate.
What does
is
it mean to
C,
adjudicate?
To judge or decide
A,
on.
to flatter someone. B, to join or attach
excited to
physically.
do that and get it over
C,
with.
to judge or decide
Akil
on.
Shah from
To adjudicate
Miami
is
as well,
to
seventh
C,
grader.
to judge or decide on.
Correct.
Escarole.
He's excited
May I have
to
all
do
the
that and get
information,
it over
please?
with.
Sure.
Akil Shah from
Escarole is a noun.
Miami as well,
It
seventh grader.
means an annual or biennial herb widely cultivated as a
Escarole.
salad plant. It's also called
May I have all the
endive.
information, please?
Escarole is from a Latin word that became Italian and then French. It means an annual
made a
or
salad of
biennial
escarole,
herb widely
mushrooms,
cultivated
and
as a
tomatoes.
salad plant. It's also called
Escarole.
endive.
Escarole.
Escarole
Am I saying that
is
correctly?
from a Latin word that became Italian and then French.
Okay.
Helga made a
Escarole.
salad of escarole, mushrooms, and tomatoes.
C.
Escarole.
R. Escarole. Am I saying that correctly?
O-L-E. We'll let you know if we hear anything
That is
off.
correct.
Okay. Escarole. E-S-C-A-R.
Your round 2 vocabulary
O-L-E.
word is
Escarole.
credence.
That is correct.
If you give credence to something, you A, attempt to revive it, B, presented dishonestly. Your round 2
C,
vocabulary word
accepted
is
as true.
Credence.
If you give credence
If
to
you give
something,
credence
you
to
are
something,
C, accepting
you
it as
A,
true.
attempt
Correct.
to revive it.
Thank
B,
you.
presented dishonestly. C, accept it as true.
That correctly.
If you give credence to something, you are C, accepting it as true.
Correct.
And you're going to pronounce later in the
Zorsico.
conversation. A lot of spellers say, am I pronouncing that correctly?
Can I have all the
But the
information?
pronouncers aren't allowed to answer that.
It's not
Morning.
question that.
Zorsico
You
is a
can
noun.
answer.
It means a basket
And you're gonna
song or
pronounce
dance
later in the
in
conversation.
Zorsico
Later
in
today.
dotted rhythm. Zorsico is
Can
from
I
a
have all the
Basque
information,
word.
please?
Sure. The traditional Zorsico has
is a
inspired a
noun.
number of
It means
classical
a
musical
Basque song or
compositions
dance
in 5/8 time in dotted
Zorsico.
rhythm.
Can you repeat the word,
Zorsico
please?
is from a Basque word.
Zorsico.
The traditional
Zorsico.
Zorsico has inspired a number of classical musical compositions. Zorsico.
C, can you repeat the word, please?
Zorsico.
Zorsico. I-G-O, Zorsico?
Zorsico
C.
is spelled Zortzico.
I-G-O,
Great try.
Zorsico?
Don't get a whole lot of words. with
Zorsico is
Basque
spelled
derivation. A unique language.
Z-O-R-T-Z.
Not related to any others.
Great try.
Hayden Westover's from Orlando.
Logia.
Get a whole lot of words with a Basque derivation.
Logia is a
unique
noun.
language.
It means a roofed open
Not related
gallery
to any
or
others.
arcade in the side of a building,
Hayden
especially when
Westover's from
facing
Orlando.
upon an open
Logia.
court.
Can you give me
Logia
the
is a
definition
noun.
here?
It means a roofed open gallery or in the side of a building, especially when facing upon an open court. Logia.
Can you give me the
Also,
definition again?
loggia. A roofed open gallery or arcade in the side of a building, especially
Logia.
when facing upon an open court.
L-O-G-I-A.
Logia.
Logia.
Also, logia. Logia. Logia is spelled L-O-G-G-I-A. Great try.
L-O-G-I-A.
Oh,
Logia.
I know Aiden knows some really difficult words, and sometimes you get one you haven't
Logia
seen
is
in a while,
spelled
and it
L-O-G.
really
Morning,
stick
Lewis.
it to you.
You ready for your word?
Yeah.
Aveti.
Is to infer new beliefs and practices on the basis of past practices and beliefs.
Another word for rambunctious is Y-A.
That is correct.
S. Thank you.
Any
That
of
is
those
correct.
other definitions ever throw you off when you're up there on vocab round?
Sometimes you just know it right off the cuff.
Howdy, Vishwa.
Good morning, Dr. Bailey,
Rambunctious.
and good morning, all
Another
the staff.
word for rambunctious is A, wild. B, your word
boring.
is C,
Facts.
right. This is a city and port on
Another
the Gulf
word
of
for
Gabes
rambunctious
in Tunisia.
is A.
Sfax.
Wild.
That is correct.
Thank you. Can you use it in a sentence?
Any of those other
Sfax was
definitions
founded
ever
in
throw you off when you're up
849
there on
CE
vocab
on the
round?
ruins of a Roman
Sometimes you
city.
just know it right off the cuff.
Sfax.
Howdy, Vishwa.
S. Good morning, Dr. Bailey, and good morning, all the staff.
Your word
Sfax.
is
Sorry.
That is correct.
Sfax. This is a city and port on the Gulf of Gabes in Tunisia. Sfax.
Sfax. Can you use it in a sentence?
To blandish
Sfax
was
A,
founded in
to wield.
849 CE
B,
on the
to
ruins of a
flatter.
Roman city. C, to threaten.
Sfax. S-F-A-X. The answer's here. Sfax. Sorry.
That is correct.
To blandish is A, to wield.
Blandish. To blandish is A.
To blandish
wield
is
B. To flatter.
Thank you.
C. To threaten.
Sometimes it's straightforward, and sometimes you can see it as all three, huh?
Absolutely.
The answer's here. Thank you.
Hi, Leo.
Hi.
Choucroute.
To blandish
May I
is
please have the
A,
definition?
to wield.
Choucroute is cabbage cut fine and allowed to ferment in a
blandish
brine
is
made of its
B.
own juice
To
with salt.
flatter.
It's also
Thank you.
called sauerkraut. Thank you. Choucroute.
Sometimes it's straightforward,
May I
and
please
sometimes
have
you
the
can see
language
it as
of
all
origin?
three, huh?
Absolutely.
It's made up of a French part and a part that went from German to French. Hi, Leo.
Choucroute.
Choucroute.
C-H-O-U-C. May I please have the definition?
Choucroute is cabbage cut fine and allowed to ferment in a brine made of its own juice
That is
with
correct.
salt. It's also called sauerkraut. Choucroute.
May I please have the language of origin?
It's made up of a French part and a part
Extradition.
that went from German to
What
French.
is
extradition? A, the transfer
Shoot.
of a suspected criminal
C,
from one country to
H,
another for
O,
trial.
U,
B, treatment
C,
with a solvent to
R,
remove a
O,
soluble substance.
U, T,
C, a former
E.
customary
Shoot.
pattern of thought,
That is
action,
correct.
or behavior.
An extradition is A, the transfer of a suspected criminal from one country to another for trial.
Extradition.
That is correct.
Thank you.
What is extradition? A, the transfer of a suspected criminal from one country to another for trial. B, treatment with a solvent to remove a soluble substance.
Good morning.
C, a former customary pattern
This
of
word has a
thought,
homonym.
action,
The
or
word is
behavior. Neem. This is a large
An extradition
tropical Asian
is
tree
A,
with
the
a
transfer
bitter
of a
bark used as a
suspected criminal
tonic
from one
and
country
leaves
to
and
another for
seeds
trial.
that have
That is
insecticidal
correct.
and
Thank you.
antiseptic properties and yield a medicinal aromatic oil. Neem.
Neem. N-E-E-M. Neem.
That is
Hi,
correct.
Lindsay.
Good morning.
This word has a homonym. The word is neem. This is a large tropical Asian tree with a bitter bark used as a tonic and leaves and seeds that have insecticidal and antiseptic properties and yield a medicinal aromatic oil. Neem.
Neem. N-E-E-M. Neem.
That is correct.
Emancipatory. If something is described as emancipatory, it A is ready to take place. B provides the opportunity for individual participation. C relates to freedom from bondage.
If something is described as emancipatory, it C relates to freedom from bondage.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Not too far from here at Ford's Theater, you can get copies of the Emancipation Proclamation. Adele Gibbons.
This word has a homonym.
Kansas.
The word is calabash. This calabash is the common bottle gourd.
Can I have all the information, please?
Calabash is the only pronunciation I have. Calabash is a noun that went from perhaps Arabic to Spanish, then French, and English borrowed either the Spanish or the French. We're not sure. So a calabash is a common bottle gourd. A calabash with a hole cut in it makes a fine birdhouse.
Calabash. C-A-L-I-B-A-S-H. Calabash.
Calabash is spelled C-A-L-A-B-A-S-H.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The schwa sound, Shritika.
The homonym makes this a tricky one.
Howdy, Samuel.
Yo. What's up, Miss Doctor?
Ululate or ululate.
Ululate. Could I have the definition?
To utter a loud, mournful, usually protracted and rhythmical sound. To cry out. Ululate, ululate.
Ululate. U-L-U-L-A-T-E. Ululate.
That is correct.
Vanguard. What is a vanguard? A strategy for preventing destruction of property. B, the forefront of a movement. C, a rope that steadies the sail.
A strategy for preventing destruction of property.
A vanguard is B, the forefront of a movement.
So vocabulary brings the bell again. Samuel has one more year of eligibility.
Hi, Josephine. Which of Agnesi?
May I please have all the information?
Which of Agnesi is the only pronunciation I have. Which of Agnesi is a noun. It's a word entry that consists of an originally English words plus an Italian name. Which of Agnesi is a plane cubic curve that is symmetric about the y-axis and approaches the x-axis as an asymptote, and that has the equation x squared y equals 4a squared times the result of 2a minus y? When Ms. Keller showed her math class an example of a which of Agnesi, they were confused by the concept but fascinated by the name. Which of Agnesi?
Which of Agnesi?
Which of Agnesi?
Tricky phrase here.
Which of Agnesi? Am I saying it right?
Can't quite answer that, but we'll jump in if we think we hear anything.
That's just it. It's a phrase,
Which
not a word.
of Agnesi? W I C H A V N-A-Z-E, which of Agnesi?
I'm sorry, which of Agnesi is spelled W-I-T-C-H-O-V, I'm sorry, O-F-A-G-N-E-S-I.
Thank you.
Another one, if you haven't studied it, gonna be hard to.
Key part there is recognizing the phrase.
Hi, Zachary. Tegucigalpa. Or Tegucigalpa. Tegucigalpa, Tegucigalpa.
Tegucigalpa, can I have the definition?
Tegucigalpa is a city and capital of Honduras.
Tegucigalpa.
Can you say it again?
Tegucigalpa.
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 Tegucigalpa. Tegucigalpa. T-E-G-U-C-I-G-A-L-P-A, Tegucigalpa?
That is correct.
We saw his relief. Maybe after his vocab word, you can tell us what those moments before you get the word really feel like while you're waiting.
Indemnity. Indemnity is a type of A, protection against hurt or loss or damage. B, crime committed against a family member. C, criticism of a literary work.
A, protection against hurt or loss or damage.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Can you describe that for us, Shrutika, that moment?
That moment of anticipation, you know, your heart's beating. Gosh, unmatched.
Howdy.
Howdy.
How are you doing?
Doesn't
Good,
sound
how are
like you
you?
miss it, though.
I'm doing pretty well.
Not really.
George Weghorst.
Estreep.
Estreep, may I please have the definition?
To wreak needless destruction or waste upon.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Yes, I have estreep or estreep.
Estreep, E-S-T-R-E-P-E, Estreep.
That is correct.
Foible. What is another word for foible? A, weakness. B, story. C, example.
Another word for foible is A, weakness.
That is correct.
Thank you.
No visible foible there for George. Big Cincinnati Reds fan out of northern Kentucky in Newport.
Hi, Malik.
Malik Yosri.
Hi.
Ardamagadi. Ardamagadi.
Ardamagadi? What's the definition?
Ardamagadi is a Prakrit language of North India used in a large part of the Jain canon.
Can I have all the information?
Ardamagadi is a noun. I have only that pronunciation, Ardamagadi. It's from Sanskrit. Ardamagadi is a Prakrit language of North India used in a large part of the Jain canon. The central text of Jainism is the Agamas, written in Ardamagadi.
Ardamagadi. A-R-D-A-M-A-G-A-D-I.
Ardhamagadi is spelled Ardhamagadi.
Okay, thank you.
Alec came all the way from Kuwait. This really has become a worldwide competition.
No need to touch it. It moves around on its own.
Hey, Dr. Billy.
Howdy. How are you?
Naqib
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I think we're doing
Baton
fairly
Rouge.
well here. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, this word has a homonym. The word is gaffe. This gaffe is a social or diplomatic blunder or clumsy mistake.
Can you please repeat the definition?
A social or diplomatic blunder or clumsy mistake.
Did you say it in a sentence?
After realizing that he had eaten his soup with the dessert spoon, Roscoe concentrated on getting through the formal dinner without committing another horrible gaffe.
It's a part of speech.
Noun.
Please repeat the word again.
Gaffe.
Gaffe. G-A-F-F-E, gaffe.
That is correct.
Ebullience. Ebullience is A, exuberance, B, allegiance, C, defiance.
Ebullience is C, defiance.
Ebullience is A, exuberance.
Great job.
Sometimes it's really hard to swallow. You work so hard. Shrutika knows.
Hello,
She came
Dr.
here 4
Bailey.
times.
Howdy.
I do.
How are you doing, Caroline?
Good.
This word has a homonym. The word is oud. This oud is a musical instrument of southwestern Asia and northern Africa resembling a mandolin.
Oud. May I have all the information, please?
Oud is the only pronunciation I have. Oud is a noun from Arabic. And oud is a musical instrument of southwestern Asia and northern Africa resembling a mandolin. As he passed the alleyway, Hamid heard a few plaintive notes from an oud.
May I have the language of origin again?
Arabic.
Oud.
Another tough homonym here.
O-O-D-E. Oud.
I'm sorry, oud is spelled O-U-D.
Thank you.
And it seems counterintuitive, but those one-syllable words sometimes are the toughest.
Definitely.
Howdy, James.
Hi.
Philistine, or Philistin, or Philistine, or Philistin.
Can I have the definition, please?
Sure. Philistine means oblivious to aesthetics, insensitive.
Can I have the origin?
It's from a word that went from Hebrew to Greek to Latin to English.
Philistine. P-H-I-L-I-S-T-I-N-E. Philistine.
That is correct.
Shrutika, we mentioned 4 times here. Maybe you can give us a clue on what kept you coming back after he guesses this.
Quixotic.
vocab.
Someone described as quixotic tends to be A, idealistic, B, pessimistic, C, sarcastic.
C, sarcastic.
Someone described as quixotic tends to be A, idealistic.
Thank you.
Thank you, James.
James Granger has 2 more chances to come back. What was it that kept you at this?
Good morning. For the words.
Good morning, Leah.
Good answer. There's plenty of them. Here's Leah Ismail.
Corrigan.
From the New
It's
Orleans
a long-haired,
area.
nocturnal, often malevolent Breton fairy sorceress.
Corrigan. May I have all the information?
Yes, Corrigan has no alternate pronunciations. Corrigan is a noun from Breton, which is a Celtic language of northwestern France. A Corrigan is a long-haired, nocturnal, often malevolent Breton fairy sorceress. When Lionel thought he saw a Corrigan in the lobby of his building, he knew he was working too hard and needed to get more sleep.
Corrigan. C-O-R-O-G-O-N-E. Corrigan.
Corrigan is spelled K-O-R-R-I-G-A-N. Thank you, Leah.
Leah was one of our younger competitors. She can still have 4 more opportunities to join us here in Washington.
Hi, Chidu.
Good morning.
Galavat.
It's from Shreveport.
Galavat. I have all the information.
Galavat has only that pronunciation. Galavat is a noun. It's probably from a word that passed from Latin to Spanish to Portuguese. A galavat is an East Indian ship propelled by sails and oars and often armed and used by pirates. A galavat typically had 2 sails and up to 20 benches on either side for oarsmen and was sometimes equipped with a small cannon or 2.
Galavat. G-A-L-L-I-V-A-T. Galavat.
That is correct.
And that schwa was no trouble for him.
And that second syllable, that sound.
Amiably.
Often
Something done
speller's
amiably is done A, in a quick manner, B, in a friendly manner, C, in a stylish manner.
B, in a friendly manner.
That is correct.
Sailing through for the 8th grader from St. Frederick School in Monroe, Louisiana. And now
Hi,
Esme
Esme.
Hi.
Filippo.
Ergatogyne or ergotogyne.
Could I have the definition, please?
Yes, it's a wingless queen ant resembling a worker.
Could I have the language of origin, please?
Ergatogyne is from Greek.
Ergatogyne. E-R-G-A-T-O-G-Y-N-E. Ergatogyne.
That is correct.
Jocularity. What is jocularity? A, the enjoyment of riding horses. B, a tendency to say amusing things. C, being athletic and good at sports.
Jocularity is C, being athletic and good at sports.
Jocularity is B, a tendency to say amusing things.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kritika, that word ergatogyne made me wonder if you recognize Greek roots, and like your other subjects, you're taking it brown now.
100%. They're everywhere.
Howdy, Quinn.
Once you know what they look like.
Ahura Mazda.
Ahura Mazda, can I have the definition?
The supreme being represented as a deity of goodness and light in Zoroastrianism.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have Ahura Mazda, Ahura Mazda, and Ahura Mazda.
Ahura Mazda. A-H-U-R-A-M-A-Z-D-A. Ahura Mazda.
That is correct.
Rollicking. Something described as rollicking is A, joyful, B, misleading, C, challenging.
Something described as rollicking is A, joyful?
That is correct.
So Quint Carlson goes rollicking on to round 3.
Hello, Dr. Bailey.
Hello, Bindi. Gippsland.
Gippsland. and D, Gippsland.
That is correct.
She didn't even let him tell us it's an Australian geographical name.
Abstemious. An abstemious person is likely to A, make people laugh, B, spend carelessly, C, eat sparingly.
A, make people laugh.
An abstemious person is likely to C, eat sparingly.
Another young one. Bindi can come back 3 more times if she keeps winning.
Hi, Lauren.
Lauren Marilena from nearby North Potomac, Maryland.
Croquembouche.
Okay, please have all the information.
Croquembouche is the only pronunciation I see. Croquembouche is a noun. It's from a French word. A croquembouche is a cone-shaped stack of cream puffs coated with caramelized sugar. Oh, I want one. Frederick and Annabelle chose to serve a traditional croquembouche at their wedding, but in the shape of the Eiffel Tower.
Okay, croquembouche. C-R-O-Q-U-E-M-B-O-U-C-H-E, croquembouche.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Spontaneity. What is spontaneity? A, official or financial support. B, the trait of being impulsive. C, lack of substance.
B, the trait of being impulsive.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Hi, Luke.
Good morning, Dr. Bailey.
This word has a homonym. The word is tamale. This is the liver of the lobster. Tamale or tamale or tamale.
Can I have all the information?
Yes. Tamale, tamale, tamale is a noun from Caribbean, which is an indigenous language of Central and South America. Tamale is the liver of the lobster. Although tamale has historically been considered a delicacy, it can collect and concentrate pollutants and toxins.
Tamale. T-O-M-A-L-L-E-Y. Tamale.
That is correct.
There are enough lobsters around here. Someone might make a tamale. That was the homonym.
Treatise. A treatise is most like A, a wagon, B, a dessert, C, an essay.
A treatise is most like C, an essay.
That is correct.
Well done by Luke Noblezada from Ellicott City, nearby.
Howdy, Arya.
Howdy.
Tachycardia.
Tachycardia. Does this come from tachy, meaning fast Greek?
Yes.
Does this come from cardia, meaning heart Greek?
You're on the right track.
Tachycardia. T-A-C-H-Y-C-A-R-D-I-A. Tachycardia.
That is correct.
Confirmation from the roots.
Zeitgeist. Zeitgeist is A, the cultural and intellectual spirit of an era. B, the celebration of an anniversary. C, an ecological event that resets a biological clock.
A, the cultural and intellectual spirit of an era.
That is correct.
And this B's been part of the zeitgeist for 100 years now. How about that? Aruke Raeva.
Hi, Aruke.
Hello.
From White Plains here in Maryland.
Cavaletti. Cavaletti is a series of timber jumps that are adjustable in height for schooling horses. Cavaletti.
May I have all the information, please?
Cavaletti has only that pronunciation, cavaletti. It's a noun which came from Italian, which formed it from a Latin word. Cavaletti is a series of timber jumps that are adjustable in series for schooling horses. Black Beauty easily jumped over the Cavaletti as Justin watched with pride.
Cavaletti, C-A-V-A-L-E-T-T-I, Cavaletti.
Cavaletti is spelled C-A-V-A-L-L-E-T-T-I.
Okay.
That is so often the trick with Italian. Which consonant is single and which is double?
Hello.
Hi, Dr. Bailey.
Scamogs.
Could you repeat it?
Scamogs. It's cat sharks of a family of galeoid sharks. It's used in southern Africa, a plural noun. Scamogs.
Scamogs. S-K-A-A-M-O-O-G. Scamogs.
That is correct.
Dutch and Afrikaans famous for double vowels.
Utilitarian.
That was
if
double,
something
double.
is utilitarian, it A, is well insulated, B, works quickly, C, has a useful function.
C has a useful function.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So Megan Barrientos of Salisbury, Maryland moves on. We have had 100 spellers step up to the mic now, and so far 73 of them have moved on to that round 3 test. 27 heard the sound of that bell that nobody ever wants to hear. Here's a question for you. Would you like to see local and regional bees in more communities around our country? I know I would. So here's what you need to do. Scan that QR code on your screen or pick out your phone, text spelling, S-P-E-L-L-I-N-G, to 50155, and you can make a donation to the Bee Leave program. That's going to increase access to the bee with our new collaboration with Teach for America. And some of you don't know what that is. So we're going to find out. Here with us is Steve Major. He is the Chief External Affairs Officer for Teach for America. So Steve, like I said, some people don't know what that is, but it's a pretty big deal. Tell us what Teach for America is.
Sure. Well, Teach for America is a national organization that recruits purpose-driven young people to teach in rural and urban communities across our country, high-need schools. In fact, we are in more than 350 communities across our country.
So the donations that we're talking about with the Bee Leave program, how would that help Teach for America schools get involved with the spelling bee? How's that going to work?
Sure. Well, we're a proud supporter of the National Spelling Bee, and we believe in increasing access to this great program. So part of the program involves us. Scripps has been generous enough to ensure that there is free enrollment in all of our partner schools across the country so that more young people get a chance to participate in the bee and perhaps even get a shot to come here one day.
That's what's been so clear over the years. If an area didn't have an opportunity and then that access was created, it's uncanny how quickly we see a speller go deep in it. So that's what you're talking about. Areas that maybe wouldn't be able to afford to put on a competition otherwise now have a chance to send spellers to Washington.
Absolutely. I mean, what we find is that young people really get energized by the possibility of participating in the bee, of doing great things. And so we want to just increase that access for them. You know, every community, we believe every community in America should be spelling bee communities. And that's why we're so proud to be partnering with you this year because, you know, our missions are very much aligned. We believe that educators make a great impact on young people across this country, inspiring them to do great things. And that's what we want this partnership to be about, inspiring more young people to participate in the bee.
Steve Majors with Teach for America, and you said energize there, that spelling bees can energize students. Can you think of some examples of maybe a student or someplace where that spark was lit because of involvement in the spelling bee and that led to bigger and better things?
Yeah, absolutely. What we know to be true is is, and I'm sure you know, your young spellers go on to do incredible things. And you know, to date, I would tell you, we have 70,000 Teach for America teachers, tutors, and alumni of our program who have gone on to do great things. And some of them, in fact, have been spelling bee champs in their own communities. And those folks have gone on to join Teach for America. Some of them have become state and district teachers of the year. They've become superintendents, policymakers, elected leaders, tech entrepreneurs. And so what I find to be true is this sort of, to use the word energize, this energizing experience, I think teaches young people that they can go on to do great things in their lives.
Well, and I'm thinking, as you just said that, there might be people watching and said, hey, I'm a teacher. I'd love to do something like that. I don't know how your recruitment process works, but if somebody wants to get involved as a teacher in a Teach for America school, what's the best way for them to do that?
Absolutely. Well, we're sending out information to all of our teachers, and what I would ask them to do is to watch our social feeds. We're promoting our partnership with the Scripps National Spelling Bee this year, and we'll be pushing out information for them. And I would ask if they believe that they, to use your pun, if they believe they would like to be part of the bee, to go to contact somebody at Teach for America, and we'll ensure that their young people get a chance to participate.
This is the 100th year of the bee. I'm just wondering if you have any favorite bee memories from watching over the years, or even just being here so far in this 100th year.
Yeah, I've had incredible memories. I would tell you, it takes me back. I was a spelling bee kid myself. I still remember the word that knocked me out. But being here last night and watching these young folks gather and being here today just brought me back to sort of that sense of excitement that was here. And I will also tell you, yesterday evening, we had the great pleasure of presenting the Educator of the Year Award. There's an incredible educator, Nikki Montana, who is the beneficiary of that award. And we believe in lifting up great teachers because we know that they are the spark that really makes sort of that experience happen for young people in our classrooms.
Well, and if there's anything else you want to share, feel free, but I can't let you get away with it. You said you still remember the word that knocked you out, so I have to ask you what it was and how you spell it.
The word was 4C. Obviously, today I know it's F-O-R-E-S-E-E. I forgot the E. I will tell you, though, every time I sit down to spell that word today, I still take a beat and think to myself, am I going to get it correct this time?
You couldn't have foreseen that one coming, huh?
Could not have.
Telegnosis, as we learned.
This is a 4-wall carpeted room on Thursday night. It takes about 2.5 days to get this turned into a television studio.
It literally takes an army to make this happen.
And what do you think? Bee Week is the Super Bowl for all of our spellers out there.
This is new for the Centennial. This is the More Than Words exhibit. We've got a whole bunch of different artifacts and pictures, and some of which have never been seen outside of the Scripps building before.
We're going to welcome 243 spellers, and this is our first chance to meet them and interact with them.
My favorite part of coming here is really the kids.
I am over the moon to be here at the Bee this year, especially with the 100th anniversary.
My message to the spellers, when you get to the mic, take a deep breath, breathe, and take it all in.
This year's Bee is epic.
The rock star of all bees.
Spectacular.
This year's Bee is going to be beautiful.
Beautiful indeed. Welcome back to the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee, and with us now live is our reigning 2024 champion. Welcome back, Bruhat Soma. What has your reign been like so far?
It's been so great. You know, there's been so many opportunities, a lot of TV shows and interviews I was called on, a lot of recognitions. Honestly, I never really expected all of this, so it was just great, the community outreach.
And now you're back for the 100th year. You've already had some fun with the Champion Showdown last night. You had a lot of roles in that. I bet you get recognized a lot, do you?
Yeah, it still goes on, and especially here at Bee Week, because everyone knows who I am. I feel like a celebrity, you know, signing all those autographs and taking pictures with so many new spellers. And yeah, this is really a great experience so far.
Well, since you're here and they're there, what's your best piece of advice for the spellers who want to be in your shoes and hold up that trophy at the end of Thursday night?
So there's a lot of advice I can give, but I'd say the best piece of advice is, when you're on stage, be as confident as you can. Remember, if you misspell one word, you're out. So remember to be confident, because that is the key to be able to spell your words correct. Look at only the judges. Don't be distracted by anyone else. And I'd say that's the best tip for now.
Some pretty healthy tips right there. We're going to watch together, and you can help us break down some of the words. But one more question. Who did you like better pronouncing the words, Dr. Bailey or Guillermo?
Definitely Dr. Bailey.
I thought you'd say that. All right, let's see some of these spellers who want to be in Brew Hut's shoes, and more importantly, hoist that trophy that he did. We're going to watch together and go back to the stage now as the competition continues here in the preliminary rounds. So speller number 101 is from the Boston area,
How are you?
13-year-old 8th grader.
Good. Let's get started.
Sapna Malhotra.
Your word is gabbro.
Gabbro. Can I please have the origin?
Originally Latin, this word came through Italian before becoming English.
Can I please have the definition?
A rock of a family of granular igneous rocks composed essentially of calcic plagioclase, a ferromagnesian mineral, and accessory minerals.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I see only gabbro.
Gabbro. G-A-B-B-R-O. Gabbro.
That is correct.
And your round 2 vocabulary word is gullibility. What does gullibility refer to? A, being extremely generous. B, being unable to find satisfaction. C, being easily tricked.
Gullibility means C, easily being tricked.
That is correct.
Which is not a quality you can attach to Sapna after she didn't fall for what they hoped would be a gullible speller, whoever wrote those clues. Let's get our next speller.
Your word is stroganoff.
Stroganoff. May I have all the information?
Stroganoff, also stroganoff, is an adjective. This word is from a Russian name. It means sliced thin and cooked in a sauce of meat stock, sour cream, mustard, onion, and condiments. As in, Tyrone prepared beef stroganoff for the mayor's visit. Stroganoff, stroganoff.
Stroganoff. S-T-R-O-G-A-N-O-F-F. Stroganoff.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Well, that was a breeze for him. He's a returning person, and off
For
he goes
round
to
2
round 2.
vocabulary, your word is impasse. An impasse is A, a paragraph of text, B, a bridge over a canal, C, a road that can't be traveled. Impasse.
An impasse is C, a road that can't be traveled.
Correct.
Thank you.
I think he heard your advice about being confident, too. He seemed very confident there.
Yeah, I know. He had definitely that.
Juliet, your word is Guidonian.
May I have the definition?
Guidonian means of or relating to the theories of a certain medieval music theorist, especially relating to his system of solfege and theory of movable hexachords.
Guidonian. G-U-I-D-O-N-I-A-N. Guidonian.
That is correct.
And for round 2 vocabulary, your word is schism. A schism is A, a division into 2 disagreeing groups, B, a metamorphic crystalline rock, C, a clever plan.
B, a metamorphic crystalline rock.
Schism is A division into 2 disagreeing groups. Fine effort.
3 more years of eligibility remaining for Juliet. Next up from Michigan, we have Ainsley Gastmeyer.
Howdy.
Hi, Ainsley. Your word is kungri. This kungri is a noun. It means a small, portable, earthenware-lined wicker basket used as a warming stove in Kashmir. Kungri.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I see only kungri.
Kungry. C-U-N-G-R-Y, Kungry?
I'm sorry, kungri is K-A-N-G-R-I.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Fine effort, agency.
Yeah, the language of origin might have helped for that. That's from Hindi, and Hindi has the K usually for the k sound.
Your word is
a lot of the schwas from
sannyasi.
Hindi are A's.
Sannyasi is a noun. It means a wandering mendicant Hindu ascetic, a holy man. A monk is specifically one belonging to a Brahmin or Jain order comprising men in the fourth ashrama.
Sannyasi. S-A-N-Y-A-S-I. Sannyasi.
Sannyasi is S-A-N-N-Y-A-S-I.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Divya, another youngster. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was a very tricky word and surprising back-to-back Hindi words.
Hi,
you don't always
Elliot.
see that.
Hi.
Yeah.
Your word is colluctation.
Colluctation. Can I have all the information, please?
Colluctation is a noun. This word is from Latin. It means a struggle. The all-night colluctation between Jacob and the angel is one of Beth's favorite Bible stories.
Colluctation. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have only colluctation.
Colluctation. C-O-L-L-U-C-T-A-T-I-O-N. Colluctation.
That is correct.
No colluctation for her. Makes me wonder, Brewhut, if you ever worked any of these words into
And
your
for round two vocabulary, your
Let's get a
word is
vocab, then you can
gaggle.
think about it.
A gaggle is a group of A, apes, B, dolphins, C, geese.
A gaggle is a group of C, geese.
That is correct.
Okay, and she's really confident. I see.
Oh, she even gave us a pirouette. Spell that while you're at it.
Hello.
There's Josiah.
Hi,
Lurkey.
Josiah. Your word is myrack.
Can I please have all the information?
Myrack is a noun. There's no origin for this word in our dictionary. Myrack in astronomy means a red giant star of the second magnitude that is seen in the constellation Andromeda. Stargazers often use Myrack to find the Andromeda galaxy.
Myrack. M-I-R-A-C-H. Myrack.
That is correct.
And even a couple of spellers earlier, we even saw Mirak, which is a type of
And for
star.
round two
They can even
vocabulary,
get
your word is
confused with that a
grotto.
lot.
What is a grotto? A hollow place that forms a natural shelter often on the side of a hill. B, a group of soldiers who desert from the armed forces. C, a mortar used to bind and secure structural brickwork.
A grotto is a hollow place that forms a natural shelter often on the side of a hill.
Correct.
Xander, your word is sciatica.
Can I have all the information, please?
Sciatica, also pronounced sciatica, is a noun. This word is from an originally Greek word that passed into Latin before becoming English. Sciatica means pain along the course of a nerve situated in the region of or affecting the hip and especially in the leg, caused by compression, inflammation, or reflex mechanism. As Alicia struggled out of bed, she complained of sciatica in her left leg. Sciatica, sciatica.
Sciatica. C-I-A-T-T-I-C-A. Sciatica.
Sciatica is S-C-I-A-T-I-C-A.
Great work, Xander.
It's a word most people don't become familiar with till a little later on in life.
Eliza, your word is Bartokian.
Can I have the definition, please?
Bartokian means of, relating to, or suggestive of a certain Hungarian composer or his musical compositions. There's Bartokian, Bartokian, and Bartokian.
Can I have the language of origin, please?
This word is from a Hungarian name and an English element.
Obviously way easier if you know the name.
That's the critical component here. In these early rounds, these words are coming from a list the spellers were given. But sometimes that can be more pressure, isn't it? To remember everything on the list?
Remember everything on the list.
Bartokian.
Just
G
endlessly studying those words.
R-T-A-K-I-A-N. Bartokian.
I'm sorry, Bartokian is B-A-R-T-O-K-I-A-N.
Thank you.
Fine effort. Ishika, your word is nival.
Nival?
Nival.
Can I please have all the information?
Nival is an adjective. This word is from Latin. It means characterized by, abounding with, or living in or under snow. As in Dr. Sorensen's thesis explores deer and caribou reactions to nival conditions. Nival.
Nival? Nival. N-I-V-A-L. Nival.
That is correct.
Spot on. Just short and sweet.
Sometimes you want to make it a little crazy.
Vocabulary, your word is abolish. To abolish is A, to clean until shiny, B, to do away with wholly, C, to cook over low heat.
Okay, this is something we usually learn in history class.
Can you please repeat the word?
Abolish.
Abolish. To abolish is B, to do away with Wally.
That is correct.
Were there any kind of words that you would have abolished from the B if you had your way?
Oh yeah, I would abolish all those random hard words that I would know.
Your word is
so I could win.
thuluth.
Thuluth. Can I please have the definition?
Thuluth is one of the chief forms of Arabic and Persian script.
Thuluth. Can you please use it in a sentence?
The flag of Saudi Arabia features script written in Thuluth.
Thuluth. T-H-U-L-U-T-H. Thuluth.
That is correct.
One of those words that's easier to spell than it is to say?
Yeah, this one.
For round two vocabulary, your word is veneer. What is a veneer? A thin sheet of wood. B, a smile given mockingly. C, a public auction.
She might think auctioneer from option C.
Veneer is B, a smile given mockingly.
I'm sorry, veneer is A, a thin sheet of wood.
It looks like B was the definition of sneer, too.
Yeah, or people wear veneers on their teeth, or it could be a false front. Some of those vocab answers can really throw you off.
How are you, Sanvi?
I'm good, thank
Good.
you.
Your word is jamada.
May I have all of the information, please?
Jamada is a noun. This word is from Arabic. Jamada means either of 2 months of the Islamic year. Both the 5th and the 6th month of the Islamic year are called Jamada, with suffixes attached to specify which one is meant. Jamada.
Jamada. J-U-M-A-D-A. Jamada.
That is correct.
Thank you.
For round two vocabulary, your word is humdrum. Something described as humdrum has A, an exciting and up-tempo rhythm, B, a mythical or fairy tale quality, C, a routine or commonplace character.
Something described as humdrum has C, a routine or commonplace character.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So she just needed to know the idea of the word because all of the options were opposite to each other.
How about that? So Sanvi moves on.
Good morning, Carter.
Now, Carter Peterson.
Your word has a homonym,
From
so listen to a little information here. The word is rias or rayas. This word is a plural noun, and it means Scandinavian hand-woven rugs with a deep, resilient, comparatively flat pile. Rias, rayas.
Could you use it in a sentence, please?
At the market in Oslo, Lisbeth shops for colorful rayas to add to her new apartment. Rias,
That's her first
rayas.
in a while.
Rayas. R-H-I-A-S. Rayas.
Rayas is R-Y-A-S.
Thank you.
Good job.
Drew Hutt, I don't know if I've asked you before. Maybe after this word, you can tell us what first got you interested in the bee, in competing here.
Gemma, your word is berceuse. Berceuse or berceuse. This is a noun. It means a lullaby.
Can I have a language of origin?
This word is from a French word.
Could you use it in a sentence?
Priya hummed a berceuse to her daughter in the crib to soothe her to sleep.
Berceuse. B-E-R-C-E-U-S-E. Berceuse.
That is correct.
Yeah, I'd love to talk about, what got me interested, but, let's wait for, these few
For round
spellers,
2 vocabulary, your word is transience.
an elongated
Transience
break,
is the state of A, lasting
love
only a
talking
short
about
time, B, being highly educated, C, peacefulness or calmness.
Transience is the state of A lasting only a short time.
That is correct.
So I think C is like tranquility, so similar transience, but she nailed it.
She sure did. Here's Jaden Go.
He's returning from last year,
Jaden,
too.
your
I
word is
remember him.
Jungian.
I'm sure he remembers you too.
Can I have the definition, please?
Jungian means of, relating to, or having the characteristics of the psychological doctrines of a particular Swiss psychologist.
Jungian. J-U-N-G-I-A-N. Jungian.
Jaden, that's correct.
And a breath of relief after spelling
For round
that
2
word right.
vocabulary, your word is pallor. What is pallor? A, dizziness. B, pride in one's accomplishment. C, abnormal lack of color.
C. Abnormal lack of color.
That is correct.
An intimidating word can sometimes cause in the face of a speller.
Eli, your word is Terre Haute.
Terre Haute, may I have the language of origin?
This word entry is it's a U.S. geographical name.
Terre Haute, may I have the definition?
It's a city on the Wabash River in western Indiana.
Okay,
Terre
we're
Haute.
moving to geography now.
T-E-R-R-A-H-O-T-E, Terre Haute.
I'm sorry, Terre Haute is T-E-R-R-E-H-A-U-T-E.
Thank you.
Good effort.
And if you haven't seen that one on a map or driven through there in Indiana, a little trickier to figure
Charles,
out.
your word is in silico.
May I have all the information?
In silico is an adverb. This word entry is from Latin. In silico means in or on a computer, done or produced by using computer software or simulation. As in, it is one thing to run your experiment in silico, said Dr. Karpalis, but quite another to perform it in an actual lab. In silico.
In silico.
Okay, that's cool.
I-N-S-I-L-I-C-O. In silico.
That is correct.
2 compound entries in a row. Pretty nice.
And how much of your studying was in silico?
And for round 2 vocabulary, your word is rubric. What would one use a rubric for? A, loosening tough or compacted soil. B, recording oral testimony during a trial. C, grading or scoring academic papers.
One would use a rubric for C, grading or scoring academic papers.
Charles, that's correct.
Thank you.
And Charles Mueller-Thompson would pass on any rubric. Did you use the computer a lot for your studying?
Yeah, a lot.
I had a feeling.
Wade, why don't you come just a little closer to the mic? There you go.
Technology so much these
Your
days.
word is diaphanous.
Diaphanous. Can I have the definition, please?
Diaphanous means characterized by such fineness and delicacy of texture as to permit seeing through, usually with a high degree of clarity.
Diaphanous. D-I-A-P-H-A-N-O-U-S. Diaphanous.
That is correct.
Oh yeah, this
Thank
brings
you.
back memories. Guillermo asked me this word, but he pronounced it like the
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is
It was
eschew.
so funny.
What does it mean to eschew? A, to spit out. B, to shun. C, to decorate.
To eschew means B, to shun.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So 5th grader Wade Salvi moving on to that round 3 test.
Remember, they
Hi,
take
Emmeline.
100 from the
Emmeline,
round 3
sorry,
test to
Emmeline.
move on to quarterfinals.
Your word is chèvre.
May I please have all of the information?
Chèvre, also pronounced chèvre, is a noun. This word is from French. Chèvre means a cheese made from goat's milk. Deciding he wanted to make his own chèvre, Robert closely followed the instructions he'd found online. Chèvre or chèvre?
Chèvre. C-H-E-V-R-E. Chèvre.
That is correct.
Have you ever tried that, Drew Hutt? Chèvre?
No, but I've eaten so many other cheeses.
And for
Just
round
not
2
that one.
vocabulary, your word
like
is
it with honey and
grandiloquent.
jalapenos.
Something
It's good.
described as grandiloquent
Maybe I should
is
try it after this
A,
speech.
marked by lofty language,
Amen.
B, overwhelming in scale, C, clumsy because of great size.
Something described as grandiloquent is A, marked by lofty language.
That is correct.
So the main root that helps with this is the Latin root locally, meaning to speak. A is the only one related to speaking, so...
Anya, your word is alouette.
Can I have the definition, please?
Alouette means any of various South and Central American monkeys having a long prehensile tail and a peculiar enlargement of the hyoid and laryngeal apparatus, enabling them to make remarkable howling noises, called also howler monkey, alouette.
I like this word. It
Alouette.
sounds so cool.
Can you say it again?
Alouette.
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 Yeah,
Alouette.
big difference there. It's not a football team in Montreal.
Alouette. A-L-L-O-U-A-T-E. Alouette.
Alouette is A-L-O-U-A-T-T-E.
Thank you.
Let's try on you.
So we've had astronomy, geography, medicine, and their little zoology.
Yeah.
What's
All
next?
types of fields are being covered here.
Jocelyn, listen carefully because your word could be confused with others. The word is Akum. Akum is a noun. It means a star worshiper of an ancient Semitic people that occupied Chaldea.
Okay, so
Akum.
now we're touching religion
Could I have
too.
all of the information?
Certainly. Akum is a noun. This word is from Hebrew. It means a star worshiper of an ancient Semitic people that occupied Chaldea. The Akum cast a propitious horoscope for the king on the day of the battle. Akum.
Occam. A-K-K-U-M. Occam.
Jocelyn, that's correct.
Double K is not a very common combo, is it?
Yeah.
And
Very
your round
tricky
2
word.
vocabulary word is talisman. A talisman is supposed to A, follow closely behind someone in a race, B, ward off evil, C, support the weight of the legs.
A talisman is supposed to A, follow closely behind somebody in a race.
I think she got confused with like
Talisman is
talesman or
B,
something like
it's
that.
supposed to ward off evil. Fine
That was
effort.
a tough one if you thought a talesman.
And you don't have much time to decide.
Exactly,
How
only
are you,
30
Sagan?
seconds.
Pretty good. How
3
about you?
options.
Good. Your word is mascarpone.
Could I please have all of the information?
Mascarpone
Okay, so
is a
another
noun.
cheese.
This word is from Italian. It means an Italian cream cheese. Luca likes to use mascarpone when making cheesecake. Mascarpone.
Mascarpone. Can I please have the definition again?
An Italian cream cheese.
Mascarpone. M-A-S-C-A-R-P-O-N-E. Mascarpone.
That is correct.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is rebuff. A rebuff is A, a headache, B, a course of physical therapy, C, a snub or rejection.
Is there any information I'm allowed to ask?
Just the word again, which is rebuff.
B, a course of physical therapy.
A rebuff is C, a snub or rejection.
Thank you.
Good job. Good effort.
It's still really hard to see really good spellers go out on a multiple choice like that.
How are you, Yuva?
I'm good. How are you?
You ready?
Yes.
Here we go. Your word is seton.
Seton. Can I have the definition, please?
Seton means one or more threads or horsehairs or a strip of linen introduced beneath the skin by a knife or needle to form a suture.
Seton. Can I have the language of origin?
The language of origin is Latin.
Okay, and can I have seton in a sentence, please?
The veterinarian repaired the horse's fistula with a seton, taking care to ensure proper drainage.
Seton. S-E-T-O-N. Seton.
That is correct.
Nice job by him. That's a pretty tricky schwa there.
And for your round 2 vocabulary word, your word is sepulchral. Something described as sepulchral. A, consists of 7 parts. B, resembles floral leaves. C, has qualities suggestive of a funeral.
Sepulchral. Can you pronounce the word again?
Sepulchral.
Something described as sepulchral is C, has qualities suggestive of a funeral.
That is correct.
Thank you.
All people recognize that word sepulcher. Little connection drawn there. Ananya Agarwal.
Ananya, your word is hokote.
Can I have the definition, please?
The edible purplish fruit of a common tropical American shrub or small tree with compound leaves and purple paniculate flowers. Hokote.
Hokote?
Hokote.
Hokote. Can I have all the information?
Hokote is a noun. This word passed from Nahuatl to American Spanish. It means the edible purplish fruit of a common tropical American shrub or small tree with compound leaves and purple paniculate flowers, as in, Javier will let the hokote ripen before eating it, since he knows that the unripe fruit would be bitter.
Hokote. J-O-C-O-T-E, hokote?
That is correct.
Spanish pretty consistent.
Stay right here for your round 2 vocabulary word, which is pernicious. Something described as pernicious is A, tasty, B, colorful, C, destructive.
Can I hear the word again?
Pernicious.
C, destructive?
That is correct.
Hi, Dr. Sitsuma.
How are you, Beckett?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. Your word is phobos.
5th grader from Missouri.
Phobos. Can I get all the information, please?
Phobos, also pronounced phobos, is a noun. There's no origin given for this word. In astronomy, Phobos is the larger and innermost of the 2 moons of Mars, with an irregular shape and a diameter of approximately 15.6 miles. Phobos is on an eventual collision course with Mars. Phobos, Phobos.
Phobos, are there... oh, wait, never mind, sorry. Phobos.
Those ones with unknown origin
Phobos.
are always tough.
P-H-O-B-O-S, Phobos?
That is correct.
And for round 2 vocabulary, your word is illicitly. Something done illicitly is done A, unlawfully, B, generously, C, irritably.
Something done illicitly is done A, unlawfully.
There's nothing illicit about that. That's correct.
Will, your word is sprints. This sprints is a noun and it means a hard cheese suitable for grating. Sprints or sprints?
Sprints. S-B-R-I-N-Z. Sprints.
That is correct.
That was a tough one.
And for round 2 vocabulary, your word is sophomoric. Someone described as sophomoric is A, exhausted, B, immature, C, elegant.
C, elegant.
Someone described as sophomoric is B, immature.
Guess you
Good
gotta
job.
make the
Good job.
connection to like a sophomore here. Like sophomores are like in their younger years of high school, so
Like you
I
pretty
guess
soon?
immature kind of. Well, actually, I'm gonna be a freshman next year,
Yeah, 2 years from now.
Yeah,
I'll be a
2 years.
sophomore.
Hi, Scott.
and I'll
Your
still
word
be
is
immature, I guess.
katana.
Sophomore.
Katana is a noun. It means a single-edged sword that is the longer of a pair worn by the Japanese samurai. Katana.
Katana. K-A-T-A-N-A. Katana.
That is correct.
Pure Japanese words. The K, the A, everything. And you got it
And
spot
for
on.
round 2 vocabulary, your word is trounce. What does it mean to trounce? A, to trim with decorative edging. B, to win victory over in a decisive manner. C, to pay undue attention to details.
Trounce means B, to win victory over in a decisive manner.
Scott, that's correct.
Thank you.
Ruhud, how did you handle that reality of your word seems harder or easier than the one before or after it?
Well, you know, it's like
Good morning. How are you?
you can't complain
Kunal?
about it. You gotta just
Good.
know
Your word is
own
carrageenan.
Just don't focus on that.
Can I have all the
and you'll be
information?
fine.
Carrageenan is a noun. This word is from an Irish place name plus an English element. Carrageenan means a linear, typically gel-forming polysaccharide extracted from various red algae that is often used in the food and beverage industry as a thickener, stabilizer, and suspending agent, especially to improve texture, viscosity, and shelf life. Carrageenan has been added to processed foods since the 1950s and has no nutritional value, although it may help fight infections. Carrageenan.
Carrageenan, are there any alternate pronunciations?
I see only carrageenan.
Carrageenan. C-A-R-R-A. G-E-E-N-A-N. Carrageenan.
That is correct.
Seen this on a lot of food labels, but that doesn't make it not a tough word. It's still pretty hard.
And for round
Good
2
place to look
vocabulary,
for
your word
words.
is
Exactly.
juxtapose. What does it mean to juxtapose? A, to place side by side. B, to appear in court. C, to sit for a length of time for a portrait.
C is definitely the definition of pose.
Juxtapose means A, to place side by side.
That is correct.
But Kunal did not get tricked by that. He knew exactly what juxtapose meant.
Natalie Linthicum from Coffee,
Natalie,
Missouri.
your word is kiva.
Can I have all the information, please?
Yeah, kiva is a noun. This word is from Hopi, a Native American language. Kiva means a Pueblo Indian structure used as a ceremonial, council, work, and lounging room for men that is usually round and is at least partly underground with entrance and lighting from the roof, and that includes a fireplace and altar. Visitors to Mesa Verde National Park can descend by ladder into a kiva.
Can I have the definition again?
A Pueblo Indian structure used as a ceremonial, council, work, and lounging room for men that is usually round and is at least partially underground with entrance and lighting from the roof, and that includes a fireplace and altar.
Could we hear you say it?
Kiva. Kiva. K-E-V-A-H. Kiva.
I'm sorry, kiva is K-I-V-A. Thank you, Natalie.
Yeah, just one of those short words that can trip you up.
If you haven't seen
Gotta
it.
keep those as simple as you can. No hidden tricks.
Kushi, your word is icosahedron.
May I have the definition?
A figure or solid formed by 20 plane faces.
Can I have the language of origin?
This word is from Greek.
Could you use it in a sentence?
The icosahedron occurs frequently in nature in molecular and viral structures.
Could you repeat the word?
Icosahedron, also icosahedron, icosahedron, and icosahedron.
Something you might maybe learn in
Icosahedron.
geometry class if you get that to that many sides.
Icosahedron. Icosahedron.
That is correct.
Yeah, a 20-sided figure is pretty significant.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is windbaggery. What is windbaggery? A method of measuring air current speeds. B, pompous, meaningless talk. C, a style of rope making.
Windbaggery is B, pompous, meaningless talk.
That's correct.
No need for that at the B. Ruby Wang, all the way from Missoula, Montana.
Ruby, your word is Kriegspiel.
Kriegspiel.
Kriegspiel. Kriegspiel, or Kriegspiel.
Ah.
Follows German patterns.
Kriegspiel. Kriegspiel.
That is correct.
Looks like she knows her German.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is incinerate. What does it mean to incinerate? A, to bend the head or body forward. B, to cause to burn to ashes. C, to plunge into water.
B, to cause to burn to ashes.
That is correct.
So Ruby is moving on.
Hello.
Hi, Rian. Your word is succès-fou.
Succès-fou. Can I have all the information, please?
Succès-fou is a noun. This word entry is from French. It means an extraordinary success. Having raked in a whopping $12.46, Trey and Shauna declared their lemonade stand a succès-fou and decided to retire and go get ice cream. Succès-fou.
Succès-fou. Could you please repeat the language origin, please?
From French.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Only succès-fou.
Succès-fou.
The English cognate of success should definitely help him figure out the first part of the
Succès-fou.
word.
S-U-C-C-E-S-F-O-U. Succès-fou.
That's correct, and a succès-fou.
Did you ever giggle studying some words because they just sounded funny?
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is disposition.
Like
what does
Zizigeton is a
disposition
fun
refer
word.
to?
It has 3
A,
Z's.
choreography. B, an argument. C, a prevailing mood.
Always think about that word. Quirky it is.
Pretty quirky.
Disposition refers to C, a prevailing mood.
That is correct.
And that disposition will be pretty sunny for Rian Kamti from Elkhorn, Nebraska. Next we have Priya Konduru.
Priya, your word is tikka. This tikka is a noun. It means an Indian dish of marinated meat cooked on a skewer. Tikka.
Tikka. Can I have all the information?
Tikka is a noun. It's originally Persian. This word came to English from Hindi and Urdu. It means an Indian dish of marinated meat cooked on a skewer. For dinner, Mira ordered chicken tikka and a side of garlic naan. Tikka.
Tikka. T-I-K-K-A. Tikka.
That is correct.
If you've ever been to an Indian restaurant, you see this a lot.
And they usually spell it right on
For
the menu.
round 2 vocabulary, your word is facetious. If a person is being facetious, they are A, joking in a silly or inappropriate way. B, being serious in a self-important manner. C, getting angry and aggressive.
If a person is being facetious, they are A, joking in a silly or inappropriate way.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So we've had 133 spellers go up to the microphone. 40 of them have been eliminated. 93 are still going, just like Bruhut did all the way to the championship last year. And I asked you earlier, what it was, Bruhut, that first got you interested in this competition.
So it all started like in 2nd grade. I started with this organization called North-South Foundation. It's a nonprofit, and they host local spelling bees and even a national one if you get there. It's kind of like Scripps, but they do it not just for spelling, but like for a lot of stuff. And the money that they get from the competitions, they donate to give people that need scholarships. So it's like a win-win situation. That's the first time I've been to a spelling bee, and then going up on the stage and, you know, showing my knowledge to so many people. I was more excited than nervous, and, you know, I learned about some resources that I could use there. And then pretty soon, I also learned about Scripps. 4th grade was the first time I tried it. I actually got 2nd that year in my region, losing to Dev. Me and Dev were both in the same region because we're both from Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
So that was pretty disappointing. But then I came back in 5th grade. That was the first year I made it. However, I got COVID and I couldn't participate that year. So 6th grade, 6th grade was the first year I really participated. Obviously that year I didn't do as well as I expected. And then that was kind of like the turning point of my journey, where I realized I needed to work as hard as ever if I really wanted to win this thing. I didn't want my journey to just end like that. So then I put in all the hard work, and then I won it all last year. And now here I am commentating for the next spelling bee.
And doing a great job helping us understand what the spellers are going through. I want to take you back to what you said there, that in 4th grade, you almost got to come here, but you lost your regional final. You didn't lose, you're a runner-up to a guy who went on to win the national championship, because our regular viewers over the years remember Dev Shaw, past champion, who's back here this year, as are more than 40 of the champions through all the years. Did that kind of inspire you a little bit to see a speller that you had gone up against win the whole thing here in Washington?
I mean, yeah, it kind of did in a way, because it showed me that, like, my loss against him, it kind of made it a little justified for me, because I was like, okay, I'm competing against a national champion in my region, so I'm like, okay, it's fine that I lost. But then it also showed me that, like, another Tampa Bay champion, I could be like, okay, there was one from last year, so why can't I do it this year too? It's like, you know, the local inspiration, you know.
Yeah, because the Bucks have won Super Bowls, but not back-to-back, like you and Dev. You know, we had a word earlier that we all learned together up there on stage, in silico, which meant using the computer, and I asked you how much of your studying had been done that way. How have you seen technology kind of help you prepare for the bee, which I'm assuming some other spellers are doing too?
Yeah, technology's like, without technology, I probably wouldn't be here, because, you know, like almost everything that I used to study was like a website, like either Unabridged or some other spelling preparation websites. There's this website called Spell Pundit that I used. But yeah, those were the main resources I used, and those were all on the computer. So without that, I wouldn't have been able to memorize all of the words that I can, doing online quizzing and stuff like that. Because, you know, my parents aren't there 24/7 to quiz me, right? So I got to do, like, quizzing on my own. So the computer, me and the computer were like best buddies during that time period.
And you've met a lot of human best buddies since then too, in your tour as the bee champion. I know you've got your freshman year in high school ahead of you, but besides that, what should our viewers look forward to seeing or hearing from you in the future? Do you have some goals out there that were kind of like winning this competition? Now you have them in front of you that you hope to achieve someday?
Well, I guess my first goal, like for now, is just to, you know, focus on academics, focus on high school. And then I guess in 7th grade, that was the, like, year I won. I wasn't able to do, like, a lot of extracurriculars and stuff, but now I'm really involved. I do sports, I do clubs, I do everything. And I want my high school to be really a mix of everything, so I get to, like, enjoy everything and then, you know, experience the world.
Well, he's experienced a lot already. He's Bruhet Soma, last year's champion here at the Scripps National Spelling Bee. We're still working on the preliminaries. Don't go anywhere. The 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee will continue right after this. Spelling Bee, Corey Leffler, my sister. Corey, this is so exciting. 100 years of the Scripps National Spelling Bee. What does that mean to you and the organization?
Well, I think it's just so special to realize that this competition has touched so many lives from all over the country for 100 years, and that really it looks about the same as it did back in 1925, with a lot more kids, harder words, and some vocabulary, of course, too.
You don't think the words were very hard in 1925?
I mean, they were no joke, but we've seen the caliber of competition just grow and grow over the years.
Well, even since you were in it, which is like, what, 30 years ago now?
Well, you didn't have to say that.
Sorry. 35 for me. How's that? What kind of memories do you have of when you were in it that maybe you see differently now that we're so far into the future?
Well, it's funny. I was just thinking about this the other day. Someone asked what I was most looking forward to. I love the competition. I love the learning. I love the words. But for me, the special thing about this was the community that's built among the spellers and the families, the wonderful feeling of belonging that kids can experience here. And that's all outside of the competition. You see it on the stage with the camaraderie, with the support, with cheering each other on, but it really happens off stage with the fun events that we have here at Bee Week, and that continues all the way through Friday night, even after the cameras go off.
Well, and you see that every year, that the spellers, as they say, they're not competing against each other, but against the dictionary, and then they live it. You see how they get along. It's not this fierce, rivalry, it's camaraderie. And they all know how to spell that word too. But now with the 100th year, it seems like that is growing bigger tentacles into different eras, because you have a lot of past champions coming back for this, right?
We do. It's so exciting. Actually, we have 42 champions who are joining us this week. We had this champions competition here in the ballroom last night. And even for that, we had champions who were officiating, champions who were competing, and that already felt like the most champions in one place that I've ever seen in my 30 years of being around this competition. But it's going to be incredible to see all of these champions here on Thursday night. They'll all be here in the ballroom watching or officiating or pronouncing. And all of the kids here are going to have a chance that afternoon to get all 42 autographs on a special commemorative poster. So really exciting to see our spellers be able to meet some Bee heroes and get that extra added inspiration this year.
I might be jumping in that line too. I hope I don't stick out like too much of a sore thumb. It's going to be so neat to see all those past champions back. And I'm just imagining that in researching that and putting together the exhibit that's here in the venue where people can walk through and get a piece of that history, that you all have probably learned a lot that even you didn't know about who these champions are and what they've done since.
Yes, we've learned a lot. There are some great articles that have come out this week too beyond that. Really what we see is a lot of successful people who see their experience at the Bee as a turning point for them. It let them learn how to reach higher, how to really work for something, what it takes to be really diligent and have a goal in mind and then reach it. So we see all different types of careers, but certainly lots of success. And that's not just for our champions. This is a transformational experience for every kid on that stage where they can see themselves on a national platform.
Well, and it changes their families too, and you and I can speak to that because we saw our mother get so involved in this. She actually was a champion of the Parents' Bee one year, and she bribed me with baseball cards to study. Did she have to bribe you to study?
No, I like words, so.
Well, I do too, but not as much as baseball cards. I saw the spellers got to make some baseball cards at Nationals Park here yesterday, but thinking about that with the people behind the spellers, their parents, their coaches, their schools, their teachers, and their sponsors. Because, 35 years ago, if there wasn't a newspaper called the Merced Sun Star that sponsored a competition where we lived, I would have never gotten into it. And I imagine you're still hearing from people when you have this competition. Do you get a lot of interest of someone who says, you know what, our area doesn't have a Regional B, we want to sponsor now?
We do hear from, we're mostly covered in the United States. There's a way to participate anywhere, but there are still some regions that don't have a regional partner, so a local competition that kids can go to. And that's where we see the biggest impact of this program, is at that regional level. So we're so grateful to our regional partners for sponsoring and organizing and volunteering for regional competitions, sending these incredible kids on to the national competition and giving them this life-changing opportunity.
And sometimes those regional partners are, you know, County Office of Education, it's a TV station, a newspaper, a professional sports franchise. There's a lot of creativity that we see in that realm. I wonder how creative this competition is going to be in the future, because getting a piece of that Champions Showdown last night, there's a lot of creativity there. But the B of the future, are spellers just going to think the letters and we'll all know what they're thinking? I mean, how's that going to work? Have you thought about 100 years from now what this might look like?
Well, we're actually asking that question of all of our spellers this week. We have, like you said, an exhibit of our first 100 years, and we're asking them to predict what it looks like. So we'll have to check back in and see what they're saying.
Wow. It blows my mind to even think about it, but I bet they have some really creative answers. So we're preliminaries now, quarterfinals, semifinals tomorrow night, finals Thursday night. For someone who's never watched the finals before, what should they be watching for Thursday night?
High caliber spelling and vocabulary competition, edge of your seat drama. I mean, we've talked before about this is a competition that demands such precision. It's unlike anything else that just one letter determines your fate. And yeah, I think it's just going to be exciting and celebration. Looking back at all of the photos from the past 100 years, one pattern that stood out was second place finishers really celebrating with the champions. And it's so special, again, to see that support and camaraderie that hasn't changed in 100 years.
And I bet we'll see some of those second place finishers coming back for this too. We can't wait to see how the rest of this unfolds. She's my favorite speller of all time, my sister Corey, and you're doing an amazing job as the executive director. I'm not just saying that because I'm your brother.
A little biased.
Is there anything else I didn't ask you about that you think people ought to know about the B and what this 100th year really means in terms of its significance?
Well, you can go to spellingbee.com. There is an incredible history virtual archive website there now that just launched. You can go through everything, single year of the B, and you can also learn about how to get involved in other ways.
Awesome. Spellingbee.com. I'm going to do that myself. We're going to take a break and go to commercial here. Corey, thanks again.
Thank you.
We'll be right back at the Scripps National Spelling Bee. Welcome back to the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee. We're still joined by the executive director of the Bee, my sister Corey Leffler. Should we go back to the stage, get some more spelling?
Let's do it.
You're the boss. Let's see. Who's next on stage? We have Audrey Ware from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Hi, Audrey.
Hello.
Your word is moiety.
Moiety. Can I have all the information, please?
Moiety is a noun. This word passed from Latin to French to English. Moiety means one of the portions into which something is divided, component, part. The whistleblower received a moiety of the large fine imposed upon his employer after the infraction he reported. Moiety.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I see only moiety.
What was the origin again?
This word passed from Latin to French to English.
Moiety. M-O-I-E-T-Y. Moiety.
Audrey, that's correct.
For round two vocabulary, your word is seclusion. What is seclusion? A, the condition of being separated from outside influence. B, the blockage of the sun caused by dense cloud cover. C, an abnormality in the alignment of teeth.
A, the condition of being separated from outside influence.
That is correct.
So, Corey, in these preliminaries, the words we're hearing pronounced are actually from a list that the spellers had access to?
That's
Good morning,
correct.
Dr. Stietzema.
Good morning,
See them
Arvid.
yourself.
Your word is skerrick.
Skerrick. Can I please have all the information?
Skerrick is a noun. This word is perhaps from an Old Norse word that passed into English. Skerrick means the least bit, semblance, trace. It's chiefly used in Australia. By the time Hadra's brother was through, there wasn't a skerrick of food left in the fridge. Skerrick.
Skerrick. Skerrick. S-K-E-R-R-I-C-K. Skerrick. That's correct.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is hegemony. What is another word for hegemony? A, dominance, B, uncertainty, C, bitterness.
Hegemony. Can you please repeat the word?
Hegemony, what is another word for hegemony? A, dominance, B, uncertainty, C, bitterness.
Hegemony is A, dominance. That is correct.
It's actually a list of 4,000 words, and you can download a free app if you want to study the same ones. It's called Word Club.
Hi, Harini.
Word Club.
Your word is bosk.
All right.
This bosk is a noun. It means a pair with firm flesh and brown or dark yellow skin. Bosk.
Bosk. Can I have the part of speech, please?
This is a noun.
Can I have the language of origin?
This word is from a French name.
Bosk. Can I have the definition, please?
A pair with firm flesh and brown or dark yellow skin.
Bosk. Bosk. B-O-S-C. Bosk.
That is correct.
Thank you.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is phylum. A phylum is A, a type of pigment found in plants, B, a small book with decorative pages, C, a division or category of the animal kingdom.
C, a division or category of the animal kingdom.
That is correct.
Thank you.
She had those ones down pat, huh?
Indeed. It's her 4th time in the competition.
Eli, your
brother
word is photovoltaic.
Photovoltaic. Can I have all the information?
Photovoltaic, also pronounced photovoltaic or photovoltaic, is an adjective. This word was formed from an originally Greek part, an Italian name, and an English element. Photovoltaic means of, utilizing, or relating to the generation of an electromotive force when radiant energy falls on the boundary between certain dissimilar substances in close contact. A photovoltaic effect can be produced with cuprous oxide and copper, or with an electrode and an electrolyte.
Photovoltaic. P-H-O-T-O-V-O-L-T-A-I-C. Photovoltaic.
That is correct.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is imposing. If someone is described as imposing, they A, are constantly asking questions, B, are impressive and command attention, C, act in a gullible or foolish manner.
If someone is described as imposing, they... Can you repeat the word?
Imposing.
If someone is described as imposing, they B, are impressive and command attention.
That is correct.
They sure are. Corey, you said that Word Club app, viewers can download that. Do you ever have people send you a word? Say, hey, you ought to ask this word?
All the time.
Your word is muzak. Muzak is a trademark. It's used for recorded background music, as at an office or restaurant. Muzak.
Muzak. Can you repeat the word?
Muzak.
Muzak. Can I have all the information, please?
Muzak is a trademark. It's used for recorded background music, as at an office or restaurant. Justin often wears headphones at his desk to avoid listening to the Muzak played over the office speaker system.
Muzak. Can you repeat the word one more time?
Muzak.
Okay, Muzak. Muzak. M-U-Z-A-K. Muzak.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Do you think he was air typing or playing some music?
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is duress. What is duress? A, compulsion by threat of retribution. B, a state of being dressed. C, extreme joy.
Duress. Can you repeat all the options one more time?
Sure. A, compulsion by threat of retribution. B, a state of being dressed. C, extreme joy.
Duress means A, compulsion by threat of retribution.
That is correct.
Thank you.
The Muzak thing, I was wondering if I was the only one who started hearing Muzak in my head just with the power of suggestion from the word.
Daniel, your word is Esau.
Can I have the definition, please?
Esau means one that sacrifices a permanent interest for a more immediate but temporary interest. Also, one that may easily be taken advantage of. Esau.
Can I have the origin?
This word is from a name that went from Hebrew to Greek to Latin.
Esau. E-S-A-U. Esau.
That is correct.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is epithet. An epithet is A, an earthquake originating in the continental shelf. B, a word or phrase meant as an insult. C, a last-minute addition to a cast list.
An epithet is B, a word or phrase meant as an insult.
That is correct.
Thank you.
I love these vocabulary words. You know, some of them are much easier to spell, but they're just so useful to know.
Hi, Keith. Your word is dentifrice.
Dentifrice. May I have all the information?
Dentifrice is a noun. This word is from an originally Latin word that then became French. Dentifrice means a powder, paste, or liquid used in cleaning the teeth. John uses a dentifrice that contains baking soda.
Dentifrice. D-E-N-T-I-F-R-I-C-E. Dentifrice.
That is correct.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is gaucho. What is a gaucho? A, a person lacking in social graces. B, a South American herdsman. C, a merchant who overcharges for goods.
Gaucho is B, a South American herdsman.
You got it.
I think C was going for Gaucho. We're proud of him back in Rio Rancho, New Mexico, where Keith's from.
Your word is carcajou.
Could I have all of the word information except for the sentence, please?
Carcajou, also carcajou, is a noun. This word is from a word that went from Algonquian Montagnais to French. Carcajou means a carnivorous, usually solitary mammal of northern forests and associated tundra of North America, Europe, and Asia that is dark brown with a light band on each side of the body and is noted for its strength, called also wolverine. Carcajou, carcajou.
Could you repeat the word, please?
Carcajou, carcajou.
Carcajou. C-A-R-C-A-J-O-U. Carcajou.
Nice work. That's correct.
Thank you.
Who's your all-time Michigan carcajou?
And Krisha, your round 2 vocabulary word is luau. What is a luau? A, a burrowing mole of Southeast Asia. B, a bathroom in British vernacular. C, a Hawaiian feast with entertainment.
Could you repeat the word, please?
Luau.
A luau is C, a Hawaiian feast with entertainment.
That's correct.
Just 10 years old. Look at that poise and confidence. You love to see it.
Party time.
Sharon, your word is to euro.
To euro. Can you repeat the word?
To euro or to yo.
Tough to say.
Okay. To
Tough
euro.
to hear.
T-I-L-L-E-U-L. To euro.
That is
Apparently
correct.
easy to spell, though.
Thank you.
For Sharon, maybe not for the rest of us.
And for round 2 vocabulary, your word is ligament. What is a ligament? Can you step a little closer to the mic, Sharon? What is a ligament? A band of tissue found in the body. B, a liquid solution used to treat pain. C, a piece of sporting equipment used in lacrosse.
I think a ligament is a band of tissue found in the body.
That's correct.
Thank you.
We continue with our Empire State contingent. Cora Macera.
Cora, your word is
Goshen, New York.
moraine. This moraine is a noun. It means an accumulation of earth and stones carried and finally deposited by a glacier. Moraine, moraine, moraine.
Can I have all the information, please?
Moraine, moraine, moraine is a noun. This word is from a French word. It means an accumulation of earth and stones carried and finally deposited by a glacier. Moraine is composed of an unsorted mix of earth and stones that range in size from powdery sediment to large boulders.
Moraine. M-O-R-A-I-N-E. Moraine.
You got it, that's right.
And for round 2 vocabulary, your word is solstice. How often does a solstice occur? A, once in a lifetime. B, twice a day. C, twice a year.
A solstice occurs, C, twice a year.
That is correct.
Thank you.
It sure does. Corey, so you said you get a lot of word suggestions. I'm curious, what kind of criteria say, yeah, we should use that word versus...
Brian, your word is
it doesn't make
cirri.
sense. Think about it.
Cirri. May I have the definition?
Clouds of a white filmy variety usually formed in the highest cloud region at altitudes of 20,000 to 40,000 feet and are normally consisting of minute ice crystals.
Cirri. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I see only cirri.
Okay. Cirri. May I have the language of origin?
This is from Latin, and this is a plural noun, cirri.
Okay, cirri. C-I-R-R-I, cirri.
That is correct.
Familiar with the singular? Plural wasn't so hard.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is conclave. What is a conclave? A, an assembly of Catholic cardinals. B, a small electric keyboard. C, a tool used to split wood.
A conclave is A, an assembly of Catholic cardinals.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Certainly in the news recently, yes.
Pope Leo would clarify.
Read, your word is kulibiak.
Can you give me all the information?
Kulibiak is a noun. This word is from a word that went from Russian to French. Kulibiak means fish rolled in pastry dough and baked. Burton substituted trout for the more traditional salmon or sturgeon in his kulibiak.
Can we hear you say it?
Kulibiak.
Kulibiak.
Kulibiak. Yeah. Kulibiak. C-O-L-E-B-I-A-K. Kulibiak.
Kulibiak is C-O-U-L-I-B-I-A-C.
It's a tough one.
Good work.
You know, you asked about word appropriateness for competition. Really, the only words that are off the table are archaic and obsolete words.
Izzy, your word is calenture.
Can I have the definition, please?
Calenture means any fever supposedly caused by heat.
Can you repeat the word, please?
Calenture or calenture.
C-A-L-E-N-T-U-R-E.
Calenture? That is correct.
Sorry.
Izzy Canada is from New York.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is fiduciary. Something described as fiduciary. A, involves a confidence or trust. B, consists of a single political party. C, is covered in coarse fibers.
Can you repeat the word, please?
Fiduciary.
A, involves a confidence or trust.
That is correct.
I attended the New York City Regional Spelling Bee this year, and Izzy was super impressive. That bee lasted for hours.
Hello, Mr. Tisima.
How are you, Jay?
I'm good.
Good. Your word is gliriform.
Gliriform. May I have the definition, please?
Gliriform means resembling a rodent.
Gliriform. Gliriform. Gliriform.
That is correct.
Thank you.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is emissary. An emissary is A, a native ruler in Arabia and Africa, B, an agent or representative, C, a store that dispenses sundry goods.
An emissary is B, an agent or representative.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So the words archaic and obsolete you could ask, but not anything those two describe?
That's correct.
Okay,
Good
just
description.
clarify.
Yes.
Margot, your word is anosognosia.
Anosognosia. Could I have all of the information, please?
Anosognosia or anosognosia is a noun. This word was formed in French from originally Greek parts before coming to English. It means an inability or refusal to recognize a defect or disorder that is clinically evident. It's used in medicine. Anosognosia may occur as a result of ischemic stroke.
Anosognosia. A-N-O-S-O-G-N-O-S-I-A. Anosognosia.
That is correct.
It's a great readable word that's so fun for spellers to put together.
And for round 2 vocabulary, your word is amulet. An amulet, A, grows quickly from a very small size. B, has long hair in the front and short hair in the back. C, protects the person wearing it.
An amulet protects the person wearing it. C.
That is correct.
Thank you.
But that mullet definition on B had me chuckling a little bit, I gotta say.
Trying to keep you entertained here, Paul. That's what our word panel's here for.
Hi, Leah. Your word is degauss.
Degauss. Definition?
Degauss means to remove or neutralize the magnetic field of.
Degauss. Language of origin?
This word consists of an English element plus a German name.
Degauss. D-E-G-A-U-S-S. Degauss.
That is correct.
Leah had a real impressive showing here last year.
She did.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is dirigible. Another word for dirigible is A, breakable, B, punishable, C, steerable.
Another word for dirigible is C, steerable.
That is correct.
Thank you.
It's just a fun one to say, isn't it? Dirigible.
It is.
Olivia, your word is tychodrome.
Tychodrome. Can I have the definition, please?
Tychodrome or ticodrome means a small bird that is mostly gray, black, and white with a crimson wing patch that inhabits cliffs in the mountains of southern Asia, Europe, and northern Africa, and that frequents the walls of towns during migration. Tychodrome, ticodrome.
Ticodrome. Can you say that again, please?
Tychodrome, ticodrome.
Tychodrome. Language of origin, please?
This word was formed in Latin from originally Greek parts.
Tychodrome. T-I-C-A-D-R-O-M-E. Tychodrome.
Tychodrome is T-I-C-H-O-D-R-O-M-E.
Thank you.
Good job.
Well, Olivia was wearing our exclusive speller T-shirt for this
How
year.
are
All
you?
Of our spellers
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Simran, your word is Pierrot.
Pierrot. May I have all the information, please?
Pierrot, also pronounced Pierrot, is a noun. This word is from a French name. Pierrot is a standard comic character of old French pantomime, usually with a whitened face and loose white clothes. Hallie studied the painting of the Pierrot to get an idea for her costume.
Pierrot. May I have the definition one more time?
A standard comic character of Old French pantomime, usually with a whitened face and loose white clothes.
Pierrot. P-I-E-R-R-O-T. Pierrot.
You got it. That's correct.
Thank you.
This is Simran's third time representing the Central New York region.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is pedigree. A pedigree is A, an Indian dish with lentils, B, a list showing the line of ancestors, C, a delicate ornamental pattern.
A pedigree is B, a list showing the line of ancestors.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Her pedigree includes her father, Shane, who teaches sports analytics at Syracuse University.
Amazing.
I didn't ask him if he's done any
Micah,
analytics
your
on
word
the
is
spelling bee, though.
Zugzwang.
Zugzwang. Can I have all the information, please?
Zugzwang is a noun. This word is from an originally German word. It means the necessity of moving in chess when it is to one's disadvantage. Valeria forced the Grand Master into Zugzwang.
Zugzwang. Z-U-G-Z-W-A-N-G. Zugzwang.
That is correct.
That word is a favorite of spellers, so I bet he's stoked that he got that one.
One of those
And
words
for
you find an
round 2
excuse to
vocabulary,
use.
your word is avatar. An avatar is A, an electronic image of a computer user in a virtual space, B, a green South American lizard, C, a spiked mace used as a weapon.
An avatar is A, an electronic image of a computer user in a virtual space.
That is correct.
Great smile right when he got that. No poker face on Micah. I love it.
I wonder what his avatar is.
Hi.
Hi, Amazing Grace. It's nice to see you. Your word is baleen.
Baleen. Please, may I have all the information on the word baleen?
Baleen is also pronounced baleen or baleen. This is a noun. This word is from a Greek-derived Latin word that became French and then English. Baleen means a horn-like substance growing in the mouth of whales that is attached in 2 ranks along the upper jaw to form a fringe-like sieve to collect and retain food. Baleen continues to grow throughout a whale's life. Baleen, baleen, baleen.
Baleen. B-A-L-E-E-N. Baleen.
That is correct.
Amazing Grace Salome, another reminder of how international the Scripps National Spelling Bee has become.
And for round 2 vocabulary, your word is achromatic. Something described as achromatic is lacking in A, time, B, color, C, air.
Something described as achromatic is lacking in B, color.
That is correct.
Yes, with Nigeria being represented for the first time, you're seeing our regional partner there. That's Eugenia. So excited
Hello,
to
Dr.
have Nigeria.
Hello, Sach. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. You ready for your word?
Yes.
Here it comes. Eudiometer.
Eudiometer. Eudiometer. Can I have the definition?
An instrument for the volumetric measurement and analysis of gases that involves the explosion of one of the components of the mixture by the passage of an electric spark.
What is the language of origin?
This word was formed in Italian from Greek elements.
Can I have the word used in a sentence, please?
Rodney managed to set the chemistry lab on fire because he did not understand how to use the eudiometer.
Can I have the part of speech?
Noun.
Can you repeat the definition?
An instrument for the volumetric measurement and analysis of gases that involves the explosion of one of the components of the mixture by the passage of an electric spark.
Eudiometer. Eudiometer. E U D I O M E T E R. Eudiometer.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Well done by Such. And you mentioned it's Nigeria's first year. Was that people there seeing
For
that
round 2
Ghana had competed,
vocabulary,
or
your
is
word
it
is
starting to spread
versatile.
along
A
that
person
continent?
described as versatile has A, a wide range of proficiencies, B, an incredibly short temper, C, a knack for rhyming.
A person described as versatile has a wide range of proficiencies.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Which could include a knack for rhyming.
You asked about Nigeria. It's actually our regional partner from Ghana who wanted to spread the mission of the bee further in Africa.
Your word
Started up
is
the Nigeria
palooka.
program this year.
Palooka.
Wonderful.
May I please have the definition?
An inexperienced or incompetent boxer.
May I please have the language of origin?
Unknown.
Palooka. P-A-L-O-O-K-A. Palooka.
That is correct.
What would you call a spelling bee version of a palooka, Paul?
Probably me these
Paul.
days.
Round 2 vocabulary. Your word is orthogonal. Something described as orthogonal. A, intersects at right angles. B, relates to cosmetic dentistry. C, is toxic to most insects.
Something described as orthogonal. A, intersects at right angles.
That's some good work right there. That is correct.
Thank you.
You're hearing Samir Mishra. This was his first time sitting in the head judge seat today. It's very exciting to have him on the head judge team.
Aishwarya, your word is certiorari.
Certiorari. Can I have the definition, please?
A writ issuing out of a superior court to call up the records of an inferior court or a body acting in a quasi-judicial capacity in order that the party may have more sure and speedy justice or that errors and irregularities may be corrected.
Certiorari. Can I have the language of origin, please?
This word passed to English from Latin.
Certiorari. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
There is certiorari, certiorari, and certiorari.
Certiorari. Could you repeat the word, please?
Certiorari, certiorari, certiorari.
Certiorari. Certiorari. C-E-R-T-I-O-R-A-R-I. Certiorari.
That is correct.
Thank you.
In round 2 vocabulary, your word is tractability. Tractability is the quality of being A, knowledgeable of theology, B, drawn out in length, C, easily taught or managed.
Could you repeat the word, please?
Tractability.
Tractability. Tractability is the quality of being C, easily taught or managed.
You got it. That's correct.
Thank you.
Well done, Aishwarya. Delayed reaction, Corey. Paul Luca is when CP3 dishes to Doncic is in the NBA All-Star game.
Kushi, your word is zakati.
Zakati, can I have the definition?
Zakati or sakati means forage of grassy plants, herbage.
Zakati, can I have the language of origin?
Originally Uto-Aztecan, this word is from a word that went from Nahuatl to Spanish.
Zakati. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
There is zakati and sakati.
Zakati. Z-A-C-A-T-E. Zakati.
That is correct.
Thank you.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is volatile. Something described as volatile. A, flies effortlessly through the air. B, resists spoilage for long periods of time. C, tends to erupt into violent action.
Something described as volatile. C, tends to erupt into violent action.
That was anything but volatile. Correct. That is correct.
Thank you.
See, Samir's bringing some style to that position for sure. That's our 2008 national champion.
Hi.
He's clever.
How are you, Johannes?
Nervous.
Don't be. You're going to do great.
Thanks.
He's honest.
Your word is emolument or emolument.
Emolument. Can I have all the information, please?
Emolument or emolument is a noun. This word is from Latin. It means profit or perquisites from office, employment, or labor, salary. The waitress who left her tips out of the emolument she reported was made to pay a substantial fine. Emolument, emolument.
Emolument. E-M-O-L-U-M-E-N-T, emolument?
That is correct.
Thank you.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is kindred. If something is described as kindred, it is A, related, B, good-natured, C, flammable.
If something is described as kindred, it's B, good-natured.
Kindred, if something described as kindred, it is A, related.
Okay.
Good work.
Thank you.
Corey, do you still get the question, why is the vocabulary round part of the spelling bee?
Not really, actually. You know, it's
Exactly.
all
Take
about
another
giving
half step
meaning
closer to that
the
mic. There
sequence
you
of
go, buddy.
letters in the words,
Your word
so
is prajna.
people are used to it now.
Prajna. May I have the definition, please?
Transcendental wisdom or supreme knowledge in Buddhism gained through intuitive insight.
Are there any alternate pronunciations for the word?
Only prajna.
What is the language of origin?
This word is from Sanskrit.
Can you repeat the word?
Prajna.
Prajna. P-R-U-J-N-A. Prajna.
Prajna is P-R-A-J-N-A.
Thank you.
We often see that A pronounced as a schwa sound in words with that origin. But the bell still hurts every single time we hear it,
Another
doesn't
half
it?
step closer to
Every single time.
There you go.
Hello.
Antonella, your word is Aramaic.
May I have the language of origin?
This word was formed in Greek from a Hebrew geographical name.
Please repeat the word.
Aramaic.
Aramaic. A-R-A-I-M-I-C. Aramaic.
Aramaic is A-R-A-M-A-I-C.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just went a little too fast there. We know that bell is essential to get to a champion, but it's still hard for all of us to hear.
Swayze, your word is Fate Champetre.
Could I have all the information, please?
Sure. Fate Champetre is a singular noun. It can also be pronounced Fate Champetre, Fate Champetre, Fate Champet, or Fate Champetre. This word is from Latin-derived French word and a French word. It means a gathering for amusements in a rural setting of members of an 18th century French court costumed as shepherds and shepherdesses. A fête champêtre sometimes included musicians hidden in trees to provide entertainment without destroying the illusion of a pastoral scene.
Fête champêtre. F-E-T-E-C-H-A-M-P-E-T-R-E. Fête champêtre.
That is correct.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is obliterate. What does it mean to obliterate? A, write a work of fiction. B, put under oath. C, destroy completely.
C, destroy completely.
You obliterated that. That's correct.
I knew Samir was going to say that.
He was ready for it, and so was she.
Yeah, Swayze Brown from Clayton, North Carolina. On to that round 3 test.
Chilaka, your word is keldal.
Keldal, may I have all the information, please?
Keldal is an adjective. This word is from a Danish name. Keldal means of, relating to, or being a method for determining the amount of nitrogen in a substance. The Keldal method is widely used for estimating the protein content in foods based on the nitrogen they release in digestion. Keldal.
Are there any alternative pronunciations?
I have only Keldal.
Keldal. K-J-E-L-D-A-H-L. Keldal.
That is correct.
My 20-year-old son is very interested in protein content in food, so I might have to teach him that one.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is expedition. An expedition is a type of A, defeat, B, furniture, C, journey.
An expedition is a type of C, journey.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Sure is. Chilaka from Minot, North Dakota. On to round 3. Zach Yeager from Akron.
Zach, your word is quonk.
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 Q-U-O-N-K. Quonk.
That is correct.
And in round 2 vocabulary, your word is boisterous. Someone described as boisterous is A, anxious because of money, B, full of exuberant spirits, C, lost and in need of directions.
Someone described as boisterous is B, full of exuberant spirits.
That is correct.
Corey, did I hear correctly that the Akron Beacon Journal has sponsored a speller since year 1?
Since 1925, that's right. I was at their B this year, too.
Joseph, your word is
think about that for your legacy.
Furan or Furan?
Can you give me all the information, please?
Furan or Furan is a noun. This word is made up of a Latin-derived element and a Greek-derived element. Furan means a flammable liquid compound that contains 4 carbon atoms and 1 oxygen atom in a ring that is obtained from wood oils of certain pines, but is usually made synthetically, and that is used chiefly in making intermediates for the manufacture of nylon. Furan is toxic and is thought to be carcinogenic to humans.
Furan. F-U-R-A-N. Furan.
That is correct.
Furan, he said.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is abominable. Another word for abominable is A, horrible, B, snowy, C, possible.
Another word for abominable is A, horrible.
That is correct.
Elation, always evident.
Blaze, your word is Sprechstimme.
Can I get all the information, please?
Sprechstimme, also pronounced Sprechstimme, is a noun. This word is from an originally German word. It means a vocal passage or performance in which a declamation is delivered with rhythmic inflections. The technique of Sprechstimme is closely associated with Arnold Schoenberg and other members of the Second Viennese School of Composers. Sprechstimme.
Sprechstimme. S-H-P-R-E-C-S-T-I-M-A. Sprechstimme.
Sprechstimme is S-P-R-E-C-H-S-T-I-M-M-E.
Thank you.
Good work, Blaze.
A check of the numbers now. 165 of our 242 have made it to the microphone. So far, 45 have heard the bell. 119 are still going. And Corey and I are joined now by the president and CEO of the Scripps Howard Fund, Meredith Delaney. Good to see you again, Meredith.
Great to see you, Paul.
And the Scripps Howard Fund, from what I heard, is matching gifts. Is this true? So if they scan that QR code on the screen or text spelling to 50155 and donate to the Believe program, free access to the B for all the Teach America Title I schools, that's going to be matched?
You bet. Yeah, this is a really exciting time for us. So Corey and I have partnered together for quite some time. And, you know, if you ask any of the spellers here and you ask them when they really fell in love with spelling, they will often answer they fell in love when they picked up a book and they started reading. So the power of words really connect our two programs between the If You Give a Child a Book campaign and the Believe program. We had a very, very generous Scripps family member, in fact, the Adam R. Scripps Foundation, who made a significant donation to the Scripps Howard Fund to say we will donate the first $500,000 raised for both Believe and If You Give a Child a Book.
And I know you and I have talked about this, if you give a child a book before. Can you explain that for people who haven't heard about it?
Yeah, If You Give a Child a Book is an incredible program. It provides free scholastic books to children in Title I schools, and it really builds home libraries for children who simply do not have access to books to call their own.
And you know, I've gotten to go to one of these book fairs that Meredith's program hosts, and it is incredible to see kids come in there, get books for free, be able to choose something that they really want to bring home with them. And it's just such a special thing that you do. So we're so proud to be partnering together.
You light that spark. You never know what it's going to turn into. And Corey, we've been talking with everybody about this 100th anniversary of the Bee. What would you say has sustained this competition as such an iconic piece of American culture?
Well, you know, I think that it is the approachability of it. You know, the fact that it is something that everyone has to do. Everybody has to spell in some way or another in their lives to communicate. And so everyone can kind of play along, right? It actually started before we started as an adult entertainment, right? So back in the olden days, in the 1800s, it would be something that adults did for fun to pass the time. And then people realized, oh, this is a foundational skill. We could be using this to motivate kids in schools as well. So it popped up organically, and then we've just continued to foster it over the last 100 years.
From what I hear, those adult spelling bees still take place sometimes. So if there's one in your community, just watch out for the former competitors here. They might be a ringer. Let's look into the future. We're talking about 100 years, but we talked about what might it look like 100 years from now, and maybe specifically, Meredith, for what you're involved with the Scripps Howard Fund.
Yeah.
What's next? What's coming up?
Well, we are getting ready to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the If You Give a Child a Book campaign. But what we lack in longevity, we make up for in passion. So we are all about providing access to kids in need, ensuring that they have access to books. So we're going to continue on with that mission because, my goodness, we're just scratching the surface. We would love to be able to serve more kids. And then we also provide journalism education programs to incredible partner universities across the country. And we provide a lot of great work in the communities that Scripps calls home.
So if you scan that QR code or text spelling to 50155, there'll be a match to your donation. Corey, one more thing. I asked you to envision the future of the Bee 100 years from now, and the spellers talked about it, but maybe more immediately, because I'm just thinking about, we just saw Nigeria participating for the first time. We've had spellers from Asia and Europe and all over. Is there something else that you see the Bee expanding into or taking on in these next few years?
Well, you know, we also had Kuwait this year for the first time, so we brought on 2 additional countries this year. We also have a champion from Dubai who's just here to observe this year, a spelling bee program that we helped support there this year that will likely be joining us for the official competition next year too. I think we'll see some continued international expansion. You know, it just adds to the fabric of this entire experience as a cultural experience for kids to ignite their curiosity. But also, we're really focused on access here in the United States. So that's what this Believe program is all about. That can mean more schools participating. That can mean us looking at the, you know, you saw in the vocabulary rounds, we're really focused on those words that kids need to know in order to succeed in life. And that's where our whole program starts, is with just really useful words at the grade level. So we're assessing in our partnership too with Teach for America, we're assessing the materials that we deliver as part of our program to make sure that every kid has a way to see themselves in this program no matter where they're entering the spelling bee.
Love it. Corey, thanks. Meredith Delaney, thanks.
Thank you.
And some of you might have not gotten up as early as we did today, especially our viewers on the West Coast. And we thought maybe you'd like to go back to the beginning of the competition this morning for some of the earliest spellers who took the stage. Here you go.
Hi, Rujva.
Hello.
Are you ready? Your word is Nisai.
Nisai. Can I have all the information?
Nisai, or nisi, is an adjective. This word is from Latin. It means not final or absolute, used in law to denote that a rule, decree, or order shall take effect at a given time unless before that time it is modified or avoided due to some condition therein named. The Queen's order, nisi, noted that the enemy might surrender and make an attack unnecessary. Nisi.
Nisi. Nisi. N-I-S-I. Nisi.
That is correct. Your round 2 vocabulary question is pliant. A material described as pliant is A, extremely rare, B, flat, C, flexible.
Pliant. Pliant means C, flexible. Pliant.
That is correct.
So Rujva was the first ever speller to get her word from a female pronouncer. That's Vanya Shivashankar up there giving the words.
Hi, Avinav.
Hello.
Sapporo.
Sapporo, can I have the definition?
Sapporo is a city on western Hokkaido, Japan.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Sapporo or Sapporo?
Can you just repeat the word one more time?
Sapporo or Sapporo.
Sapporo. S-A-P-P-O-R-O. Sapporo.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Expostulate. What does it mean to expostulate? A, reason earnestly in order to dissuade. B, increase in extent or scope. C, infer from a trend. Expostulate.
Can you just repeat the word one more time?
Expostulate.
To expostulate is to A, reason earnestly in order to dissuade.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Sebastian, your word is estancia. Estancia.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just estancia.
May I please have the language of origin?
This word probably went from Latin to American Spanish. Estancia.
May I please have the definition?
A South American cattle ranch or stock farm. Can you say the word for us?
Estancia. May I please have it in a sentence?
The gaucho herded the sheep into a pen on the south side of the estancia. Can you say it one more time?
Estancia. Estancia. E-S-T-O-N-C-I-A. Estancia.
I'm sorry, the correct spelling is E-S-T-A-N-C-I-A. Great job.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, Aurora. Caerphilly. Caerphilly is a mild white cheese of Welsh origin that is easily crumbled, pulverized, or reduced to powder. Caerphilly.
Caerphilly. Caerphilly. C-A-E-R-P-H-I-L-L-Y. Caerphilly.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Just waiting for the system to load.
Again, so many incredible pronouncers over the years, but this is the first time ever a female has had that privilege.
Taxidermy is A, the art or method of painting with watercolors. B, enthusiastic and vigorous activity along literary and cultural lines. C, the art of preparing lifelike representations of animals by stuffing the skin. Taxidermy.
Taxidermy is C, the art of preparing lifelike representations of animals by stuffing the skin.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Did she give it away with her reaction to the words, Aila? Do you know she knew it?
Yeah, I was pretty certain.
That smile was a dead giveaway.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah.
You got this.
Can you come a little closer to the microphone?
Dvandva.
Can I get the definition?
Dvandva is a class of compound words having two immediate constituents that are equal in rank and related to each other as if joined by and. Dvandva.
Dvandva. D V A N D V A. Dvandva.
That is correct.
And of course, that's Vanya's sister, Kavya, serving as judge right now.
Your round 2 question is tenaciously. If you want to do something tenaciously, you do it with great A, insecurity, B, fear, C, persistence. Tenaciously.
To do something tenaciously, you do it with great C, persistence.
That is correct.
And the Shivashankar sisters so tenaciously pursued the trophy, they both won it. Now the first sisters to be pronouncer and judge together up there at the table. First siblings of it.
Jason, your word is acacia.
Acacia. Can I have all the information relating to this word?
Sure. Acacia, this is the only pronunciation that I have. This is a noun. It's from an originally Greek word that passed into Latin. Any plant of the genus of woody plants of warm regions having pinnate leaves and white or yellow flower clusters. Giraffes have specialized teeth that help them comb leaves from the spiny branches of the acacia. Acacia.
Acacia. A-C-A-C-I-A. Acacia.
That is correct. Obstreperous. What does obstreperous mean? A, falsely equivalent, B, stubbornly defiant, or C, highly contagious? Obstreperous.
Obstreperous means B, stubbornly defiant.
That is correct.
So a 5th grader from Lima, Ohio, moving on to round 3.
Hi.
Hi.
Your word is spodumene.
Could I have all the information?
Spodumene, this is the only pronunciation. Noun. Originally Greek, this word went from German to probably French before becoming English. It means a monoclinic mineral that is a lithium aluminum silicate of white to yellowish, purplish, or emerald green color, and that occurs in prismatic crystals, often of great size. As in, transparent spodumene has been used as a gemstone. Spodumene.
Spodumene. S-P-O-D-U-M-I-N-E. Spodumene.
Spodumene is spelled S-P-O-D-U-M-E-N-E.
That's exactly what we clearly counted. Mistake that spellers make, having issues differentiating the I-N-E versus E-N-E endings.
Adia, your word is molin.
Can I have the definition?
Molin means having the end of each arm forked and recurved, used of a cross.
Could you use it in a sentence?
There are 12 families of millers who bear crosses Molin on their family crests. Molin.
Molin.
Molin or moline?
Molin. M-O-L-I-N-E. Molin.
That is correct. Your round 2 question is raucous. Something described as raucous is A, disorderly, B, uncooked, C, slightly painful.
Is it A, disorderly?
That is correct.
Comes Brett Cooperwitz, 8th grader, Marietta,
Brett.
Ohio.
Hi.
Muktuk.
Can I have all the information?
Muktuk is the only pronunciation here. This is a noun. Muktuk is from Aleut, one of a group of languages spoken in the far north between Siberia and Greenland. It means whale skin used for food. Muktuk is usually eaten raw, but it can also be cooked or pickled. Muktuk.
Muktuk. M-U-K-T-U-K. Muktuk.
That is correct.
Would you try it, Zaila?
Yeah, I'm a vegetarian, so I'll just leave it there.
Declamatory. Something declamatory is A, split into constituent layers, B, characterized by rhetorical display, C, unwanted or without an owner.
Is it A? Split into constituent layers?
Something declamatory is B, characterized by rhetorical display. Great try.
Thank you.
Hi, Kaden.
Hi.
Humboldt. Humboldt is a river 290 miles long in northern Nevada, flowing west and southwest into Rye Patch Reservoir and formerly into a lake of the same name. Humboldt.
Humboldt. H-U-M-B-O-L-D-T. Humboldt.
That is correct. Your round 2 question is déjà vu. Déjà vu is A, a salute fired by rifles in rapid succession along the line of troops, B, a sensation that one has heard or seen something before, or C, a person who is detained or a political prisoner.
Deja vu is B, a sensation that one has heard or seen something before.
That is correct.
Have you experienced any of that this week, Zaila?
Oh, yes, for sure. Just like even that moment, how relieved he was at having advanced is a feeling that I definitely
Kendall, are you
remember.
ready?
I think so.
Deja vu.
Great. Your word is skeltonic.
Repeat.
Skeltonic.
Skeltonic. S-K-E-L-T-O-N-I-C. Skeltonic.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Some more of those immediate spellings this round because they are from the list these spellers had to study.
Candid. A candid conversation is A, confusing and jumbled, B, heated and hostile, or C, sincere and honest.
A candid conversation is C, sincere and honest.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Hi. Mäßig.
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 Can I have the language of origin, please?
Mäßig is from German.
May I have a definition, please?
Mäßig means moderate in tempo, used as a direction in music. Mäßig.
Mäßig.
Not easy to say. especially that last consonant
Mesig.
sound at the end.
Mesig. Mesig.
M-A-I-S-I-C-H. Mesig.
I'm sorry. Mesig is spelled M-A-S-S-I-G.
Thank you.
Great try.
The way she spelled that kind of makes me think she might have heard the guttural K sound that you see in Germanic languages and thought of that guttural H sound you hear in Irish and languages like Gaelic and stuff.
Hi, Anika.
Hi.
Through the CH instead of the G.
Your word is O-opa-hui.
Could I please have all of the information?
O-opa-hui is the only pronunciation at this entry. It's a noun. This word is from Hawaiian. O-opa-hui means any of numerous chiefly tropical marine fishes which can distend themselves to a globular form and float belly upward on the surface, and most species of which are highly poisonous. Hero wanted an o-opa-hui for his saltwater fish tank. O-opa-hui.
O-opa-hui. O-O-P-U-H-U-E. O-opa-hui.
That is correct. Modular. Something modular is A, wholly or almost wholly spherical, B, transitioning in a chord progression from one key to another, or C, capable of being easily joined to or arranged with other parts or units. Modular.
Modular is C, capable of being easily joined to or arranged with other parts or units.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Zaila, did you ever get a word that you had pronounced differently than you heard it when you got to the mic?
Well, I had gotten words before that my dad pronounced differently before when I got to the mic, for sure.
So this word has a homonym. Your word is MOOC. This MOOC is a noun, and it means an online academic course of study that is freely available to internet users. MOOC.
MOOC, can you please give me the language of origin?
This word is from an English phrase, MOOC.
MOOC, are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just MOOC.
MOOC. M-O-O-C, MOOC.
That is correct.
A 21st century word, if ever I saw one.
Organelle. An organelle is A, a wind instrument, B, a specialized part of a cell, or C, a small, graceful antelope.
An organelle is B, a specialized part of a cell.
That is correct. Hi, Vital.
Hello.
Awatli.
May I have the definition?
Awatli means water insect eggs dried and used as food in Mexico. Awatli.
Can I have all the information?
Awatli is the only pronunciation. This word is a noun. It passed from Nahuatl to Mexican Spanish, meaning water insect eggs dried and used as food in Mexico. Awatli is sometimes nicknamed the caviar of Mexico due to its difficult acquisition and resulting high price. Awatli.
Awatli. A-H-U-A-T-L-E. Awatli.
That is correct. Your round 2 question is combustible. If something is described as combustible, it is A, able to catch fire and burn, B, capable of being asserted, or C, suitable or safe to be eaten. Combustible.
A, able to catch fire and burn.
That is correct.
So Vital Krishnamurthy from Portland, Oregon will advance to round 3. Now we're into our Pennsylvania spellers, starting with Disha Jain.
Tornado. Tornado.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just tornado.
May I have the language of origin?
Tornado is from a word that went from Greek to Latin to French, plus a Latin-derived French word, tornado.
May I have the definition?
A small fillet of beef, usually cut from the tip of the tenderloin and encircled by a strip of suet, salt pork, or bacon for quick cooking. Tornado. Can you say the word for us?
Tornado.
Tornado.
Tornado. T. U. R. N. E. D. O. T. Tornado.
I'm sorry, the correct spelling is Tournedos. Great job, Disha.
Thank you.
Clearly a speller who has some acquaintance with spelling rules, being as though the way she spelled it kind of made sense for it being a French word.
So many ways to make that O sound at the end of a word in French.
Henotheism.
Henotheism?
Henotheism.
May I have the definition?
Henotheism is the worship of one god without denying the existence of other gods. Henotheism.
May I have the origin?
This word was formed in German from Greek elements.
Henotheism?
Henotheism.
Henotheism. Henotheism. Henotheism.
That is correct. Chortle. A chortle is A, a type of reptile that usually lives in the water. B, a task or duty that is dull, difficult, or disagreeable. C, a sound expressing pleasure or joy. Chortle.
A chortle is C, a sound expressing pleasure or joy.
That is correct. Surreptitious.
Could you give me the definition?
Surreptitious or surreptitious means done, made, or acquired by stealth. Secret. Surreptitious.
Surreptitious. S-U-R-R-E-P-T-I-T. I-O-U-S. Surreptitious.
That is correct.
Did you ever get lost in where you were in the word?
Oh, yes, many times. One of the more scarier feelings for me as a speller, at least.
Your round 2 question is remonstrance. A remonstrance is A, a physical similarity to someone or something else. B, a sum of money sent to another person or place. C, an act of saying or pleading in protest or opposition.
C, an act of saying or pleading in protest or opposition.
That is correct.
Maya Mathai, 6th grader, advancing. Joey Anand.
Joey, your word is microfiche.
Microfiche?
Microfiche.
Can I have the definition?
Microfiche means a sheet of film containing several rows of photographic records on a reduced scale that are enlarged for reading or viewing.
Microfiche?
Microfiche.
Microfiche. M-I-C-R-O-F-I-C-H-E.
microfiche.
That is correct.
Some of the research for this 100th year of the bee might have employed a little microfiche examination.
Elusive. Something described as elusive is A, full of light, B, difficult to capture, C, thoughtful.
Elusive is B, difficult to capture.
That is correct.
Hello.
Hi, Isaac. You ready?
Yes.
Great. Your word is stevedore.
Stevedore. May I have the definition, please?
Stevedore means one who works at or is responsible for the loading or unloading of a ship in port. Stevedore.
Stevedore. S-T-E-V-E-D-O-R-E. Stevedore.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Oracle. An oracle is someone with A, lots of property, B, a great singing voice, or C, highly valued wisdom. Oracle.
An oracle is someone with C, highly valued wisdom.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Not that there's anything saying an oracle couldn't have a great singing voice after all.
This is true.
Hi, Jaden. Hello. Epistogramma.
Epistogramma. A-P-I-S-T-O-G-R-A-M-M-A. Epistogramma.
That is correct.
Very confident speller up there. No questions, no anything.
Your round 2 question is quota. What is a quota? A, a rising and overflowing of a body of water, B, the share assigned to each member of a body, or C, a silk scarf worn by a Roman Catholic bishop.
B, the share assigned to each member of a body.
That is correct.
So 5th grader Jaden Jang from Philadelphia makes quick work of rounds 1 and 2. Next up, we have Jane Ross. She's
Hello.
from Pittsburgh.
Hi, Jane. Your word is farrago.
Farrago. May I please have the definition?
Farrago means a confused, disordered, or irrational assemblage as of words or ideas. This is a noun. Farrago.
Farrago. F-A-R-R-A-G-O. Farrago.
That is correct. Mantra. What is a mantra? A, a ritualistic incantation that is used in Buddhism and Hinduism. B, a felted wool blanket often used to keep horses warm in winter. C, a mildly intoxicating beverage made of fermented orange peels.
A ritualistic incantation that is used in Buddhism and Hinduism.
That is correct.
Zayula, did you have a mantra, a focal phrase that you repeated to yourself when you were spelling?
Yes, probably don't mess this up.
Your word is effleurage.
Effleurage. May I have all of the information, please?
Effleurage or effleurage. This is a noun. This word came from French, which formed it from Latin-derived elements, meaning a light stroking movement used in massage. Abdominal effleurage is one of many techniques taught during pregnancy and childbirth classes. Effleurage, effleurage.
Effleurage. E-F-F-L-E-U-R-A-G-E. Effleurage.
That is correct.
Phew, what a relief.
Your round 2 question is mentor. A person described as a mentor is A, a farmer, B, a magician, C, a teacher.
C, a teacher.
That is correct.
Rowena Cresswell Blickley from Pottsville, Pennsylvania. On to round 3. Now here's Anjali Agarwal.
Anjali, this word has a homonym, so I'll give you the definition. Your word is Sila. This Sila is used in the Hebrew Bible probably as an exclamation, as amen or hallelujah, or possibly as a direction to temple musicians or chorus to lift up music or voices. And it's an interjection. Sila.
Does this word have any alternate pronunciations?
I have Sila, Sila, or Sila. Sila.
Sila. S-E-L-A-H. Sila?
That is correct. Diatribe. What is a diatribe? A nomadic group of people who live off the land. B, a tube made of plastic for moving compressed gases. C, a bitter, abusive, lengthy speech or piece of writing. Diatribe.
C, a bitter, abusive, lengthy speech or piece of writing.
That is correct.
So just a 4th grader, Anjali, moving on. So we've only had 51 spellers here at the Bell so far, and we've got 137 who are going on in the competition. 4 years ago, this young lady went all the way to the finish line, and you said something a second ago. Your answers are always on point, Zaila. Did you really tell yourself, don't mess this up? Was that your inner dialogue when you're up there on stage?
Yes, shortened up pretty much. One of the things that I always was worried about as a speller was not knowing the word. I was fairly confident, especially when I was going on in 2021, that I would know whatever word was thrown at me. It was that I would mess that word up even though I knew it. Like you asked me earlier if I'd ever gotten lost in a word.
Yeah.
I was worried that I would be, like, say, spelling apple, I'd be like A-P-P. P-L-A or something like that. So that was really important to me, to just make sure that I was calm enough to not just get a word wrong that I knew, because I don't know if I could have forgiven myself for that.
And that's why we see so many of them start over if they forget
Yes.
where they are. How did you keep your composure up there when those moments come where you're confused or there's a curveball or it's just not what you were planning on? What was the key to your poise on stage?
So for one of the things that helped me, I had a specific moment when I got the word nepeta in 2021. One of the things that I did was to make sure to just ground myself first, because the natural thing you want to do is panic. Oh my God, I don't know the word. But just because you don't immediately recognize the word doesn't mean you don't know the word or know how to put together the lessons and rules that you've learned about language to spell it. And so I'd always remind myself to just relax. Before you panic, think, can I just figure this out? And in my case, with the word nepeta, I remembered the difference between Latin and Greek words and how they use schwa, what letters they typically use for that dreaded schwa. And that was how I was able to rescue myself.
Wasn't that a great explanation? Wow. Thanks so much for joining us, Zaila. Enjoy the rest of the competition.
Thank you so much for having me.
2021 champion, Zaila Avant-Garde. Stay with us. You're watching the preliminary rounds of the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee. Naira Rivas.
Hi, Naira.
Hi.
Your word is hooplond.
Could I have all the information, please?
Hooplond is the only pronunciation at this entry. This word is a noun. It came from French. Hooplond means a loose belted over gown of the 14th and 15th centuries, usually with long, wide sleeves, jagged edges, a fur lining, and full-length skirt, often with slits in it. At the medieval fair, Henri's elaborate hooplond, complete with fur lining and gold embroidery, made him look like royalty from the Middle Ages. Houblonde.
Could I have the origin again?
Houblonde is from French.
Could you repeat it one more time?
Houblonde. Can you say it?
Houblonde.
Houblonde.
Houblonde. H-O-U-P-L-A-N-D. Houblonde.
I'm sorry, the correct spelling is H-O-U-P-P-E-L-A-N-D-E. Great job.
Thank you.
Dr. Bailey, you can think about this one for a moment as we get our next speller. Maybe what's the most challenging aspect of doing what Vanya is doing right now in giving the spellers these words?
Eliana, your word is a seal. A seal is a marine flatworm that lacks a digestive cavity with definite walls and that receives food into a porous mass of endodermal tissue. A seal.
A seal. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just a seal. This word is a noun.
A seal. A-C-O-E-L. A seal.
That is correct.
Eliana, just a 6th grader here from Rhode Island.
Revelation. Another word for revelation is A, disclosure, B, rebellion, C, decay. Revelation.
Another word for revelation is A, disclosure.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So how about a revelation from Dr. Bailey? What's the toughest part of that job?
I think it's just the consistency. I mean, but the kids really energize you and focus you, so it kind of is a feedback loop.
Ready, John?
Works together.
Yes.
Ah,
Great.
that makes sense.
Your word is perianth.
Can I get the definition of the word, please?
Perianth is the external envelope of a flower. Floral leaves, especially when not differentiated into the calyx and corolla. Perianth.
Perianth. P-E-R-I-A-N-T-H. Perianth.
That is correct. Your round 2 question is bailiff. Where are you most likely to encounter a bailiff? A, in a courtroom, B, at a swimming pool, or C, on an airplane?
A, in a courtroom.
That is correct.
Hopefully no time soon for any of us. John Donato from South Carolina advances. Here comes Connor Norton.
Hi, Connor. How are you?
I'm doing pretty swell.
Great. You ready? All right. Your word is ice rude.
Ice rude. Can I get the language of origin?
Ice rude is, this word entry is from Latin.
Can I get the definition, please?
Ice rude means ancient money of Rome and Italy consisting of rough masses of bronze with no markings.
Wait, is this from the Latin phrase ice rude, meaning crude bronze?
Yes, it is.
All right, ice rude.
It's not from it. It isn't.
A-E-S-R-U-D-E. Ice rude.
That is correct.
Good for him. That's amazing. That was a neat moment.
Your vocabulary question is abject. Something described as abject is A, extremely noble and virtuous, B, exists in a low state or condition, C, holds great importance or significance. Abject.
Something described as abject, B, exists in a low state or condition.
That is correct.
Thank you.
You mentioned consistency is the biggest challenge. That's what I've always marveled at, is how remarkably consistent you are. And I also noticed the empathy. Maybe we can touch on that too. Here's our next speller, Ahan
Your
Jane.
word is Orinoco.
Can I have the origin and definition of this word, please?
Sure. Orinoco is a geographical entry It's a South American geographical name. It means a river in Venezuela flowing from the Brazilian border to the Colombia border and from there into the Atlantic through a wide delta. Orinoco.
Orinoco. O-R-I-N-O-C-O. Orinoco.
That is correct. Olfactory. Something olfactory is A, concerned with uncovering the truth, B, deals with the refinement of oil, C, is connected with the sense of smell. Olfactory.
Something olfactory, C, is connected with the sense of smell.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So I said I smelled a little empathy in your demeanor up there. Is that you still remember 45 years ago what it was like to be up there?
Yeah, and it's still important just to make sure that every speller knows.
Your word
giving them every
is
chance they can possibly get.
ecchymosis. Ecchymosis is a singular noun. Ecchymosis.
May I have the language of origin?
Ecchymosis is from an originally Greek word that passed into Latin.
May I have the definition?
Ecchymosis means the escape of blood into the tissues from ruptured blood vessels marked by a livid black and blue or purple spot or area. Also, the discoloration so caused. Ecchymosis.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just ecchymosis.
May I have it in a sentence?
A black eye results from ecchymosis. Can you say the word for us?
Ecchymosis.
Ecchymosis.
Ecchymosis. E-C-H-O-M-O-S-I-S. Ecchymosis.
I'm sorry, the correct spelling is E-C-C-H-Y-M-O-S-I-S.
Thank you.
Great job.
Next we have Colin Schuler, also from the Palmetto State.
Hi, Colin.
Hello.
Your word is parti pris.
May I have all the information?
Parti pris is the only pronunciation. This word is a noun. Parti pris comes from French. It means a preconceived opinion, bias, partiality, prejudice. Beth has such parti pris about politics that she finds it hard to calmly hear views that she disagrees with. Parti pris, singular noun, and it comes from Latin-derived French.
Parti pris. P-A-R-T-I-P-R-E-S.
I'm sorry, the correct spelling is P-A-R-T-I-P-R-I-S. Nice try.
Colin has 2 more years to come back. I'm curious what keeps Dr. Jacques Bailey coming back. After this word, maybe he'll tell us.
Hi. Minea.
May I have the language of origin?
Minea is from Greek.
I may have the definition.
It means collections of hymns for all days of the year in the Eastern Orthodox Church, arranged in calendar order. Minea.
Menea. M-E-N-A-I-A. Menea.
That is correct.
Quite a few religion-adjacent words in this year's B so far.
Your round 2 question is cavalcade. Cavalcade is A, an archway, B, a cannon, C, a procession.
A cavalcade is a sea procession.
That is correct.
Quite a cavalcade in Washington yesterday with the Memorial Day Parade.
Hi, Josh. You ready to be up there?
Yep.
Yep.
Nice to be here again.
It's great to have you back.
Thank you.
Your word is unikite.
Unikite. May I have all the information?
Unikite. This is the only pronunciation. This word is a noun. The first part of this word is from a North American geographical name, and the second part is from English. Unakite means an altered igneous rock that is usually opaque with green, black, pink, and white flecks, and is usually used as a gemstone. As in, Sam, an amateur rockhound, was thrilled to find a chunk of unakite in the Blue Ridge Mountains. Unakite.
Unakite. U-N-A-K-I-T-E. Unakite.
That is correct.
Thank you so much.
Josh was here as a third grader last year.
Gastronome. What is a gastronome? A brief reflection or maxim. B, a person who loves high-quality food and drink. C, a scientist who studies plants.
Gastronome is B, a person who loves high-quality food and drink.
That is correct.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Bailey, what is it that draws you back to the Hive here every year?
I just love watching this concerted effort to strive for human excellence. This is the first time in these kids' young lives that they really get to make their own.
So listen
effort
closely to this
for
next
excellence.
word.
The first time. Often
Your
first
word
of
is
many.
hominin.
Exactly.
Hominin or hominin. This is any of a taxonomic tribe of upright bipedal primate mammals that includes recent humans together with extinct ancestral and related forms. It's a noun. Hominin or hominin.
May I have all the information?
Sure. The word is hominin or hominin. Hominin is a noun. This word is from Latin. It means any of a taxonomic tribe of upright bipedal primate mammals that includes recent humans together with extinct ancestral and related forms. As in, Dr. Givens speculated whether the fossil came from a hominin or from one of the great apes. Hominin.
Hominin. H-O-M-I-N-I-N. Hominin.
That is correct.
Thank you.
I've often heard you tell a speller this word may have a homonym, but usually the homonym isn't homonym.
Yeah, that's right.
Your round 2 question is pedantry. Pedantry is A, ostentatious presentation of knowledge, B, fortitude marked by heroic acts, C, mental training used in corporations. Pedantry.
Pedantry means A, ostentatious presentation of knowledge.
That is correct.
Thank you so much.
We never get that from Dr. Bailey. Never.
Hello.
Just the opposite.
Your word is
Thanks, Paul.
osnos.
Can I have all the information, please?
Osnos has no alternate pronunciations. This word is a noun. It comes from Persian. Osnos means a Persian card game similar to poker and by some thought to be its progenitor. Osnos is similar to poker, but flushes all cards of the same suit, and sequences are not part of the game. Osnos.
Osnos. A-S-N-A-S. Osnos.
That is correct.
World Series of Osnos coming soon to a TV near you. We had some
Plaintiff.
spellers.
What does a plaintiff do? A, serves as a chief religious figure. B, acts as a watchdog or guard dog. C, begins a lawsuit of some kind.
C, begins a lawsuit of some kind.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Dr. Bailey, I know it's never about you, but I am curious to know the most unique place you've ever
Hello,
been
Vanya.
recognized
Hello,
for your role in
Soraya.
the
How are
bee.
you?
Great.
Give this word.
Okay.
Your word is piatti.
Piatti. P-I-A-T-T-I. Piatti.
That is correct. Your round 2 question is diva. What is a diva? A, a person who doesn't work well as part of a team. B, a narrow piece of furniture designed for use as a bed. C, a water bird that catches bottom-feeding fish. Diva.
A, a person who doesn't work well as part of a team.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Well done, Soraya. So what about it, Dr. Bailey? Some unique places you've been spotted?
Yeah, one time in the Grand Palais in Paris, I was stalked down by a...
Your word is visceral.
Visceral. May I have the definition, please?
Visceral means of, relating to, or issued by a high executive officer of various Muslim countries. Visceral.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just visceral.
Visceral. V-I-Z-I-E-R-I-A-L. Visceral.
That is correct.
So Arnie Parat from Amarillo, Texas.
Accomplice. An accomplice is someone who A, accuses another of wrongdoing, B, counts or calculates, or C, helps another commit a crime. Accomplice.
C, helps another commit a crime.
That is correct.
So was that a Francophone B fan who spotted you in Paris, or one of our American viewers?
That was an American. That was pretty funny.
Hi, Thayvon.
Was not expecting that.
Of all the places.
Kuiper belt.
Kuiper belt, could I have the definition?
Kuiper belt is a band of small celestial bodies beyond the orbit of Neptune, from which many short-period comets are believed to originate. Kuiper belt.
Kuiper belt, could I have language of origin?
The first part of this phrase is from a Dutch name, and the second part is originally English.
Kuiper belt.
Kuiper belt.
Kuiperbelt. Kuiper belt.
That is correct.
Now, some viewers at home might have heard his T sound more like a D. That's just how it's coming out of his
Your
mouth.
round 2 question is annotate. What does it mean to annotate? A, to make notes that accompany a piece of writing. B, to find out or learn with certainty. C, to impart or suffuse with color.
Annotate. A, to make notes that accompany a piece of writing.
That is correct.
That was a nice sigh of relief.
Never gets old. Here's another returner, Tarini Nandakumar.
Your word is hennin.
Hennin. May I have the definition, please?
Hennin means a high cone-shaped headdress, usually with a thin veil suspended from the top, worn by European women in the 15th century. Hennin.
Hennin. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just hennin.
Hennin. H-E-N-N-I-N. Hennin.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Karini's 5th time here in Washington.
Cacophonous. Something described as cacophonous is A, used to transmit signals electronically. B, sweet to an unpleasant degree. C, marked by harsh or discordant sound.
Something described as cacophonous is C, marked by a harsh or discordant sound.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Sure is. So Tarini advances. Next we have Isaac Cancio from Corpus Christi.
This word has a homonym, so I'll give you the definition. Point d'appui or point d'appui. This word is a singular noun, and it means foundation, base, especially a base from which a military operation can be carried on. Point d'appui, point d'appui.
Can I get the country of origin, please?
This word entry is from French.
Can I get all the information? Can I get all the information, please?
Sure. The word is point d'appui or point d'appui. This word is a singular noun. It comes from French, meaning foundation, base, especially a base from which a military operation can be carried on. In the novel, the hero quickly ascertained that there was no good location for the troops' point d'appui. Can you say the word for us?
Point d'appui. P-O-I-N-T-D-A-P-P. U-I, point d'appui.
That is correct.
Closest thing to a buzzer beater we've seen yet in 2025.
Dawdle. What is another word for dawdle? A, loiter. B, carve. C, decorate.
Dawdle means to A, loiter.
That is correct.
Dr. Bailey, that word made me wonder, have you ever encountered a word that for all your effort you just couldn't pronounce?
Oh, there's a few. Yeah.
Well, I guess I can't ask you to pronounce them.
That's true.
Avishka, this word has a homonym, so I'll give you the definition. Your word is bêche de mer or bêche de mer. So bêche de mer, bêche de mer. This word is a noun, and it means any of several English-based pidginized languages spoken on islands of the Western Pacific. Bêche de mer.
Bêche de mer. Can I have the language of origin, please?
This word is from French.
Can you repeat the definition?
Any of several English-based pidginized languages spoken on islands of the Western Pacific.
Bêche de mer. Can you repeat the word?
Bêche de mer, bêche de mer.
Bêche de mer. B-E-C-H-E-D-E-M-E-R. Bêche de mer.
That is correct.
And some of you may be wondering, well, what about the punctuation, hyphens, apostrophes, accent marks? Just the letters, that's all they want the spellers
Prodigious.
to say.
Another word for prodigious is A, zealous, B, diminutive, C, immense.
Another word for prodigious is C, immense.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Some prodigious brain power in the room today. An understatement.
Hi, Faizan.
Hi.
Faizan was here last year
Your
as
word
well.
is viaticum.
Could I have all the information?
Viaticum, also pronounced viaticum. This word is a noun. It comes from Latin, and it means an allowance as of transportation or supplies and money for traveling expenses. As in, Shirley has spent all but $50 of the $500 viaticum her father gave her for her spring break trip. Viaticum.
All right, could you repeat the word again?
Viaticum or viaticum.
Viaticum. V-I-A-T-I-C-U-M. Viaticum.
That is correct. Your round 2 question is imperious. A person described as imperious is A, overbearing, B, curious, or C, frolicsome.
A person described as imperious is A, overbearing.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Piece of cake for Faizan Zaki. Another Texan.
Hi, Shreyansh. Are you
Zadu.
ready?
Yep.
Your word is hypethral.
Hypethral. May I have all the information, please?
Can you stand a little bit closer to the mic? Thank you. Hypethral or hypethral is an adjective. This word is from an originally Greek word that passed into Latin and an English element, meaning open to the sky. As in, the local high school's football team plays in a hypethral stadium. Hypethral.
Hypethral. H-Y-P-A-E-T-H-R-A-L. Hypethral.
That is correct. Mayhem. Which of these is an example of mayhem? A, an unmarried girl or woman, especially when young. B, a fictional town. C, a felonious crime.
C, a felonious crime.
That is correct.
Another crazy question came to mind for me, Dr. Bailey. Did you ever get asked at home to repeat the word?
No, they make fun of me in various ways.
Not with that one.
Don't worry, I needed to do that for me too. Your word is scaliola.
Thanks, Paul.
Good job.
Can I have all the information?
Scaliola has no alternate pronunciations. This word is a noun coming from Germanic-derived Italian. An imitation of ornamental marble used for floors, columns, and other ornamental interior work. As in, after the scaliola is spread on the prepared surface and hardened, it is then polished to resemble marble. Scaliola.
Scaliola. S-C-A-G-L-I-O-L-A. Scaliola.
That is correct. Your round 2 question is epoxy. Epoxy is A, a glue, B, a substitute, C, a time period.
Epoxy is a glue.
That is correct. Hi.
Hello.
This next word has a homonym. Your word is ancien régime. Ancien régime is a singular noun meaning a system or mode no longer prevailing. Ancien régime is the word.
Can I have the word in a sentence?
Jean-Michel became the head of the Homeowners Association in March and immediately began reinstating the draconian rules of the Ancien Régime.
Ancien régime.
Ancien Régime.
Can I have the language of origin?
This word is from French.
Ancien régime. A-N-C-I-E-N-R-E-G-I-M-E. Ancien régime.
That is correct. Rejuvenate. Another word for rejuvenate is A, recoil, B, reduce, C, reinvigorate.
C, reinvigorate.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Rihasa, another young lady's been coming here for a long time, first to watch her older sister. Kind of like the young lady pronouncing right now. Watched her older sister.
Hi, Noah. Your word is itriferous.
May I have all the information?
Itriferous. There are no alternate pronunciations. This word is an adjective. It's formed from a Swedish geographical name plus a Latin-derived element. Itriferous means bearing or containing the trivalent metallic element with atomic number 39 or related elements. As in, many of the lunar rocks collected during the Apollo program were itriferous.
Itriferous. Y-T-T-R-I-F-E-R-O-U-S. Itriferous.
That is correct.
Another example of how interdisciplinary the spelling bee can be. You know your periodic table? It would help a lot with that word.
Depredation. What is depredation? A, advancement to a higher rank, position, or level. B, the act of plundering or pillaging. C, turning aside or swerving. Depredation.
B, the act of plundering or pillaging.
That is correct.
So a very impressive fourth grader, 10-year-old Noah White, advancing to round 3.
Hi, Luke.
Howdy, Vanya.
Your word is Djibouti.
Can you give me the definition, please?
Djibouti is a country of Eastern Africa on Bab el Mandab Strait, across from Yemen and on the Gulf of Aden.
Djibouti. D-J-I-B-O-U-T-I. Djibouti.
That is correct.
Luke, another returning speller here in Washington.
Your round 2 question is tungsten. Tungsten is a type of A, disease, B, clay, C, metal.
C, metal.
That is correct.
So here's where we are in the competition. 158 of these champion spellers have made it through to round 3. We now have 54 who've been eliminating. And joining us now, the Bee coordinator for our Regional Partner of the Year, the Akron Beacon Journal, Laura Kessel, and our Regional Volunteer of the Year, Dr. Tom Wadsworth. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
So, Laura, let's start with you. The Bee is celebrating 100 years. And what I understand is your newspaper, the Beacon Journal, has been there since the very beginning?
Yes. We were one of the first 9 the first year.
Wow.
We're pretty proud of that, obviously. We've had 5 champions throughout the history. I'd love to have number 6 come.
Yeah. And how long have you personally been involved?
About 7 years in Akron. I also run another bee, the Canton Repository Bee. We're about half an hour away from each other. So,
what would you say is maybe the biggest value of being involved in this competition that people who haven't experienced it wouldn't understand?
There's a lot of levels to that. To me, one of the main ones is I love to watch the kids and see them excel and see the group of kids that's coming up that's going to be our leaders in the future. These kids are so smart and so confident and so sure of themselves. I was never like that in school, but it's the tradition is important. Canton's Bee also has been around for more than 80 years.
Wow.
And, that longevity is important because, we spend a lot of time celebrating athletes, which we should because they do amazing things. But we also have these kids who are doing some really good stuff.
You mean there are famous athletes from Akron? Anyone we would know?
Yeah, there's one for sure.
I've never seen LeBron in a spelling bee, but if he put his mind to it, I'm sure he'd be really good. We also have Dr. Tom Wadsworth, as I said, Volunteer of the Year. So how long have you been a pronouncer at that regional bee in Illinois?
43 years.
Woo. Why do you keep going back to that? What do you get out of it?
I keep going back because I'm not dead yet. I enjoy it that much. It's so much fun. The kids at that particular age, they're still kids. They're not yet into high school yet. They can become so much at that point. And you see them at this cusp of life where they're about to shift into something new. And you see the best of the best at the spelling bees, kids who are really sharp. And just to be a part of that moment in their lives when they're about to experience a real championship in front of a large crowd, which is scary to these kids, but it's really gratifying for me to be a part of that.
Well, and in your role as the pronouncer, and we see it here in Washington, we just had Dr. Bailey up here talking about it. You're kind of a safety net in a way, a welcoming presence, someone who can help put them at ease. Is that a skill you've refined over 43 years?
Absolutely. It's the number one task I consider is helping them be at ease. Tone of voice has a lot to do with it. Calling them by their name, doing anything possible to help them avoid a meltdown, which can happen. But we have a lengthy 2-hour rehearsal with the kids on stage, under the lights, with the microphone. That really helps them get over the jitters. And plus, I do everything I can to help them feel like it's not a big deal. Do the best you can, and either way, you're a champion. We're proud of you.
Dr. Tom Wadsworth, our Volunteer of the Year, Regional Partner of the Year is the Akron Beacon Journal. And Laura, you said you organized the bee not just in Akron, but the Canton area as well. Yeah. What has the spelling bee meant to the community there and the students and families who've come through that over the years?
honestly, it's why we still do it. You know, the kids get very excited. You know, this is on steroids, this level, but the kids, they come in and, the two Bs that I run are very different from each other. The Canton Bee seems to be younger kids, maybe a little less capable. I mean, I shouldn't say it like that, but a little less, the big words are going to be a problem, The Akron Bee they're coached, they're very experienced, they're older usually. So, I mean, the families are very involved, they're there for them to win, I mean, this is another thing you get out of it is a little bit of sportsmanship too,
Yeah.
Because you see it here at this bee too, especially here. It's on display, the clapping and the high-fiving each other. That was one of the first things I saw a few years ago when I came to the bee, is just everybody got a high five even when they were leaving the stage. It's such a welcoming place,
It really is unique, especially in the competitive landscape. And you mentioned being here before. But Tom, I understand for you, even though you've been volunteering for over 40 years, this is the first time you've come here to the Nationals. Is that right?
It is, yeah.
What's your impression so far? What's made an impression on you?
Oh, it's a huge thrill. We get to see how they do things downtown, and we can compare our own little bee with this bee to see where we could improve and to see where we're actually doing quite good. And I feel pretty good about the way we're doing our bee. Having one pronouncer for 43 years, we've gradually tried to improve it, make tweaks every year, and we've got it dialed in pretty good. We can still learn some things from here in Washington, though.
Yeah, are you paying more attention to the spellers or to the pronouncers?
I am paying attention to the pronouncers. Believe me, I can't deny that. But I'm the spellers too. You can't help but feel the emotion, the tension, the nervousness that's there, and then the relief when they finally get it right, or when they finally get it wrong, and they know they don't have to worry about it anymore. That's another part of it.
The emotion is captivating for all of us. So Laura, this started 100 years ago with newspapers, and your newspaper is still sponsoring it 100 years later. So why do you think it's important for the newspaper and the community to support the spelling bee?
Well, I think that's one of the things that, we learned through this process of finding out that we've been around that long. I'm a newbie to the Akron Bee, and the history of our bee I think is tied to the Knight family, of the Knight Ritter family.
Yeah.
And it started, the first year, 1925, John S. Knight gave dictionaries to every kid who competed in their regional bee before the winner went to Washington. So, he was a word guy. And, we honor that history, I think, by keeping it going. And, there's never been a consideration to drop it, ever.
Great example to all the other areas that do this. And Tom, you're the Volunteer of the Year, and you're representing volunteers all over the country that are part of these regional bees. Really the backbone of the operations, volunteer participation. Why would you say, for people out there saying, hey, you know what, maybe I should get involved here? What do you think is the biggest reason for the community to get involved volunteering for these regional competitions?
Sporting activities are widely supported, and communities gather around the sporting activities. But when you present the idea that, why don't we also support an academic competition? Isn't that what schools are about anyway? And I think that's a major factor that drives people to support spelling bees. It is, we say in our area, it is the largest academic competition of its kind in our entire area throughout the year. And it's a good reason to get involved and to volunteer.
Laura, any final thoughts you wanted to share that I didn't ask you about?
Keep going. We're going to keep going.
The Akron Beacon Journal is a sterling example of that. Yeah. Congratulations to you both for those outstanding awards, and enjoy the rest of the 100th bee.
Thank you, Paul.
All right, Dr. Tom Wadsworth, Laura Kessel. We've got more to go here at the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee. Don't go anywhere. We've got to finish the preliminaries and see who else makes it on to round 3. We're live from our nation's capital once again, bringing you the preliminary rounds of the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee. And she's everywhere. Joining us now at the desk, 2015 co-champion Vanya Shivashankar and her dad, Merle, one of our word panelists, and a guy who once sported a T-shirt that said, "The Bee Father," as the dad of not one but 2 Bee champions. Glad to have you both up here. And Vanya, we just heard you're the first ever female pronouncer, and you just did it. You broke the ice. What was it like being in that role? You've done everything else here, but never that before.
You're right. I've never done that before, but it was so amazing. It was so different to be on the other side of the stage, but I had such a great time and such a great team to help me and support me along the way.
Merle, you've heard a lot of pronouncers here over the years. How'd she do?
She did well. She made me proud. Like, prouder than I felt when she won the championship.
Wow, that's saying a lot. And I mentioned that shirt, the Bee Father. You don't still have that, do you?
Right here.
Uh-oh.
He carries it with him everywhere. No, I'm kidding.
It goes with me everywhere.
Well, the first set of siblings to do it. Maybe we'll have another set this year. You guys ready to watch some spelling?
Yes.
All right, let's get back to it. Onto the stage. We have 30 spellers yet to go to the microphone as they get their spelling word and their vocab word 2 rounds at once. Who's pronouncing now? Oh, it's Dr. Kevin Mock. Here we go.
Hi, Zachary.
Hi, Dr. Sietsma.
And I'm Dr. Mock. I'm going to be pronouncing for you today.
Nice to meet you, Dr. Mock.
Great to meet you. Are you ready for your round 1 word?
Probably.
I think if you take a deep breath, you're going to be in the right headspace. Ready?
Zachary's only 8 years old, a second
Your
grader.
word is Gruyere.
Gruyere. Can I have the origin?
Gruyere is from a Swiss geographical name.
Gruyere. Can I have the definition?
It's a pressed whole milk cheese of a pale yellow color and nutty flavor, and usually with small holes.
Gruyere.
Gruyere.
Can I have the part of speech?
It's a noun.
Gruyere. Can I have a sentence?
Kelly loves macaroni and cheese made with Gruyere.
Gruyere. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
There are a couple. I have Gruyere, also Gruyere, Gruyere.
Gruyere. G-R-U-Y-E-R-E. Gruyere.
That is correct.
So in the powerful.
Maybe that'll be on the menu when he has dinner with Dr. Bailey. He said that's the celebrity he would most want to meet, and he wants to discuss
Zachary,
words with
your
him over
round
dinner.
2 vocabulary word is propulsion. What does propulsion refer to? A, the action of advocating. B, the action of driving forward. C, a sudden, strong negative reaction.
B, the action of driving forward.
Correct.
And he'll be moving forward to the next round.
We sure will. Good propulsion. And just a second grader. What was the first year you made it to Washington?
I was in 3rd grade.
Oh, it's got to be.
Brouhaha.
May you give me the definition, please?
Brouhaha means publicity, attention, or excitement far beyond the merits or importance of its cause. Brouhaha, also brouhaha, brouhaha.
May you give me the language origin?
It's from French, which possibly formed it from a Hebrew word.
Brouhaha. B-R-O-U-H-A-H-A. Brouhaha.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like the body language, Alejandro.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is enervate. To enervate someone is A, to fill them with energy, B, to make them weak or feeble, C, to frighten or intimidate them.
To enervate someone is to B, make them weak or feeble?
That is correct.
Thank you.
And Merle, what you can think about as we get ready for this next speller, I'm sure you're often asked for Bee Father advice. So maybe you give us your number 1 after this.
Ready?
Yep.
Oaxaca.
Can you please repeat the word?
Oaxaca.
Oaxaca, Oaxaca.
That is correct.
Straight to the point.
Okay, Michael, your round 2 vocabulary word is addendum. An addendum is A, a folder containing writing paper and envelopes, B, a supplementary item added to a book, C, an item to be discussed during a meeting.
B, a supplementary item added to a book.
That is correct.
So Michael moves on. What do you think, Merle?
I'm just amazed by the young spellers when they're methodical, one after the other, asking questions.
Hi, Caleb.
Hi.
Boise, also Boise. This is the city and capital of Idaho.
May I have the language of origin?
It's from a U.S. geographical name.
Boise. B-O-I-S-E. Boise.
Correct.
Thank you.
And I've been to Boise enough to know its inhabitants prefer that first pronunciation with the hard S to the soft one.
Okay, your word is ruminate. What does it mean to ruminate? A, to carefully think about something. B, to make a low, heavy rolling sound. C, to play a game of cards with others.
A, to carefully think about something?
Correct.
Thank you.
Merle, did you have to coach and encourage your 2 daughters differently when they pursued this prize?
Hi, Shreya.
At that time, yes.
Maybe you can elaborate in a
Appaloosa.
minute. Let's see.
Appaloosa. May I have all the information, please?
Sure. Appaloosa, also Appaloosa. This is a noun, and it means one of a breed of rugged saddle horses developed in Western North America from stock of Spanish origin and distinguished by a mottled skin and patch of white hair over the hindquarters that is blotched or dotted with a darker color. Appaloosa is probably from an American Indian name. In vain, Kiri begged her father to buy her an Appaloosa.
Appaloosa. A-P-P-A-L-O-O-S-A. Appaloosa.
Correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is montage. What is a montage? A series of high land masses that form a ridge. B, a quick sequence of images that establishes theme, mood, or passage of time. C, an optical illusion of water that is observed over deserts.
A montage is B, a quick sequence of images that establishes theme, mood, or passage of time.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Well done, Shreya.
It's not about the spelling. I needed them to understand the etymological patterns or the roots.
Good afternoon,
Understand
Chris.
deeper into it. There are clues about words always.
Embouchure.
Can I have all the information, please?
Embouchure. Embouchure. This is a noun. It means the position and use of the lips in producing a musical tone on a wind instrument. Embouchure came from French, which formed it from Latin-derived elements.
That's the hint.
Kirsten's clarinet playing greatly improved after she perfected her embouchure.
Embouchure.
Can you say it again for us?
Embouchure.
Embouchure.
Embouchure. E-M-B-O-U-C-H-U-R-E. Embouchure.
That is correct.
So spellers from West Texas have been impressive so far. Now is vocab.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is squeamish. Someone described as squeamish, A, is easily nauseated, B, has a high-pitched voice, C, is short and stout in stature.
Someone described as squeamish is A, easily nauseated.
That is correct.
The time pressure of the vocab round can make you a little squeamish. This is Jara Abarquez
Hi, Jara.
from San Angelo.
Hi.
So listen closely. Your word is beaux-arts. Beaux-arts is a plural noun, and it means arts, such as painting, sculpture, or music, concerned primarily with the creation of beautiful things. Beaux-arts.
May I have all the information, please?
Sure. Beaux-arts is a plural noun. It's from French. It means arts, such as painting, sculpture, or music, concerned primarily with the creation of beautiful things. After he had received his inheritance, Filbert quit his job at the firm and dedicated himself entirely to the Beaux-arts.
May I have the origin, please?
This word entry is from French. Can you say it for us?
Beaux-arts.
Gotta be careful with the.
Could I have the definition one more time?
Beaux-arts is arts such as painting, sculpture, or music concerned primarily with the creation of beautiful things.
Beaux-arts. B-O-Z-A-R. Beaux-arts.
Beaux-arts is spelled B-E-A-U-X-A-R-T-S. Great try.
Just what we were saying before about French patterns. They're tricky, though, don't you think?
Yeah, compound words are a little difficult.
Hi, Siona.
Good afternoon.
Amuse-gueule.
Amuse-gueule. May I have all the information, please?
Sure. I have a few pronunciations. Amuse-gueule, 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 amuse-gueule. This word is from French. It's a noun, and it means a small complimentary appetizer offered at some restaurants. The server brought a small ramekin of asparagus soup as an amuse-gueule for each person at the table.
Amuse-gueule. A-M-U-S-E-G-U-E-U-L-E. Amuse-gueule.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Seen a lot of compound words, hyphenated words. These are all on that Word of Champions list that they've had access to.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is succumb. What does it mean to succumb? A, to hold in contempt. B, to yield to a force or appeal. C, to drain a body of water.
Succumb means to yield to a force or appeal.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, on this word, there were 2 roots we would have gotten into from Latin.
Mm-hmm. Good afternoon, Chev.
Good afternoon.
Ready?
Yep.
Okay. Your word is railleur.
May you please repeat the word?
Railleur.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just the one, railleur.
May you please define the word?
Railleur means one given to good-natured ridicule.
May you please repeat the word?
Railleur.
Railleur. R-A-I-L-L-E-U-R. Railleur.
Correct.
A lot of French in this round, it looks like.
Oui, oui.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, shenanigans. What is another word for shenanigans? A, pranks. B, slogans. C, harmonies.
Another word for shenanigans is A, pranks.
That is correct.
In that instance, Chev's spelling word and vocab word kind of went together.
Did you miss seeing that excitement on us when we were spellers?
Excitement,
Hey there,
and
Arv.
also the heartbeat is higher.
So listen closely to this word, because it could be confused with another. Your word is cairn. Cairn is a noun, and it means a rounded or pyramidal heap of stones made as a monument or memorial, or as a landmark or trail marker for explorers, surveyors, or hikers. Cairn.
Cairn. C-A-I-R-N. Cairn.
Correct.
For round 2, your vocabulary word is minacious. Something described as menacious is A, of a threatening character, B, related to ants and their colonies, C, the color of red lead.
A, of a threatening character.
That is correct.
No messing around.
And Merle, I introduced you as a word panelist. I don't know how much you're allowed to tell us. Maybe you can let us into that world a little bit after this speller. Evan?
Daguerreotype.
Can you give me all the information, please?
Sure can. Daguerreotype, also daguerreotype, daguerreotype. This is a noun, and it means a photograph produced on a silver plate from which a latent image is developed after exposure in the camera. Daguerreotype is from a French name, plus a part that went from Greek to French. As in, the daguerreotype was a popularly used invention in the 1800s, but its use declined in the latter half of the century. Daguerreotype, daguerreotype, daguerreotype.
Daguerreotype. D-A-G-U-E-R-R-E-O-T-Y-P-E. Daguerreotype.
That's correct.
Evan came all the way from the Virgin Islands to compete here. Wasn't going to miss that one.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, bleary. Which of the following would most likely be described as bleary? A, eyes or vision, C, temperature, B, temperature, C, fruits or vegetables.
A, eyes or vision.
That's correct.
The word panel meets 2 or 3 times a year. It's a very rigorous process.
Hello.
Are you ready?
Sure.
Okay. So listen closely, because this word could also be confused with another word. Your word is crew. This is a noun that means a private organization staging festivities as parades and balls during Mardi Gras in New Orleans.
Can I have all the information, please?
Sure. Crew is a noun. It's from another English word taken from Latin-derived French. A crew is a private organization staging festivities as parades and balls during Mardi Gras in New Orleans. The members of the Bazin Street crew decorated a huge castle-shaped float for the parade. Crew.
Crew. C-R-E-W-E. Crew.
Oh.
Crew is spelled K-R-E-W-E. Great try.
Thank you. Homonyms are always so tricky. We used to have some lists of homonyms that we would study, right, Dad?
Right. We studied the homonyms separately.
Raj Pramukh.
Can I have all the information, please?
Sure can. Raj Pramukh is a noun. It means the constitutional head of a state of India formed from several former princely states who is elected by a council of rulers. Raj Pramukh went from Sanskrit to Hindi. In a sentence, the administrative title of Raj Pramukh existed in India from 1947 until 1956, when new states were created alongside ethnic and linguistic lines. Raj Pramukh.
Can I have the language of origin?
It went from Sanskrit to Hindi.
Raj Pramukh.
Raj Pramukh.
Raj Pramukh.
Yes.
R-A-J-P-R-A-M-O-O-K. Raj Pramukh.
Raj Pramukh is spelled R-A-J-P-R-A-M-U-K-H.
These words from Indian and Persian origins bring a certain pattern with them. The K's usually are followed by an H.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Roshan.
Hello.
You ready? Quonset.
May I have the definition?
Quonset is a trademark, and it's used for a prefabricated shelter set on a foundation of bolted steel trusses and built of a semicircular arching roof of corrugated metal insulated inside with wood fiber. Quonset.
Quonset. Q-U-O-N-S-E-T. Quonset.
That's correct.
You know, I never liked trademark words. There were never any hints for me in the language of origin, but Roshan's got it.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, forfeit. If you forfeit something, you A, carve or mold it into an appropriate shape, B, lose the right to it because of an error or crime, C, predict it will happen at some point in the future.
B, lose the right to it because of an error or crime.
That's correct.
So Merle, you said that word panel meets a few times a year. How spirited is the discussion over what words belong and what don't?
Very spirited. Every word and word information is scrutinized so thoroughly before it makes the list for the finals.
Swain-sona.
Can you give me all the information, please?
Absolutely. Swain-sona is a noun. It means any plant of a genus of Australian herbs and subshrubs having odd pinnate leaves and racemes of small various colored flowers with orbicular, standard, and twisted wings. Swain-sona is formed in Latin from an English name. Norman wanted to plant a Swain-sona at the edge of his field, but first he needed to confirm it was not a variety that was poisonous to sheep. Swain-sona.
Swain-sona. S-W-A-I-N-S-O-N-A. Swain-sona.
Correct.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, stampede. A stampede is A, sudden rush of frightened animals, B, a blockage of forward progress, C, a tool for pressing a design on hot wax.
A stampede is A, sudden rush of frightened animals.
That's correct.
There was no holding that grin back for Phoenix.
Maybe after this question, you can tell us about your favorite words to learn, Greek, Latin, and whatnot.
Risposta.
Risposta. Can I please get the definition?
Risposta in music means a restatement of a fugue's subject by a different voice, usually at the interval of a fifth above or a fourth below, immediately following the initial statement. Risposta.
Can I please get the, the origin?
It's from a Latin word that passed into Italian.
Risposta. R-I-S-P-O-S-T-A. Risposta.
That's correct.
Sigh of relief.
Everyone else exhaled in unison.
For vocabulary, your word is kudos. Why would you give kudos? A, as interest on the principal balance of a loan. B, as praise for an achievement. C, as treatment for a disease.
You would give kudos B as praise for an achievement.
That's correct.
Something that Vanya Shivashankar has received plenty of over the years. It was fun having your dad, Merle, here with us too. Vanya, I was asking him questions, and you just asked him something before that last speller. What'd you ask him again?
Yeah, I want to hear from his years of coaching experience and now on the word panel. What are your favorite types of words to learn? Root words, genuses?
I like to learn words that have good roots. It's important because I think for Vanya and Kavya, both of them, it's become useful in their medical life, right? So a lot of words are made up of Greek roots. So that's been really, really helpful for them.
Well, I love the time, Merle, and thanks for taking us behind the curtain a little bit, and thanks for staying involved with the Bee. We're getting close to the end of preliminary rounds 1 and 2. Vanya, thank you. Great job as pronouncer again, making some history. I think we'll see more of you.
We'll see.
Yeah, I think so. The Scripps National Spelling Bee comes right back at you. Almost done with the preliminaries. Welcome back to our last televised segment of the preliminary rounds of the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee, and welcome to Molly Becker, editorial director for the Bee. Molly, so far this year, this whole day has been amazing, but the whole Bee so far, 100th year, pretty awesome. Even that champion showdown last night that you had a pretty big role in. How fun was that?
Oh my gosh, so much fun, Paul, to watch those 8 champions get up and relive their glory days.
Yeah, and make these current spellers imagine what theirs might look like someday. Let's get back to the stage. We're almost done with this round 1 spelling word, round 2 vocabulary pattern. Just a few spellers left. So let's continue. Dr. Kevin Mock pronouncing. And our next speller is Nicholas Kohan.
Hi, Nicholas.
Hello.
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Salmagundi.
Can I have all the information, please?
Sure. Salmagundi is a noun. It means a salad plate consisting of chopped or sliced meats, anchovies, hard-cooked eggs, pickled vegetables, olives, radishes, endive, and watercress that are arranged in rows for color and flavor contrast and dressed with salad dressing. Salmagundi is from French. The salmagundi took Sarita so long to make that she took a photo of it to post on the food blog she was planning to start someday. Salmagundi.
Can you use the word in a sentence again?
Sure. The salmagundi took Sarita so long to make that she took a photo of it to post on the food blog she was planning to start someday. Salmagundi.
Salmagundi. S-A-L-M-A-G-U-N-D-I. Salmagundi.
That's correct.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, celestial. Something described as celestial is A, related to the sky, B, crunchy or fibrous, C, marked by pomp or formality.
A, related to the sky.
Correct.
So Nicholas cruises on through.
Hi, Dr. Mark.
Dr. Mock.
Hi, Dr. Mark.
As in, you mock me if you call me Dr. Mark and not Dr. Mock.
Okay, Dr. Mark.
Oh, you got it. There we go.
Keep
How you
them
doing,
loose.
Vicky?
Good.
It's a hard one, so I don't blame anyone. Ready for your round 1 word?
Yeah.
Okay. Patois, also patois.
Patois. Can I have all the information?
Sure. Patois, patois. This is a noun, and it means a dialect other than the standard or literary dialect. This word came to English from French, which took it from an imitative Latin word. As in, during the 11th to 14th centuries, Parisians considered the French spoken in the English court to be a patois. Patois.
Patois. P-A-T-O-I-S. Patois.
That's correct.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, flourish. What does it mean to flourish? A, to thrive, B, to agitate, C, to dash off.
To flourish means to A, thrive.
Correct.
Thank you.
This competition allows intellectual curiosity to flourish. And Molly, that's not just for the spellers.
Hi, Vincent.
Are you like me, where you keep learning things the more you're around this?
Oh, every single day, Paul. Every single day. I'm
Ponch and
exposed to
llama.
brand new words.
Can you repeat the word, please?
Ponch and llama.
Ponch and llama. P-A-N-C-H-E-N-L-A-M-A. Ponch and llama.
Correct.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, minutia. What does minutia refer to? A, a unit of time containing 60 seconds. B, a small or precise detail. C, an established law.
B, a small or precise detail.
Correct.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Mock.
Hi, Nikita.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I love the spelling bee.
Me too.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Take a deep breath if you feel like you're not.
Okay,
Okay. Meringuin.
Meringuin. Could I please have all the information?
Meringuin is a noun. It came from French, which took it from Tupi, an indigenous language of the Amazonia and South America. Meringuin is a small 2-winged biting fly whose larvae live in flowing, usually clear streams, a black fly. The itching and swelling from the bite of a meringuin can persist for days or even weeks.
Marangouin. Does this word have any alternate pronunciations?
I have just the one, Marangouin.
Could you say the word again?
Marangouin.
Could I please have the definition one more time?
A small two-winged biting fly whose larvae live in flowing, usually clear streams. A black fly.
Marangouin. Can you say the word one more time?
Marangouin.
Marangouin. Marangouin. Marangouin. Marangouin.
That is correct.
Thank you.
And like that, we all learned the name of an insect we never want to encounter, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yikes. For your round 2 vocabulary word, curtail. To curtail is A, to wag back and forth, B, to respond in a rude way, C, to shorten in duration or scope.
Curtail. To curtail is C, to shorten in duration or scope.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Wag back and forth was a pretty creative interpretation, but just not correct. Nargiza is next.
Hi, Nargiza.
She's from Centerville, Virginia.
Kind of.
I think you are. Rosiella.
Rosiella, may I please have all the information?
Rosiella, also roseola. This is a noun. It means a mild disease of infants and children characterized by fever lasting 3 days, followed by an eruption of rose-colored spots. Rosiella is from Latin, which probably took it from Greek. The baby's appetite came back quickly after her rosiella improved and her rash disappeared.
Rosiella, could you please repeat the language of origin?
It's from Latin, which probably took it from Greek.
And could you please repeat the definition?
A mild disease of infants and children characterized by fever lasting 3 days, followed by an eruption of rose-colored spots. Rosiella, roseola.
Thank you. Rosiella. Rosiella. R-O-S-E-O-L-A. Rosiella.
That is correct.
Thank you.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, austere. Which of these would most likely be described as austere? A, an empty white room, B, a sequin dance costume, C, a prediction of good luck.
The option which is most likely to be.
Well done, Nargiza. Another Virginia next, from down in
Hi,
Norfolk,
Suhani.
the Williamsburg area. Suhani Joshi.
Lunyali, also.
Well done, Nargiza. Another Virginia next, from down in
Hi,
Norfolk,
Suhani.
the Williamsburg area. Suhani Joshi.
Lunyali, also Lunyali.
Lunyali. May I have all the information, please?
Lunyali, lunyali. This is a plural noun. It means the whitish marks at the base of fingernails. Langrage. Langrage is a noun, and it means shot formerly used in naval warfare for tearing sails and rigging, and consisting of bolts, nails, and other pieces of iron fastened together or enclosed in a canister. Langrage.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just the one. Langrage.
Can I have all the information, please?
Langrage is a noun. It's of unknown origin. Langrage is shot formerly used in naval warfare for tearing sails and rigging, and consisting of bolts, nails, and other pieces of iron fastened together or enclosed in a canister. It was reported that Blackbeard sometimes armed his guns with langrage.
Langrage. L-A-N-G-R-A-G-E. Langrage.
Correct.
Quite ironic that language has no language of origin.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is cohesive. If something is described as cohesive, it A, has an irregular surface, B, fits together naturally and consistently, C, restrains or restricts movement.
Something described as cohesive, it B, fits together naturally and consistently.
That is correct.
Hi, Harper.
Hello.
Caracas.
Caracas. May I please have the definition?
Caracas is a city near the Caribbean coast of Venezuela.
Caracas. C-A-R-A-C-A-S. Caracas.
That is correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is iris. Which of the following would be called an iris? A wading bird with a curved beak. B, a tool for measuring gravitational forces. C, a play of colors resembling a rainbow.
An iris could be called a wading bird with a curved beak.
Iris is C, a play of colors resembling a rainbow.
Thank you.
Great try.
Ibis was the red herring there. It's tricky. Not a lot of time.
Hi, Declan.
There's Declan.
Hi.
Twal.
Twal. May I have all the information, please?
Twal is a noun, and it means an upholstery and drapery fabric, usually made of cotton or linen, and printed with characteristic designs, as of landscape or florals, in one color on a cream or white background. Twal came from French, which formed it from a Latin word. When their new couch arrived, Martin and Louisa were irked to find that it was upholstered in a flowery twal instead of plain blue denim.
Twal. T-O-I-L-E. Twal.
Correct.
That's one I always mispronounce.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, indict. What does it mean to indict someone? A, to admit them to membership. B, to put down in writing. C, to charge them with a crime.
C, to charge them with a crime.
Correct.
His classmates at Snoqualmie Middle School just finished lunch, I think, back in the state of Washington.
Hi,
From West
Charvitha.
Virginia,
Hello.
we have Charvitha Sanjaya.
Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Pudibund.
Can I have all the information, please?
Pudibund is an adjective. It's from Latin. It means marked by excessive modesty or decorousness. Janelle expected her great aunt to be pudibund and was surprised when she arrived on a motorcycle.
Can you repeat the word, please?
Pudibund.
Pudibund. P-U-D-I-B-U-N-D. Pudibund.
That is correct.
Thank you.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, felonious. If something is described as felonious, it A, is characterized by joking, especially in a way regarded as silly. B, embodies something that misleads the eye or the mind. C, relates to a crime that is more serious than a misdemeanor offense.
C, relates to a crime that is more serious than a misdemeanor offense.
Correct.
Thank you.
Well done, Charvitha. Just a few spellers left in these preliminaries.
Hi, Nirav.
Hi.
Cicidium.
Cicidium. Can I please have all the word information?
Cicidium, also cecidium. This is a noun. It means a swelling or excrescence of the tissues of a plant that results usually from the attacks of insects, mites, or other parasites, and is often distinguished by characteristic shape or color. It's also called a gall. Cicidium passed from Greek to Latin. A kind of cicidium that is produced by fungus growing on wild rice plants in China is a valuable food source. Cicidium, cecidium.
Cicidium. C-E-C-I-D-I-U-M.
Cicidium. That is correct.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, thespian. What is a thespian? A horseback rider, B, an author, C, an actor.
C, an actor. Correct.
Quick work in rounds 1 and 2 for Nirav.
Good afternoon, Ethan.
Hey, Dr. Mog.
Promyshlenik.
Promyshlenik. Could I have all the information, please?
Promyshlenik is a noun. It means a Russian trapper and fur trader of Siberia and Alaska. It's from Russian. Unlike the French, who sought beaver pelts for the European markets, the Promyshlenik sought the pelts of sea otters for trade with China.
Promyshlenik. 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 Promyshlenik.
That is correct. And Ethan, you don't need to hold the microphone.
Ethan, for your round 2 vocabulary word, tantrum. Who is most likely to throw a tantrum? A small child when tired or angry. B, a jockey when riding in a race. C, a major league pitcher when starting.
A small child when tired or angry.
Correct.
C might have applied depending on the umpire's strike zone, but I think that was the more acceptable response that Ethan gave us.
Jacob.
It's Jacob Martinito.
So listen closely to this one. Makati pans.
A very fun word.
This is a geographical entry, and it means a large basin containing salt pans in northeastern Botswana. Makati pans.
Makati pans, could you please repeat the word?
Makati pans.
Makati pans.
What, can you say it again for us?
Makati pans.
Makati pans.
Makati pans. Makati pans. Okay, Makati pans.
Makati pans.
Makati pans.
Makati pans. Yep.
Easy to get tripped up on.
MAKGADIPANS. Makati pans.
That is correct.
Well handled.
It seems like it needs to be a song, doesn't it?
I think could make a good one.
pans. It sings.
Okay, Jacob, for your round 2 vocabulary word, ingenuous. Someone described as ingenuous is A, handsome, B, naive, C, sophisticated.
Someone described as ingenuous is C, sophisticated.
Someone described as ingenuous is B, naive.
Thank you.
Great try.
Look forward to seeing Jacob back next year, all the way from Appleton, Wisconsin. He does have 2 more years of eligibility, and now we have our last competitor of the preliminaries.
Good afternoon, Dr. Mock.
Good afternoon to you, too.
All the way from Wyoming.
You ready for
He's been
your
here
word?
before.
Yes.
Okay.
Eli Jernigan.
Mittimus.
Mitimus. Can I please have the definition?
Mittimus is a warrant committing the person specified to prison.
Mitimus. M-I-T-T. Sorry. I'm going to start over.
Okay.
Minimus. M-I-T-T-I-M-U-S. Minimus.
That's correct.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, fervently. Something done fervently is done A, at frequent or short intervals, B, in a time long ago or past, C, with a deep intensity of feeling.
If something is done fervently, it is done with C, a deep intensity of feeling.
That's correct.
Eli has been fervently pursuing this championship for a long time, and we are done with the first 2 rounds of the preliminaries. We have 183 spellers who are advancing, 59 who heard the bell. You already met Molly Becker. She's the B's editorial director, and now we have Emily Hare, editorial specialist, joining us as well. The B's going to continue off air with round 3. That's because no one wants to watch spellers on TV filling out a written test to determine who makes it to the quarterfinal. But I'm sure viewers are curious, Molly, what that's about. What can you tell us about that test?
So the test, Paul, is going to be 40 questions total, 28 spelling, and 12 vocabulary questions.
So the results of the test, now in this we saw basically sudden death. You miss a vocabulary, you're out. With that written test, maybe you can miss a couple and still make the cut, kind of like a golf tournament?
Absolutely. So we are hoping to take around 100 spellers forward into the quarterfinals. So we will be looking at the scores. Hoping to take around 100 spellers forward into the quarterfinals. So we will be looking at the scores that get us the closest to taking 100.
Just kind of like a golf cut line.
Exactly.
So if it's 98, that's where the cut is.
Get us the closest to taking 100.
Just kind of like a golf cut line.
Exactly.
So if it's 98, that's where the cut is. If it's 102, it's there.
Exactly.
All right. Bingo. Hey, speaking of bingo, I saw you're holding something there, Emily. This is really exciting for the viewers who have always said, well, how do I play at home? And you two both, I think, have had a hand in this.
Yes.
So, Emily, what can you tell us about what you're holding right there, the Scripps National Spelling Bee Bingo? It's been like, what, 5 years you've been working on this?
5 years, yes.
Wow.
So 2020, our friends at Penguin Random House, specifically their game division, Clarkson Potter, reached out about collaborating on a way for spellers to play at home. And I believe your sister, Corey, was the first one to kick the project off. Then she went on maternity leave, and Molly took it over. And then Molly went on maternity leave, and I took it over when I joined in 2023. I was happy to be part of the team to take it across the finish line. So it is what it sounds like. It's bingo. We've got words handpicked by our team that people can play either normal or advanced. I believe there's different levels here. There's spelling, synonyms, part of speech. There's vocabulary questions, just like the competition. And basically there's a questioner and then there's answers. And they can play individual, they can play on teams. And we've mixed it up with lots of different ways for them to customize. We wanted replayability to be a big part of the game. So, yeah.
So am I guessing that you have to have, you know, a line across or down a diagonal to get bingo by doing one of the different spelling skills?
Yes, exactly. So you might pull out a card, have a question that is a synonym question, and you might have on your board synonym, part of speech, all those different categories. And if you get a synonym question, we have little B chips that you would place on the board to fill out your bingo board. And in traditional play, it is, you know, diagonal, up and down, but we have options for, you know, just up and down, just across. Cover all is one of the ones that they can do. So
really your entire hive.
Full spectrum, so they can make it whatever they want.
And is it in the shape of a beehive? Is that
They're
what I'm
little
seeing?
honeycombs.
Little
Yes.
honeycomb. Had to be, right?
Had to be.
So obviously it's fun and people can play, but I know it's more than that, Molly. So how does the game and some of the questions and challenges in it, how does that match the priorities of the spelling bee in a bigger picture?
Yeah, so we are hoping that this inspires future spellers, inspires families to come together and really dig into how much fun language is. This is a game you can have fun with your entire family. As Emily pointed out, we have an easy level, we have a more difficult level, so you can start really young and play with people who are Scrabble aficionados doing the crossword every day. So it's really for all language lovers, and we hope it sparks some interest.
Have you all focus grouped it with any of these spellers up here yet?
I've seen them playing it out in the Hall of Champions. All spellers received a copy of it here this week.
I'm sure it's intense too. So get it at Amazon, at Barnes & Noble, at Walmart, bookshop.org, and booksamillion.com. And of course, we're going to have to find out tomorrow who's making it through to the quarterfinals. You said about 100. Anything else about bingo that maybe the traditional bingo player would be surprised by when they get their first crack at spelling bee bingo?
Well, I was thinking specifically after watching the Champion Showdown last night and seeing You've Been Stung, we do have an option where once per game, spellers can spell backwards for an extra token they can place wherever they want on the board. So we have some fun twists and turns just like that in our game as well.
How are you two at spelling backwards?
When I saw last night that Shrutika had been topped by sockets to spell backwards, I would be out at that point. I would be out.
Absolutely.
No way.
We're lucky enough to have the dictionary at our disposal when we are putting together the content. Molly and I are not spellers necessarily, but...
No.
Well, I can't wait to play. Thank you, ladies, very much.
Thank you.
Scripps National Spelling Bee Bingo. Okay, so our preliminaries are done. We'll find out tomorrow who's in the quarterfinals. Don't miss that. Thanks so much for watching the Scripps National Spelling Bee.